Little guy, we'll be leaving. We'll see you another day. Under the night scene, a 5 to 6 meter long snow feather radiated a pure and holy white splendor, and a few figures stood on top of it. Those two fairy-like sisters were waving their delicate little hands. They were identical in appearance, and their skin shined like gems. Their large eyes were spirited as they bid their farewells toward Stone Village. The shining snow feather levitated 3 inches off the ground and quickly disappeared into the distant forest. They were the last departing group and the sole group that left safe and sound. Goodbye, sisters. If you return, don't forget to bring some sweet beast milk from the snow-horned leopard and ancient frozen elephant. The little guy exhorted in his loud voice. Suddenly, laughter arose from within Stone Village. A group of children heckled and shouted, "The 4-year-old sparrow chasing little How who can't stop drinking milk." A large crisis was averted. Everyone's mood began to relax and began to laugh rowdily. The little guy's eyes were clear and his face was flushed red. He explained in a tiny voice, "I just wanted to have a little taste of the snow-horned leopard's milk. I heard it was quite unusual. You guys don't laugh. I don't really want to actually drink it. Haha." Sure, Fei Jiao and the others walked forward and rubbed the little guy's hair and pinched his apple-like face. They all thought it was quite amusing. Stone Village began to calm down again, and the villagers' expressions gradually became serious. They held all kinds of offerings and stood in front of the willow tree, earnestly offering their gifts. Everybody was praying piously, and it resonated with the heavens and earths as strange powers began to arise. Everyone was startled, especially the few elders. They heard that when the first natives offered sacrifices to their gods, all kinds of strange and mysterious powers would arise. Never would they have thought that their pious ceremony today would also have such mysterious developments. Although it was quite weak, everyone still felt it. Moreover, the black medicine cauldron they inherited from their ancestors started shaking as well. The sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and even the first natives engraved on the cauldron became clear as they all began to flow with light. The only unfortunate fact was that they did not know how to utilize this mysterious power. The power from sacrificial ceremonies do exist, and they were incredible. If an entire country offers the sky to them, then what kind of power would be produced? A few elders' minds began to tighten and did not dare to think any further. This ceremony continued on for quite a while before it finished. The night was deep and the sky was dark. One lofty and majestic mountain peak after another towered above everything. All kinds of different roars echoed from within the ancient mountain ranges, shaking people's souls. Within the dark depths of the mountains, there was only one tranquil piece of land. From afar, one could only see a scorched black willow tree that only had one sparkling and tender branch. It emitted halos of light, covering all of Stone Village and isolating it from the outside world. This piece of peaceful and tranquil area became the only pure land within the mountain range. Lightning Clan, Purple Mountain Clan, the Great Floating Pool and the Golden Wolf tribe utilized the entire night, and they were in such a hurry that they didn't make a stop even within little lonely mountain town. They were truly terrified. That willow tree was too mysterious, and made their hearts trembled with incomparable fear. At this very moment, they only wanted to quickly return and leave this demonic ancient mountain range in fear of encountering another disaster. The scaled horses galloping was incredibly fast, especially the mutated one, the unicorn. Their entire bodies were covered in dense glistening scales, and a single horn sat on top of their head. They were able to travel 10,000 li in a day. The Golden Wolf tribe was over 40,000 li away from the endless mountain range. These people needed to rest. They had been escaping with all of their might for 4 days, and the unicorns as well as the people all dropped to the ground in fatigue. At the end of the horizon, buildings started to come into view. The center of the tribe was covered by a huge golden canopy, and it was embroidered with a huge, majestic, and fierce wolf head, Putong. Just before arriving in front of the golden canopy, the few people atop the unicorn rolled down. The middle-aged man with one of his arms broken looked pale and immediately passed out. Batu, what happened to you guys? In the middle of the canopy embroidered with the golden wolf head, a tall and elderly man walked out. Strands of golden light flashed whenever he blinked, terrifying one's soul. He held the broken-armed man and a symbol emerged from within his palm. Multicolored light shot out and entered his body. Ah! The crippled middle-aged man looked as if he just woke up from a nightmare and shouted, "Clan head, you must avenge me. Speak, what happened?" We entered a weird village and discovered the precious bone of a swan and I. There was a thunder-stricken willow tree, and you people weren't able to resist at all? Many people were cut in half or pierced dead. After the Golden Wolf tribe's old clan head heard everything, he couldn't help but feel his emotions stirring. From his gut feeling, he knew that the guardian spirit must have been extremely powerful. It was certainly nothing a mountain village could possibly possess, and it definitely wasn't any inferior to their tribe's guardian spirit that overlooked 10 million people. Clan head, there are also some archaic devil bird's descendants there, as well as the Swan-Knee's most precious imprints. We cannot miss this opportunity. The other people spoke out as well and begged the clan head with all their might. After contemplating for a long while, the lofty old clan head whose eyes shined in dim gold nodded. 2 golden flashes of lightning shot out from his eyes as he said, "An incredibly powerful guardian spirit appeared, so we must take a look no matter what. As extra precautions, I'll plead our wolf god to follow us on this journey." Everyone's hearts trembled, and then they exposed a cheerful expression. The clan head planned to plead their powerful guardian spirit for help, meaning that they no longer had anything to fear. That golden life form was truly terrifying, and it was revered by every single person within this tribe. Woo! Not long after, a golden whirlwind rapidly approached this huge field. Similar affairs also went down within the other large tribes. This was a vast and boundless lake as dark blue as the ocean. Jiao Tsong and the other returned and entered within a holy island. They reported everything and instilled rage within the tribe. They pleaded their ancient barbaric flood dragon to appear, and as a result, the entire lake shook with white tsunamis that reached the skies. Within another vast and aristocratic tribe, the population reached 10 million. Huge cities covered the lands one after the other, and they were extremely prosperous. In the middle of a grand and dignified ancient city, its black city walls rolled with a never-ending metallic sheen. The grand steel wall was situated within this flat plain, and it gave a feeling of oppression to all who laid their eyes upon it. A powerful guardian spirit. Within a palace at the center of the capital, an awe-inspiring voice sounded. A round sun illuminated the entire palace hall. Sitting within the palace hall was a supreme expert. He was vaguely visible as a purple light blazed around him. His aura was like the ocean, exerting pressure on every expert within the palace hall, forcing all of those before him to lower their heads. That day, within a circumference of 50,000 li, all the huge clan were shaken one after the other. As news regarding a powerful guardian spirit appeared, namely the thunder-stricken willow tree, it swept across the entire region like a great wave. News of the mountain treasure within the desolate mountains, the appearance of the precious bones of a swan and I within Stone Village, and the mysterious guardian spirit shook all the experts' hearts. All of the tribe's strongest experts were unable to sit around any longer. We haven't moved in so many years. I think it's about time to take a look to see what kind of secrets that place holds. After several days, little lonely mountain town's peace was no longer peaceful. Some people saw the huge clan's lords personally come visit these lands, and all the powerful individuals who came in search of the mountain treasure were amazed. Kacha. Lightning interweaved as the head of the lightning clan stood beside a mountain wall. Huge flashes of lightning interweaved around his entire body as he easily hacked off half of the mountain cliff. It was truly a sight to behold. So strange. Ordinary people are unable to notice anything, but the more powerful the individual who gazes upon that direction, the faster their heart would beat. This willow tree truly isn't simple. The lightning clan head did not act rashly. His voice was like rolling thunder, and it shook the forest around him. All the ancient beasts quickly left the vicinity. After 4 hours, water vapors drifted around the area above the ancient forest's rivers. A low muffled roar could be heard, and it sounded as if a vicious flood dragon descended into the world. All of a sudden, mist and fog rushed towards the heavens as a silhouette emerged. In the middle of the mist, its figure was very indistinct. Only a pair of bright and fiery eyes could be seen. It penetrated the mist, and its appearance was soul-crushing. From a distance, it overlooked Stone Village and lightly said, "Is it this the guardian spirit that killed many of our clan's experts?" After 2 days, a golden whirlwind passed through the ancient forest, terrifying many of the native vicious birds and fierce beasts into fleeing. The region was suddenly put in a deathly silence. A tall and dignified elder stood atop high ground and gazed toward Stone Village as he said to himself, "An encounter with a lightning strike," and was still able to gain rebirth from its destruction. This willow must be truly terrifying. A golden wolf god stood beside him. It wasn't tall and only 5 meters long, and was far from the size of other wolves within the mountains. However, it was discharging a terrifying aura. Its body and its eyes flashed in gold. Symbols were vaguely visible, and it was extremely terrifying. Their arrival wasn't slow, after all. They were the strongest experts within their respective tribes. They lingered around outside of Stone Village as they carefully surveyed the area in preparation for the great storm. The endless mountain range was no longer tranquil as the various experts roamed about. Some of them were here for Stone Village's guardian spirit, while others wanted to investigate the mountain treasure. They came quickly and in bunches, so Little Lonely Mountain Town was packed with people. The head of each clan did not act blindly without thinking. They all felt that this willow tree was extremely mysterious and held a deep and immeasurable feeling. During these past few days, quite a few experts entered the depths of the mountain range. They wanted to see just what kind of divine object was worth fighting over for more than 2 years non-stop by these archaic descendants. The group of experts made up of individuals from different tribes combined to form an incredibly powerful army. They broke through the outer region, massacring all the fierce beasts in their way before entering the heart of the mountains. What kind of treasure do you think it is? To be able to hide for over 2 years without being found? Could it possibly be a living creature? Perhaps it could be a holy medicine that's capable of flight. The group was chatting amongst themselves, but they didn't neglect to make some preparations. They set out towards the mountains, and each of them had some sort of expectation. If they couldn't obtain the treasure, then even obtaining some sort of legendary medicine would make this trip worthwhile. Of course, if they were to see for themselves the carcasses of archaic descendants who fought to their deaths, their hearts would be much more anxious. Without a doubt, each and every one of those creatures was a priceless treasure. Ayo! Suddenly, a dull roar echoed from within the heart of the ancient mountain range, shaking the entire mountain. Huge rocks tumbled down and crushed the towering trees. It was as if the mountain exploded. We didn't even enter that deeply yet. How can there be such a terrifying roar? Everyone was startled. Violent winds whistled past, swaying the ancient trees. A strong odor assaulted everyone's noses from within the forest, making them all feel disgusted. At the same time, a wave of frightening and fiendish aura assaulted them. Not good, the vicious beasts are moving about. Quickly get into the defensive formation. A golden-furred bear rushed out while running upright. It was over 10 meters tall, and a large horn stuck out between its brows as it rapidly arrived. Pooh! Although its body was huge, it wasn't clumsy at all. The speed was incredibly fast as it arrived. It slammed a palm into the ground before anyone was able to react. One unlucky person was directly squashed by the fan-like bear paw into a pile of meat. Chi! One of the experts activated his precious technique and attacked the single-horned golden-furred bear. Bone text spread out and flames blazed downwards toward the bear. However, this bear was not at all interested in fighting with them. It leapt up over 20 meters before disappearing far away in a flash. Not good! Quickly run away. It's a beast flood. Everyone cried out in alarm. That bear was incredibly powerful and ran at the forefront. Behind it was a huge horde of other vicious beasts that flooded over like a vast expanse of darkness. Their hearts and bladders began to tremble. No wonder there was such a strong odor that previously assailed their nostrils. Frantic winds whistled past, and an enormous group of vicious beasts advanced. The ground was shaking, and many ancient trees were broken apart. Groups of huge beasts ran away violently, flattening the mountain ground. They ran from within the heart of the mountains in tight groups, and all of them were incredibly powerful. Motherfucker! What happened? Why are there so many vicious beasts? Everyone ran without the slightest hesitation. Within such a large beast flood, even the clan lords would find it to escape. No one dared to face this head-on. Ayo! Another thunderous roar echoed from within the depths of the mountains. Rubble flew into the sky and mountain peaks began to vibrate. Huge mountain rocks incessantly tumbled down. An extremely terrifying situation was occurring. Heavens? An archaic descendant. That's a devil ape. Everyone turned around and shockingly discovered that a black ape king appeared. It was shrouded in a black mist that overflowed into the heavens, making him look like an unrivaled demon king. It stood upright in the sky and flapped its two large demonic wings as it looked down on everything. It was the ape king that was driving away this group of beasts. What shocked people even more was that this tyrannical archaic descendant had one of its arms snapped off, and it had only one arm left. Its eyes revealed a vicious light as it stared at this place. The group of experts escaped as fast as they could, yet they were still discovered in the end. The demonic ape flapped both its wings, and with a flash of black lightning, it stirred up a violent gale. Rubble began to tumble as it swooped down from the sky. The person running at the head of the group suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes lost all expression as blood began rushing out of his head. His skull flew away from his body, and that demonic ape opened its mouth to directly suck out all the brain tissue within his head. It did not stop there. Its body suddenly flashed in front of another person like black lightning. It was a speed that no one could react to. Pa! With a light flick of its fingers, another head flew off. It opened its mouth to suck the brain from within the skull, and it licked its scarlet lips before finally letting go. In the face of death, that person who had his brain emptied released a miserable howl that stopped spontaneously due to all of this happening way too quickly. Everyone was in absolute horror, and couldn't help but scream for their lives. Their heads became numb with fright, and none of them could have ever imagined that they would meet an archaic descendant as soon as they entered the depths of the mountains. It was an enemy they absolutely could not attempt to fight with, and the only option was to run for their lives. However, this struggle was obviously infutile. The demonic ape began to flash about, leaving the place in a wretched state. Heads flew off of people's bodies nonstop as it basked in the pleasure of this delicacy. Ultimately, not a single person was left alive. Each and every one of these experts lost their lives in that place. If the people of Stone Village were here, they would recognize the creature right away. This was the archaic descendant that fought against the Swan and I back then, however now it was even more ferocious. The beast flood was astonishing as it destroyed huge portions of the forest. They converged into a great tsunami and rushed out of the mountains like a tempest. Not only were the villages within the vicinity nervous, even the experts who came from far away were apprehensive. They thought that something definitely happened within the depths of the mountains for so many beasts to be scared like this. From afar, a large black shadow emerged. It looked as if it was covering the entire mountain range, and countless vicious birds escaped from the mountains at their utmost speeds. Woo! What a terrifying beast flood. Originally, I thought this desolate and harsh land lacked spiritual essence, and it was improbable that an extraordinary creature would appear. I never could have thought there could be so many vicious creatures. Golden Wolf Tribe's clan head stood atop a mountain rock as he overlooked the beast flood. His brows were locked. A golden wolf deity stood beside him on the mountain summit, all high and mighty as they stared toward the distance. It's an archaic descendant that's driving away this group of beasts. The Golden Wolf Tribe's clan chief exposed a shocked expression and said to himself, "Such a powerful descendant. It seems like it's taking orders from something else?" After he came to this conclusion, he was suddenly shocked. That was an archaic descendant. No one within a large distance from here could be its match, yet currently, it was under the bidding of another. He understood vaguely that since the mountain depths were being forcefully evacuated, the mountain treasure must be coming into existence. At the same time, the Lightning Clan and the Great Floating Pool's most powerful individuals understood as well. They were the strongest within their respective clans, and although they controlled enormous tribes within their lands, currently, they could only let out a sigh. They knew that it was impossible for them to claim the mountain treasure, as they lacked the strength to seize it. After 4 hours, the beast flood dispersed into every corner of the outer forest. Also, this was merely the first beast flood. The weakest creatures were chased out. Clearly, there was a second wave. This huge land would no longer be in peace. The experts retreated back to little lonely mountain town as they felt that the situation was becoming more and more problematic. The scene at the mountain range was too terrifying, and it was impossible for them to even enter. Forget about the mountain treasure, they could not even obtain the carcass of a beast descendant. AI, we came for nothing. I never thought the mountain range was this frightening. A powerful demonic ape was only in charge of driving away beasts, and this wasn't even the deepest region of the mountains. What kind of inconceivable thing do you think appeared within this endless mountain range? Perhaps a holy medicine or a heavenly bone from ancient myths? I have no idea, but we wasted our time here today. I don't want to stick around any longer. I'm leaving tomorrow, otherwise, I might just die here. Everyone became dispirited. Many tribes joined together to muster up this large force. Yet, the end result made everyone irreconcilable. Right, within this territory, didn't some of the strongest tribes come here to fight against some small village? What happened? I heard they suffered some major losses. Isn't there a disciple of the Golden Wolf tribe and an expert from the Great Floating Pond here? Let them speak. Little lonely mountain town was bustling. The foreigners almost reached the number of the native population. Golden Wolf tribe, Lightning Clan, and large quantities of other experts entered and awaited orders. That village wasn't simple. It caused the strongest groups within this vast land to experience great losses. Are you bullshitting me? I don't think it's possible. The Golden Wolf tribe and Great Floating Pool were both aristocratic groups. Don't they have the power to shake this boundless land? None of them could believe it, and they all revealed astonished expressions. A cold grunt echoed through, and an expert from the Golden Wolf tribe came. He had an indifferent expression, and he spoke with ice-cold eyes. That village is almost finished. They are going to be wiped from existence. He was extremely confident since the Golden Wolf deity from his tribe came with them. This was the strongest guardian spirit within a circumference of 50,000 li, and it had already lived for a long time. His clan lord might not be this area's #1 expert, but this Golden Wolf deity could certainly be the guardian spirit of any of their clans. All the experts were alarmed. Golden Wolf tribe is instilling such thunderous methods. How could the village possibly resist? Within the mountain range, kings of archaic descendants lived there. Our tribe has no methods of fighting over the mountain treasure. However, eradicating a village that does not know how high the heavens or how thick the earth is wouldn't take too much effort. A disciple from the Great Floating Pool said in awe. Not long ago, they were met with a huge tragedy. Their leaders as well as Jiao Tsong suffered great losses. The experts they dispatched were practically all exterminated, and this made their entire clan furious. This time, the strongest experts within their clan came personally, so how could they lack the strength to exterminate a simple village? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Right? We don't stand a chance for the mountain treasure, so we'll settle with getting revenge on that village. They obtained the precious carcass of a swan and eye. How could a simple village possess such a holy creature? The people of Lightning Clan said. Xianxia arrived. At this moment, voices of shock swept through little lonely mountain town. A round purple sun covered the sky. It was 3 feet above the ground as it rushed straight past the front of little lonely mountain town, heading straight in the direction of Stone Village. Although he passed by instantly, the terrifying aura that followed behind made everyone shudder. Apart from the hidden family, Cloud Clan, that is to say the powers from the mysterious heavenly cloud palace, everyone knew that within a circumference of 50,000 li, Xianxia was the #1 expert. Even he came. Could it be he also wanted to eradicate this no-name village? The number one expert came. If he took action, perhaps only the Lightning Clan, the Golden Wolf tribe's guardian spirit, and a few others could resist him. Heavens! It's actually Zishan Ho. Let's quickly take a look and see what he's going to do. The other experts were inspired because these utmost powers rarely went into action. Each time they did move out, however, a great tsunami would occur. Clan head made his move, and naturally it's to flatten that village. They offended our clan lord. A youngster from Purple Mountain Clan said proudly. If Zishan Ho made his move, who could fight him? If he truly went all out, that group would certainly be extinguished, said a few people as they sighed. They had experienced this long ago. In the past, Zishan Ho personally exterminated powerful tribes. Precisely at this moment, the people of Lightning Clan, Great Floating Pond, and the Golden Wolf tribe all seemed to be acting on some kind of order as they rushed into the forest. Soon after, Purple Mountain Clan's people started moving out as well. Several huge clans were actually moving in one direction. What was their target? Stone Village. They couldn't obtain the mountain treasure, so they left to exterminate that village. Someone said with a sigh. To actually go as far as to make several huge clans act against them and even making the 4 clan lords come, this mountain village really isn't simple. Quite a few people were surprised. Purple Mountain, Great Floating Pool, Lightning Clan, and Golden Wolf tribes people moved out in an orderly fashion. This was a rare occurrence, and when people discussed it, they all became excited. This was truly a weather-shifting war. The land's number 1 expert Zishan Ho, the number 1 guardian spirit Golden Wolf deity, as well as several other clan lords of large tribes all came. This was truly going to be a fierce battle. Little lonely mountain town was suddenly vacant. The strongest experts all left together, and everyone followed the 4 huge clans' experts out of the village to witness the upcoming large-scale battle. The forest was lush, and over the years, the leaves on the ground accumulated to over a foot thick. The ground was incredibly soft, and this didn't include the leaves that had decomposed into black soil ages ago. Otherwise, it would be even thicker. The mountain ground was fertile, and ancient trees reached the skies. Many fierce beasts lived within the mountains, but with so many people moving together, whether it be huge beasts or vicious birds, they all withdrew from fear due to the number of people flooding through. This is the village? There was still quite a bit of distance in between them, yet the 4 huge tribes stopped roughly 2 or 3 li away and no longer moved forward. They scaled the cliffs, ascended onto high ground, and took advantageous positions as they overlooked that village. This common and simple village did not seem to contain a trace of abnormality. Stone houses built from mountain rocks had beast skins drying on them, and smoked meat hung nearby. Chickens and dogs moved about as elderly people basked in the sun while leaning against the walls. A group of children were running around each other for amusement. Is a village like this worth mustering such a large force over? In my opinion, a random horse running in this direction could flatten this entire village, said a person from the Golden Wolf tribe. This was a group of armored horsemen, and all of them rode on top of scaled horses while clad in shining armor. Their spears were sharp and their swords were dazzling as they pointed forwards. They dare to offend our great floating pool's prestige, so they must be punished by death. This village must certainly be extinguished today. The group of young men clamored, and their expressions were cold. Jiao Tsong lost an arm and became a cripple, so they had to avenge him. However, the 4 great clan heads ordered that no one was allowed to act blindly without thinking. They had to wait for upper command before moving out, and anyone that dared to act without permission would be severely punished. Looks like this village truly isn't simple. They made these groups of powerful people so careful and prudent. Where are the 4 tribes' leaders? Why aren't they here? What are they doing? The experts who followed along struck up a discussion, and they were closely observing everything. Stone Village was tranquil. In the courtyard at the front of the village, the little guy held a pot and was preparing to boil some beast milk. He was trying to be sneaky and looked toward the village entrance once in a while to avoid being discovered by the big kids. So sweet. On top of a campfire, beast milk began to boil within a jar. He opened his nostrils and closed his eyes halfway. His eyes held an intoxicated expression. Pyolingaling. Suddenly, the sound of bird wings flapping sounded. The little guy raised his head and showed an alarmed expression. How come there's so many birds? Could it be that there's another beast flood? He stood upright and left the courtyard before gazing towards the sky. He quickly discovered that something was strange. All kinds of flying beasts were scared off from the surrounding forests, and it looked like they all flew over 2 to 3 li away. Something's wrong. They're probably either vicious beasts or humans surrounding us right now. Sure Hao was quick and intelligent. He shouted out warnings to the other villagers right away. As a matter of fact, Shi Linghu and Shi Feijiao both sensed it immediately as well. The villagers were simple-minded, but it didn't mean they weren't vigilant. To live in these vile, desolate lands for so long, they had to constantly hone their acute perception. It shouldn't be those bastards who came last time, right? Meng's dad shouted. On the hilltop, the 4 tribes' experts were all amazed. This village's reactions were too fast. The village was indeed quite abnormal. The chief came. The people of Golden Wolf tribe cried out in alarm. A bold and powerful elderly man appeared. Dim golden light shined inside his eyes as if lightning was shooting out. The appearance of this incredibly powerful old man made it impossible for anyone to stand still. A golden wolf deity also stood at his side. It wasn't too tall, but it took long strides with its head held high as it looked down on everyone else. It had a domineering attitude that made everyone revere it. Golden splendor circulated all over this wolf's body, and it was more awe-inspiring than any human could ever be. Its golden eyes held a callous feeling as it swept through everyone, and anyone who saw it began to take a step back. Everyone found it difficult to breathe. It was even scarier than that old man. Everyone knew that this must be that so-called strongest guardian spirit within a circumference of 50,000 li. Golden Wolf tribe, you people cannot hastily send out your troops. Please back off another li and wait for my command. After hearing these words, the bold and powerful old man disappeared into the forest like a streak of golden light. He quickly shortened the distance to a single li. Meanwhile, that guardian spirit stood on top of a mountain peak while staring down at Stone Village. At the same time, 3 supreme experts appeared at the same time from 3 different directions. They scaled the mountain cliffs and also began to survey Stone Village. Lightning Clan, Great Floating Pool, Purple Mountain Clan, and the Golden Wolf tribe's clan lords had all arrived. They each occupied one direction, and they wanted to employ a lightning method to carry out the extermination. A huge wave of sound exploded like thunder. From the west, a large river snaked its way in from the mountain forest, and the Great Floating Pool's clan lord currently stood on top of it. His entire body was enshrouded in water vapors, and light radiated about him from head to toe. A huge vicious flood dragon was beginning to take shape. This was caused by the activation of their blood essence, and he was trying to summon a huge flood dragon. Unexpectedly, it slowly struggled free out of his pack, and it was rather intimidating as it coiled around itself on the ground. He was using a precious technique, but his methods seemed to be a bit strange. This flood dragon appeared from within his spine and it rapidly expanded. It was 10 feet thick and over 2,000 feet long, and its terror overflowed the heavens. Gray mist curled around it and huge flickering symbols appeared within the hollow sky. The vicious flood dragon roared, and the various lands around them all erupted into chaos. Boulders began to tumble down, and leaves began to madly flutter about. With a roar, the gray vicious flood dragon swooped down from the skies to initiate its powerful offense on Stone Village, and this was a mind-blowing type of attack. The body of the huge flood dragon covered the sky, and the thick gray mist surged forth as if it appeared from primal chaos. It hissed and spat out a huge, terrifying ray of light, shaking the mountain boulders below until they shattered. Outside of Stone Village, those mountain rocks and trees were long destroyed by this attack, and even the ground was cracked as a result. This vicious flood dragon was huge, and its terrifying attack shook everyone's hearts. What a powerful, precious technique! 2 to 3 li away, everyone was amazed. Their hair all stood upright, as this type of technique was simply too shocking. It really had the sufficient firepower to wipe out an entire tribe. That's not right. That village isn't affected at all. At the village entrance, the tender green branch of the willow tree was shining. It was emitted hazy halos of light to protect the village, blocking the vicious strike of the flood dragon. Afterwards, the branch quickly extended and rushed into the sky. It wanted to penetrate a hole out of that vicious flood dragon. Hong! Suddenly, a blazing and thunderous light shone from the north. Those were streaks of black lightning that struck down from atop a mountain summit, aiming to intercept the willow branch that stretched toward the sky. Lei Ho decided to make his move. When such a powerful emperor used all of his strength to activate his strongest precious technique, it appeared as if he had transformed into a thunder god. The spring comes upon a withered tree. I represent the thunder god to once again destroy you. This time, you will be thoroughly disintegrated. A huge voice was released, and it sounded like the rolling of thunder, shaking the entire area. All the experts covered their ears, as the penetrative force of this voice was simply too powerful, causing leaves to fly about frantically. He did not attack the trunk of the willow tree, but rather to intercept that slender branch. This black lightning danced wildly through the air and oppressed its surroundings. Even the heavens and the earth became dark, and the black light surged violently. Directly south, a wolf's howl resounded through the heaven and earth. The wolf deity howled towards the moon, and a veil of bright golden light covered the entire mountain peak. That guardian spirit was undergoing a terrifying transformation. Its back split apart and a golden crack appeared. Its hairs moved apart as its howls shook the entire mountain. Unexpectedly, it was molting. After the golden hair split apart, an even brighter wolf deity appeared from within. Each hair on its body looked as if it was casted out of gold. Yeah, that golden wolf is indeed terrifying. No wonder it was known as the most powerful guardian spirit within a circumference of 50,000 li. It already obtained a new body and shed its old skin, refining it into a precious artifact. Everyone was startled. Ordinarily, this golden wolf would wait patiently and continued to wear its old skin on its body. But today it exposed its real body and its real strength. Multicolored golden light flourished intensely. That wolf skin rapidly expanded and became lifelike. It was as if a second wolf deity was alive, and it even had teeth as it flickered in cold light. Clearly, this guardian spirit was very thorough when it shed its skin. The skin it shed was completely intact, which made this treasured artifact very rare and powerful. Ayo! The wolf deity released a long howl that moved the heavens and the earth. The treasured artifact that the wolf shed began to send out immeasurable amounts of light, dyeing the heaven and earth in gold. It charged toward Stone Village to attack that willow tree. Everyone was shaking in fear. It was deserving of its title as the strongest guardian spirit within a circumference of 50,000 li. This type of might was simply dreadful, and everyone felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. The wolf deity that was transformed from the golden wolf skin pounced directly towards the thick black trunk of the willow tree to pull it from its roots. Golden light began to submerge the village. Hong! Purple clouds came from the east. These thick, drizzling purple clouds covered the entire forest. Its terrifying might flowed into the heavens, and the number one expert, Zishan Ho, also began to make his move. Purple clouds gathered, and like a vast body of water, it exerted pressure over the sky as it covered the entire valley. The clouds were majestic and boundless, and it was so oppressing that the onlookers felt their souls shudder. The clouds and mist transformed into a purple-colored giant, and the giant stamped down with one of its feet before heading towards the thick willow tree. It seemed to carry a divine power of the heaven and earth, as if heaven itself decided to take action. This kind of scene and atmosphere stunned everyone. Zishan Ho was indeed exceptional. His reputation was not in vain, and with that single foot alone, a tribe could have been completely destroyed. No wonder there was a rumor that whenever Zishan Ho decided to undertake a task, several enormous tribes would completely disappear. This method frightened everyone, and it was indeed a divine power that was hard to resist against. Stone Village was in a state of crisis. The willow tree was under joint attacks of 4 powerful supreme experts, and from top to bottom, each and every attack were astonishingly powerful. The willow branch did not change its trajectory and continued to advance upward like before to face the attack of the great Floating Pools clan lord. That creature in the sky was a vicious flood dragon over 2,000 feet long. It filled the western sky as it emitted powerful multicolored rays of light. Its offensive power was terrifying, and it caused many of the mountains and forest stones to disintegrate into fine powder. Chi! The green tender willow branch was able to overcome any obstacles in its way, and to everyone's surprise, it directly pierced through the forehead of that vicious flood dragon. It pierced all the way through, and like a divine chain with the might of heaven, it swept away everything in its path. The flood dragon was too large, although it was penetrated thoroughly, causing its divine essence quickly dissipated. It was still making threatening gestures. It flew between the sky and the earth as it spat out multicolored light to attack downwards. That terrifying attack struck Stone Village from all 4 sides. Rocks flew, mountains disappeared, and the great earth cracked. Show! The tender branch swayed back and forth as it emitted bright rays of light. The dark green branch wriggled around like a dragon before rapidly twisting itself around the neck of the vicious flood dragon. Then, with a fierce pull, the head of this flood dragon dropped straight towards the ground. From afar, the great Floating Pools clan lord who stood in front of the river in the forest spat of a mouthful of blood. Both his eyes emitted rays of light as he expressed his astonishment. He knew that the precious technique that contained his divine essence had been broken, and a split second later, it became that willow tree's tonic. That vicious flood dragon was shriveling at a visible rate as its divine essence was being sucked dry by the green tender branch, dispersing its divine light. Meanwhile, the willow branch was met with an attack from the north. Over 10 lightning strikes arrived, and the black lightning danced violently in an attempt to intercept the alluring emerald green branch. Could it resist such an attack? No matter how you look at it, this tender and sparkling branch seemed weak and soft, while the lightning seemed so crazy and violent. The dark lightning interweaved, and even if it was fine metal, it would still be blasted into dust. Everyone held their breath. Thunder and lightning were some of the strongest forces between heaven and earth, and in particular, this willow tree was met with a similar attack before. It was burnt black previously, which meant that it was vulnerable to lightning. Confronted with this type of attack again, would it be able to survive? By my name, I'll destroy you. Thunder God howled loudly and magnificently. The mountains resonated, and the earth trembled. However, an unexpectedly shocking event occurred. The thunder covering the sky surged forth and submerged the willow branch within it. Despite that, it seemed greener and more replenished than before, almost to the point that fresh dew was about to drip out. Everyone was overwhelmed with amazement. Lei Ho was tongue-tied, and it was the first time in First's entire life that he lost his confidence. The willow branch swayed back and forth and sent out green ripples. The thunder and lightning was absorbed completely and disappeared from the sky. All this happened within a split second, causing everyone's mouth to be agape and speechless. Chi! Specks of green light rippled outwards. The willow branch gently swayed and drew a beautiful arc before extending towards the large river to the east. There was a figure standing there. He was shrouded by hazy water vapor and emitted a formidable aura. This was precisely Great Floating Pools clan lord. They were over 1 li apart. However, the willow branch arrived in the blink of an eye, and it was so fast that no one could react to it. Oh! The tender branch slammed down with all its might, and Great Floating Pools clan lord shouted out. At the extent of his resistance, he managed to bring out a beast bone. That beast bone was an extremely powerful precious artifact that acted as a substitute while his real body rapidly ran away. The entire region was brilliant and dazzling. Both the forest and the river reflected a brilliant light. However, this powerful precious artifact was not able to block the attack. With a pew sound, the tender branch smashed it apart into powder. Symbols immediately disappeared, and its essence was absorbed into the green branch. Ah! New! Great Floating Pool's clan lord shouted in dismay. Although he fled quickly, it was too late. The willow branch that descended from high in the sky was sharper than an immortal sword. With a light stroke, it cut him into two pieces, causing its corpse to land in his own blood. Afterwards, essence began to boil and the man seemed to have aged 10,000 years. His flesh began to dry and crack apart as the corpse lost all of its divine powers. At this moment, everyone there became absolutely terrified and kept quiet out of fear. The faces of the people from the Great Floating Pool all paled to the limit. Not long ago they were still talking big. If their clan lord came, then a simple village would be completely flattened to avenge Jiaocong. Now, however, the results were simply cruel and frightening. Great Floating Pool's most powerful expert, the clan lord, was directly chopped into two, and his blood spilt everywhere as he dropped straight to the ground. Clan lord! Many people were grieving. At this moment, countless people's hair began to stand up, and their scalps began to numb. This willow tree was too frightening, and it simply wasn't an enemy they could face. Clan lord! Run away! Lightning Clan's people cried out in alarm as they warned Lei Ho, because the tender branch was emitting specks of divine light. It turned around and changed its direction towards the north to attack Lei Ho. In reality, Lei Ho discovered that something was off long ago. He reacted immediately and took out his precious artifact to draw out the power of thunder and lightning. He elevated 3 feet off the ground as he prepared to escape into the distance. However, the willow branch's speed was too fast. Like a green beam of light, it swept across the northwest direction until it arrived. With a shio sound, the mountain where Lei Ho stood was cut off like a hot knife through butter. It still did not stay still, and within a breath's time, it sculpted upwards towards Lei Ho's back with the intention of penetrating his heart. "Open for me!" Lei Ho shouted out loudly. Every hair on his body stood up, and rays of electricity shot out everywhere as he was enveloped in a sphere of glaring lightning. He released incredibly large amounts of electricity and collapsed that mountain. The willow branch stopped at this moment and did not pierce his body, but instead absorbed the electric light. Then, it suddenly curled around Lei Ho and hung him on the branch before returning back to Stone Village. To many people's surprise, the powerful Lei Ho was captured just like that. The willow tree did not kill him but instead brought him back. Lei Ho hissed and continuously tried to struggle free. His precious artifact emitted light and resonated as he wanted to snap the willow branch apart. However, everything he did was futile as it didn't harm the branch at all. The willow tree pleasingly absorbed all the electricity he released. Everyone was astonished and figured out what the willow tree wanted to do. It wanted Lei Ho to continuously use his precious technique to constantly shoot out lightning so that it could absorb everything. Being reborn from within its destruction, it was unexpectedly nourished from the lightning. Everyone was scared stiff. This willow tree was too demonic and could not be measured by common sense. The 4 huge clans attacking it together like this, yet it was still such a fatal miscalculation. Lei Ho was hung from the willow tree at the village entrance as he continuously struggled, but his strength was gradually weakening. It did not look like he could live much longer. Everyone trembled. This was the magnificent Lei Ho, one of the 2 clan lords of an aristocratic territory, yet he became a prisoner just this. It was truly inconceivable. The things that happened today were destined to spread throughout the land. The name of Stone Village would shake the world. It was just a guardian spirit that looked as if it was on the verge of death, scorched black all over, yet it was so terrible. It killed one and hung the other. Those were 2 of the 4 huge clan lords. Truly held a world-shocking divine power. Lightning Clan's people expression were ugly to the extreme. Their majestic clan lord that commanded everything and taken control of countless territories had actually been taken prisoner. Not long ago, the experts from their clan were still talking about how effortless it would be to get rid of Stone Village, and how the Swan Knee's precious bones as well everything else in the village would be theirs. The things that happened now wasn't just a slap on their face. This was peeling off their skin. Their clan lord was going to die. Everything happened within a spark's time. One clan lord was killed right away, and another was taken prisoner. The attacks from the other two directions just barely started. That golden wolf skin precious artifact and the genuine wolf god weren't too different from each other. Their entire bodies looked as if they were casted from metal. They pounced right in front of the willow tree and used their huge claws to dig away the soil and the rocks in order to uproot the tree. However, after the surface barely exposed a root, the wolf god immediately became horrified. The root rushed out like a dragon and constricted it right away before dragging it through a crack in the ground. Oh! The golden wolf god let out a long wail. Each and every strand of dazzling hair stood up from its body, and they emitted brilliant light as it struggled violently. It grabbed toward the root using both its claws with all its might. Gotcha! What shocked people was that those huge sharp golden claws were directly snapped apart into 3 pieces by the root. With a brush of its roots, soil and rocks flew up, submerging everything within. Everyone stared blankly and were stupefied. Such a powerful precious artifact, practically identical to the personal strength of the wolf god, was immediately destroyed. Before the sandy soil completely covered up, the people discovered that the golden wolf skin began to rot and break down into fertilizer. This powerful precious artifact, the skin of the number 1 guardian beast within 50,000 li, could only become fertilizer? Everyone present was terrified. The faces of everyone from the golden wolf tribe lost their color. That was their supreme wolf god with the reputation of being this land's number 1 guardian spirit, and it was oppressed just like that. They remembered what they said not long ago, to ride their horses over and flatten this land. Now, those words seemed like a joke. With this willow tree here on this huge piece of land, who else would dare be called the number 1 guardian spirit? Hong Long. In midair, a huge purple foot descended and treaded toward the willow tree. That was Xianxia's attack. He was the number 1 expert in this piece of land, and this attack could be said to shock even the heavens. The willow branch coiled around Lei Ho and swayed with the wind. It then lifted up its most tender part, the tip of the branch, and lightly flicked. Suddenly, a green whirlpool appeared that gradually grew in size until it created a hurricane. This scene was absolutely astonishing. All the experts who looked at this became stupefied. This change was all too sudden. It was just a tender bud flicking lightly, yet it created this dreadful force of nature. This was the first time the willow branch employed another attack. It saw Xianxia was out of the ordinary, and that he deserved his reputation as the number 1 expert. Hong! That green whirlpool expanded and connected the earth and the sky. It was lofty and imposing as it shook everything in all 4 directions. Like a violent mountain torrent, it struck the sky. Rumbling sounds followed, shaking all the experts until they collapsed and choked. That big purple foot was pulled into the middle of the whirlpool, and then the entire huge purple giant toppled over with a rumble. Its entirety collapsed within the hurricane and was torn apart. Now, the scene only contained shock and dismay. The willow tree was far more powerful than anyone could have imagined. The green whirlpool reached the skies and ripped everything apart. That huge purple giant was obliterated into fine powder. The clan lord of the great floating pool met his death. Lei Ho was taken prisoner. The golden wolf's precious skin artifact was destroyed, and the collapse of Xianxia's giant all happened in an instant. Ayo! During the course of these events, the wolf god's reaction was quick. When the clan lord of the great floating pool was killed, it turned around and fled, leaving behind a golden trail. A wolf's nature was cunning. It immediately felt that something was wrong. Its golden body collided against mountains and destroyed forests, and its speed reached its peak as it charged into the dense forest. In reality, when it activated the golden wolf skin to attack, it had already become a golden light beam as it fled into the ancient mountain range. Known as the number 1 guardian spirit in a circumference of 50,000 li, its instincts and perception were both extremely strong. Right now, however, it did not hold a tyrannical aura and instead only had fear. It did not dare to stop for even a moment. Although the strength of the old man from the Golden Wolf tribe was powerful and controlled a lot of territory, in the end he was still no match for the wolf god. His reactions were slightly slower. As soon as he snapped back to reality, he hurriedly tried to escape. Release the arrows! At the same time, he gave the orders for the experts of his tribe to stop and buy him time. At just that moment, 10,000 arrows flew up and the sound of air cracking continuously rang out. The dense sheet of iron arrows flew together in the direction of Stone Village. However, this act was absolutely useless. The green whirlpool expanded and distorted the trajectories of all the flying arrows. They were snapped and broken one after another. This spectacle shocked and stunned everyone in place. It was too terrifying. This willow tree was absolutely too powerful. How could anything oppose it? Oh, the hurricane whistled like the howl of an archaic descendant, trembling the entire mountain range. The Golden Wolf tribe's clan lord screamed out as his body involuntarily flew into the eye of the storm. No! He cried out in horror. If he were to enter inside, his death would be certain. Even with his immense powers, he could not possibly defend against the attacks of the willow tree. Shwa! An incredibly shocking streak of golden light rushed forth and fluctuated like the rising tides. This sun-like ray of splendid light made everyone shudder as it hacked towards the hurricane. Ancestral artifact. The clan lord brought the ancestral artifact. Everyone from the Golden Wolf tribe cried out in shock and became excited. They awaited the destruction of the hurricane and the death of that willow tree. However, right as they began to get excited, everything changed. When the golden light beam met the green whirlpool, the Golden Wolf tribe's clan lord lost control. The light began to darken and was expelled out. Golden Wolf tribe's clan lord let out a huge scream. His own body was being torn apart and his blood began to float outwards. He became a muddled pile of blood within the hurricane and ceased to exist. Everyone was terrified, and they all felt waves of dread. The ancestral artifact that escaped landed in front of the people from the Golden Wolf tribe. This was a dagger over a foot long, and a golden shine flowed from its tip to its shaft. After encountering the green whirlpool, the symbols on the dagger dimmed, but it still managed to finally escape. If one examined carefully, one would discover that it was polished from a golden beast tooth that held a mysterious and terrifying strength. All the experts from the Golden Wolf tribe began to tremble. An elder shuddered as he cupped the artifact in his hand, and his heart began to bleed. Never could he have imagined that even this wasn't enough to defeat the willow tree. This wasn't a tooth dropped by their guardian spirit. This was an artifact that came from an ancient country. In the past, before the Golden Wolf tribe migrated, they had to present tribute to an ancient country each year. Their ancestors offered their great services to them and also bestowed their tribe with a precious artifact, the wolf-tooth dagger. At that time, the Golden Wolf tribe was extremely powerful and incomparably glorious. Later on, it began to decline, and after many years, a branch of the original tribe migrated here to form the tribe here today. This precious artifact fell into their branch's hands. The wolf-tooth dagger was a tooth dropped by the ancient country's guardian spirit. Although the innate divine essence was extracted by the ancient country, after being transformed into precious artifact, its might was still beyond comprehension. However, it unexpectedly faced the tragedy of meeting this willow tree, and so it ran away with only a dim luster remaining. Zishan Ho ran away too. Only at this moment did the people discover that the reputed number one expert within a circumference of 50,000 li had long transformed into a purple sun and fled into the ancient mountains while sticking close to the ground. He fled at the same moment the Golden Wolf did, and he left a precious artifact where he originally stood. It emitted multicolored light that condensed into a human body to become his scapegoat. In the end, there was only one willow branch. So after sweeping in all four directions, it only had enough time to pursue and destroy the precious artifact. It withdrew its divine essence and did not chase after the number one expert. The hurricane that reached the sky began to rapidly shrink and disappear, returning tranquility back to the area. The four experts' attacks were all fruitless. Thus, everybody there felt deep dread. Silence spread throughout the four huge clans. They mustered up their forces to come here, but in the end only one clan lord managed to escape. The rest were either killed or taken prisoner. This slap on their faces was too loud and clear. They believed that since they had control of this great land, No one could resist them. Each time they moved out, they would gather all the tribes. The reason for their arrival this time was to flatten Stone Village, however. This was the final result. Looking back, their powerful extermination operation was simply a joke. In front of this terrifying willow tree, they really were insignificant. Right now, the 4 huge tribes were scared, afraid, and angry. Their emotions were complex, as their clan lords were killed. This sort of disgrace made them indignant yet fearful as they clenched their fists. My father cannot die like this for nothing. I need an explanation. One of the majestic youths of the Golden Wolf tribe roared. His eyes were like a wolf's, flashing with violent radiance. Little clan lord, calm down. We have no way of resisting against this demonic willow. No matter how many people we send, it will all be for naught. Even the clan lord has perished. Wolf-Tooth Dagger fell here, but the demonic willow did not pursue and attack here. I speculate it could only stretch out over 1 li, and not any further, said the youth in a cold voice. His eyes swiveled and he prepared to dispatch his army. After saying this, everyone became startled. Bang! At this moment, Lei Ho, who was hung on the willow tree, finally exhausted all of his divine essence. He had difficulty activating his thunder again, and his entire body dried up before falling to the ground like a broken teapot, cracking into pieces. Within the Lightning Clan, many people were letting out long cries. They were angry and mournful. The eyes of Lei Ho's heir were completely red. He wanted to start a huge battle with everything on the line. Our great floating pool would not back off easily as well. Since it can't attack here easily, let's cook Stone Village from afar and start a massacre, shouted a few people from the Jiao clan. Their clan lord died here, so their animosity was too great to hold back. Only Purple Mountain clan did not show any expression, because Zishan Ho had fled. Back off. Let's try an attack. Great Floating Pool, Golden Wolf Tribe, and Lightning Clan all backed over 5 li. They left some people at the original location. They armed their huge bows and shot out one arrow after another towards Stone Village. These archers' arm strengths were incredibly strong. Accurately and steadily, they concentrated all of their firepower on Stone Village. Sure enough, their distance was far enough. The willow branch did not start any of its attacks. Only a layer of light shrouded the entire village, breaking all the arrows on impact and preventing them from entering. A huge fire ignited outside the village, however. The raging flames were unable to extend into the village. It's useless. Everyone sighed and at the same time were afraid. Siege here, the villagers here cannot leave. If they can't hunt, sooner or later they will starve. Golden Wolf Tribe's little clan lord fiercely shouted. Little clan lord, let's just back off. Otherwise, a clan extermination calamity will occur, some people urged. In actuality, all the experts of the 4 huge clans still had some lingering fears. The vast majority of them wanted to escape right away, and did not want it to stay here for another second. However, the clan lord's heirs and the other authoritative personnel only had blood within their eyes, losing all reason. They wanted to take revenge no matter what. Our great floating pool will never cower. We will certainly avenge our brethren. Siege this place and starve those people to death, roared the clan lord's younger brother. Jiao clan's people had a huge fear within their hearts. Some unwilling people were opposed to this. You know that death is certain, so why fight? We can't do this. That's your brother, so you take revenge. We don't want to give up our lives for nothing. What did you say? Our clan lord just died and you guys don't want to take revenge and instead want to run away. Are you still men of the Great Floating Pool? Suddenly, the Great Floating Pool almost rebelled and started a revolution. The same thing was happening within the Lightning Clan and the Golden Wolf Tribe. No one wished to throw away their lives, and they all wanted to get as far away from that demonic willow tree as they could. In the end, some people ran away while others obediently surrounded Stone Village, preparing to sever them from any food source. Oh, that Golden Wolf god rushed back and directly returned in front of the Golden Wolf Tribe's little clan lord. He sent him flying with a slap, and afterwards, it put the precious artifact wolf-tooth dagger into his mouth before turning around and fleeing. It became a streak of golden light beam, and it disappeared within the blink of an eye. Everyone was dumbstruck and cried out in fear again. Little clan lord, let's back off. This is a bad omen. Our guardian spirit abandoned us and took away our tribe's ancestral artifact. A clan elder shouted in dismay. Not only their clan, but even the great floating pool and the people of Lightning Clan were frightened, and all of them wanted to leave. As far as Purple Mountain Clan was concerned, they left a long time ago. Not a single one of them stopped, and it was obvious that Zishan Ho gave the orders to back away and discontinue the struggles. Shoo! Suddenly, that willow branch moved again. This time rays of light flourished greatly and was far more dazzling than it had ever been before. In the blink of an eye, it shot out over 4 to 5 li. It fiercely waved and peeled off the mountains and cut off their peaks. Rumbling noises sounded all over and the forests were swept away. The Golden Wolf tribe's little clan head screamed loudly. Heads started flying and many of the people who remained to fight were chopped directly into 2 pieces. Carcasses dropped to the floor and blood splashed everywhere. Soon after, the Jiao clan of Great Floating Pool also became like this. Many of the people in power were killed as the willow branch swept through. Blood blossomed into the air as one head after another flew up. At death's door, these people's faces froze in horror as they felt endless remorse. It wasn't that the willow tree couldn't stretch to this place, but rather that it was merely ignoring them. Pooh! Pooh! After beheading the important characters, the willow tree did not massacre wantonly and only targeted their mounts. The willow branch successively penetrated one mount after another until it pierced the majority of them. Finally, over 100 mounts, including the scaled horses, unicorns, and moon rhinoceros, were all pierced by the willow branch and dragged back into Stone Village. This time, it did not absorb their divine essence, but rather threw them right onto the streets. Run! The experts of the 4 huge clans were appalled. They fled for their lives and did not dare to stay another second. Everyone within Stone Village became stupefied. The willow tree was too powerful. After a long while, Shirling, who turned around and begrudgingly said, "This is an unicorn, able to run 10,000 li a day. It's such a rare mount. There's still a couple of feathered tigers here and some other rarely seen beasts," a few village elders said in surprise. Everyone held the willow tree in an incomparable and heartfelt reverence. The willow tree protected their village. In everyone's mouths were the words "Willow Deity" as they piously prayed to it. Suddenly, a divine message rang out. "This is food. Prepare an adequate amount of it. A great calamity approaches." Who? Everyone was shocked. "It's the guardian spirit. The willow deity that defended us has spoken." The little guy stared with his eyes wide open. Bright rays of light flickered within his eyes as he stared at the scorched black willow tree in amazement. The willow tree had been broken for a long time, and what remained of it was a scorched black trunk with a diameter of roughly a dozen meters. It only had a single willow branch that was glistening and replete with moisture as it swayed freely in the wind. For over 10 years, it never said a single thing. Why did it decide to speak today? The little guy blinked his large eyes. He was extremely curious. "We pay respects to the willow deity." The villagers were all frightened, and their hearts were extremely reverent. The willow tree's actions greatly exceeded their imaginations. Everyone prostrated themselves in front of it as they prayed for Stone Village's continuous protection. A few older elders trembled as they led the prayers. With devout hearts, they spoke out sincerely to convey their respects. A mysterious power appeared, and it was extremely bizarre. It was similar to the power that the first natives received when they sacrificed to their gods as recorded in the ancient bone texts. Power rippled and began to spread outwards. The ancient cauldron that they inherited from their ancestors began to resonate. The sun, moon, mountains, rivers, as well as the first natives on the cauldron began to appear more distinct. A simple, ancient, and mysterious power circulated about as it filled the air. However, the willow tree stayed silent just like it had been for the past 10 years. It was almost as if it never even spoken at all. Listen and obey the warnings of the willow deity. Start storing up food. A village elder calmly gave out instructions. The village suddenly became busy and bustling. Over 100 mounts' corpses laid in the middle of the street like a mountain. There was enough food to last the villagers for quite a while. To prevent it from rotting, they had to find ways to preserve it. Today, the smell of meat wafted throughout the village. All the households were either nervously making jerky or smoking meat. Even the children helped. The willow tree spoke. This had never happened in the past 10 years. The villagers did not dare treat its words as a hollow threat. Their hearts were anything but calm as they earnestly prepared for an imminent disaster. Purple Mountain, Lightning Clan, Great Floating Pool, and the Golden Wolf tribe all mustered up huge forces. In the end, however, they all fled for their lives. They were put into an extremely difficult situation, and little lonely mountain town was in a state of chaos. All the humans and creatures within the 4 huge clans were dejected. They all became birds that were scared away by the twang of a bow. Dread lingered within their hearts, as they had truly lost all faith this time. They were resting and reorganizing within little lonely mountain town, none of them as valiant as they were before. No one dared to raise the subject of attacking Stone Village again, and many of them no longer dared to utter that name. Such a disgrace. The powerful for great clans that controlled so much land and commanded so much prestige in these lands weren't even able to strike down a little village. A few clan elders were angry beyond belief. After venting out their anger for a bit, many people shivered. The willow tree was too powerful, and it was impossible for them to defeat it. This time their losses were too great. They beat their chests and stamped their feet in regret. This type of huge event would naturally instill a great commotion and attract many misfortunes. The 4 clans decided to leave as soon as possible. For them, this was a demonic land stained with blood. A village was actually able to cause 3 lords from the great clans to die. This defeat was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the heart of the mountain range began to rile up as well. Strands of mist rose up into the air, and the mountain scenery began to distort as if it was put into a state of chaos. Suddenly, the cries of the beasts stopped, and a deathly silence loomed over. A huge silhouette emerged, curling around the dense mist. Its body wasn't visible, but its terrifying aura trembled the heavens and the earth. The ravines and mountains shook, and all the birds and beasts trembled on the floor as they paid their respects. It was holding up the heavens while standing on the earth. Its height was immeasurable. Its figure entered the clouds and only its huge eyes could be seen. They were shining with a ghastly green, as if they were 2 lakes floating in the sky. Their diameter was several li, and its murderous aura shocked the heavens. It was difficult to imagine exactly what kind of creature this was. The immensity of its body was unknown. If news of this spread into the outer world, the entire world would tremble. "This divine object is mine," it bellowed out with a deep voice that was as oppressive as a thunderclap. It shook the mountains so much that they practically collapsed. The birds and the beasts in the far distant mountains were all shuddering slightly. Dong! What he got in response was a huge iron rod, and it was so thick that it seemed like a pillar that supported the heavens. It swept past, bringing with it whistling violet winds. Mountain rocks flew about and a fog surged up. This attack looked like it could destroy the world and pierce the heavens. Oh! A demonic roar engulfed the 9 heavens. That huge silhouette stretched out its enormous earth-shattering claw. It was powerful enough to crush the mountain ridge, and cold light flickered about this incomparably sharp claw. Dang! The huge claw collided with that iron rod above the clouds, and it looked as if the sky itself was being torn apart. Clouds dispersed, and all kinds of multicolored light burst forth. This supreme precious technique erupted, drowning the heaven and earth. Shio, shio! In the sky, one strange bone after another fell down. Some had the scarlet color of a blood diamond, others were as pitch black as ink, and there were even many that were spotless and shiny. They were all mysterious precious bones that blossomed with a precious light. If the experts outside of the mountain range saw this, their eyes would all become red. These were all bones from the bodies of archaic descendants. There were over 10 pieces. How shocking of a treasure was this? These precious bones that had primitive symbols condensed on them flew down, scattering everywhere within this boundless mountain range and fixing themselves to the insides of the valleys. Astral winds from the upper heavens once again powerfully smashed down, yet it was still not enough to collapse the great mountain. That huge body surpassed the clouds, and it towered between heaven and earth. With two ghastly green eyes as large as lakes, it opened its ice-cold mouth and said, "Too soft-hearted. Hong." It spurted out terrifying rays of light that directly engulfed the heaven and earth. If the precious bones from earlier suppressed the boundless mountains, people would inevitably be put into grave danger. It shook the clouds in the sky loose and hacked forth with a resplendent divine light. This was its strongest precious technique. Dong! Once again, the only response it received was an iron rod. It split the bright precious technique open, and huge sound waves exploded through the air. Moreover, an extremely powerful primitive symbol appeared, and with a kong-chong sound, the rod emitted immeasurable amounts of dense light. With the addition of this light, the divine might of this rod rapidly increased. This was a fierce battle. Two unimaginable existences were laying down their primitive symbols within the mountain valleys as they fought a life-or-death battle. You and that little scarlet sparrow both suffered from the previous fight, so retreat is your only option. Its green eyes only held a terrifying, ghastly cold light, exposing its endless killing intent. The great battle continued. Hong! Suddenly, from the other side of the heart of the mountain range, a blazing light shot into the heavens. A little red bird appeared as it battled with another frightening creature in a world-shaking battle. "I never thought you'd still be alive in this world." Oh! Altogether, there were 4 supreme creatures whose terrifying might surpassed all imaginations as they battled. Even the demonic ape, flaming devil bull and other strong archaic descendants were trembling as they hid in the distance without a trace of movement. Within little lonely mountain town, the experts were shocked as even they heard the noises within the depths of the mountain range. They gazed in that direction and saw chaotic mist swirling about and over 10 pieces of beast bones suppressing the mountain range, but no one was able to see what exactly was happening. What happened? Could it be the mountain treasure actually appeared, and that they are currently fighting a final decisive battle over it? Just as they spoke, a divine light broke through the skies within the boundless mountain, and a chaotic mist surged violently. Even though over 10 precious bones suppressed the valleys, the mountain range still trembled violently. A peerless precious technique was activating, and the heavens and the earth quaked in fear. Everyone was scared and overwhelmed. At this moment, their souls began to throb as many of them kneeled onto the floor. Everyone's bodies shook and shivered. That was the most powerful pressure they've ever faced, and it made them involuntarily kowtow and worship. How frightening were these creatures? Everyone was cold from head to toe. A few people thought back to when they still had thoughts of searching for the mountain treasure. Those truly were thoughts belonging to those who were tired of living. It was fortunate that they backed off. Run. This was what everyone thought within their heart. In this desolate land, staying still for even a moment could increase the dangers by tenfold. If they messed up by even a small bit, they would cease to exist. Lightning Clan, Great Floating Pool, and Golden Wolf Tribe's mounts and men were trembling even more. A willow tree already made them feel such dread. Yet with these existences within the heart of the mountain, they felt that this place was not a place people could stay at. Their best choice of action was to turn back and escape as quickly as possible. The villagers of little lonely mountain town were frightened. Even the huge clans and their utmost experts were fleeing for their lives towards the open land, and none of them wanted to be near this place for a second longer. Hong! Suddenly, in the middle of the boundless mountain range, a world-shaking sound was produced. Rubble penetrated the sky as they bursted in mid-air. A chaotic mist began to spread, covering the entire mountain range. An immortal light rushed towards the heavens, and auspicious vapors surged up as they arrived in front of the open skies. It was like the birth of the most valuable treasure since the creation of the world. It floated and sank there, and it shook the entire desolate region. The mountain treasure has entered the world. At this moment, no one needed to say anything. Everyone knew that it was the divine object that emitted that light. With a rumbling sound, the far side of the mountain range began to boil, and the battle increased in ferocity. The four incomprehensibly powerful beings were fighting life and death for the mountain treasure that had just appeared. Oh! A sudden roar shocked the land. The loud roar could be heard even from the outermost regions of the boundless mountain range. The experts who were running away immediately began to feel weak, and many of them fell onto the ground. Their mounts stopped listening to orders a long time ago, and their bodies were weak as they laid on the ground. They were shivering non-stop, and they were so terrified that they didn't even dare lift their heads as they kowtowed towards the desolate lands. At the farthest ends of the mountain range, dreadful auras shocked the world as the four great creatures engaged in a fierce battle. Just like the birth of a new world, fire sometimes pierced into the heavens, black mists sometimes covered the sun, and sometimes an iron rod would fly across the vast sky. This was a world-shaking battle. If not for the 10 or so precious bones within the valley suppressing this vast mountain range, it would be hard to imagine the state these lands would be in right now. In this chaotic mist, a bird cry pierced the 9 heavens. The little fiery red sparrow fought angrily against its opponent in close quarters. It controlled scarlet flames that pierced the heavens to cook half of the sky in unbearable heat. Oh! A large roar shook the heaven and earth. Its opponent swallowed mountains and rivers, and it possessed majestic aura that overlooked the world. Multicolored light exploded into the heavens to suppress the blazing fire in the sky. If anyone was here, they would be left dumbstruck. The little red sparrow's opponent was a huge bird that sounded just like a beast. It swayed the mountains and rivers, and if not for the precious bones suppressing the mountains, everything would have been destroyed. Hung long, its huge wings covered the sky, and like a black cloud, it concealed the heavens. It unexpectedly dimmed the scarlet fire by a great amount, and a pair of huge talons probed downwards in an attempt to grab the little red sparrow. That vicious bird was too big, and it filled the entire sky. The pair of feathered wings lying across the sky covered 100,000 mountains. Its strength was tremendous, and it made the human souls shiver with fear. Joe! With a shrill chirp, the fiery red sparrow flew up. Although its size wasn't great, its power was incomparable. After it collided against the huge talons, sparks flew in every direction. The two exchanged blows with all their might. The huge bird shrouded the skies and covered the earth. Its entire body was surrounded by black fog, so it was difficult to see its body. From the distance, only its huge bloody red eyes that looked like 2 bloody moons were visible in the sky. Hong! That huge vicious bird was simply too large. As its 2 wings flapped, it seemed as if the skies could no longer contain it. Its attack power was unmatched, and it shook the heavens with each movement. The little red bird was struggling from its injuries. It had already fought day and night against that iron rod creature, and both sides suffered as a result of that fight. Show, multicolored scarlet rays broke through the skies. Dense symbols interweaved as they flickered all over the little red sparrow's body. It opened its sparkling red diamond-like beak and spouted out streaks of blazing light. This was an incomparably powerful precious technique. Divine light transformed into sharp scarlet immortal swords that brought out heavenly flaming light as it chopped towards the huge bird. Oh! That huge black mist-covered vicious bird let out a wild roar. It sensed a great danger approaching, and therefore unraveled its wings before entering the blue skies. At the exact same time, a black mist began to boil. After entering the boundless blue skies, all of its iron feathers spread open. Symbols flickered and covered the entire heaven and earth. It rained down endless black light onto the ground. Chong! Chong! Divine rays of light exploded out of the sky. Black and scarlet divine swords collided with each other like comets, and clanking noises resonated outwards, shocking the desolate lands. Oh! On the other side, strong winds whistled through the air and broke through the 9 heavens. That huge iron rod held by the large hairy hand swept through the sky and earth as its fierce battle with the indomitable creature reached its climax. Each time the two collided, the skies would be torn open, and their chaotic auras would spread out. Multicolored light was released in all four directions, and sharp vapors cut through the air. The artifact that appeared bobbed up and down in the air. However, the four great creatures did not take control of it right away and instead focused on taking care of their opponents. With these four creatures here, no other lifeforms dared to approach. Even archaic descendants like the demonic ape and the flaming devil bull could only shiver with coldness. They hid far away and feared getting any closer. The intensity of the great battle gradually increased. The four unimaginably powerful existences were risking life and limb as they fought. A terrifying atmosphere rushed out into the desolate lands, frightening the spectators until their souls trembled. Wang! The heaven and earth shook dramatically. A huge, dreadful claw that covered the skies struck towards the little red sparrow. Divine light surged like raging waves beating against the shore. This was a surprise attack. That towering creature with ghostly green eyes suddenly unleashed an attack, ignoring its iron rod opponent, and aimed towards the little red sparrow. The fiery red sparrow was angered. Both its wings spread out violently and a scarlet hurricane that was able to rip apart the heaven and earth surged forth. Terrifying flames filled its interior as it swept towards that huge claw. At the same time, that huge bird on the other side swooped down right away in a criss-cross path towards the iron rod. The creature amidst the chaotic mist cut horizontally across the sky. It appeared more majestic than the black clouds and emitted black fog that reached the heavens. Its pair of blood moon-like eyes shot out two bloody spears as thick as the loftiest mountains and flew forward. Hong long! The heaven and earth shook and violently swayed. The four great lifeforms switched opponents in the blink of an eye. They used everything they had to kill each other in this life and death battle. The mountain range was endless and majestic. There were tens of thousands of lofty peaks situated side by side. One patch after another of flourishing symbols flickered. Some symbols were scarlet red like blood, some were pitch black like ink, and some were as pure white as crystals. However, they all blossomed between the heavens and the earth, and these symbols represented the archaic descendants' precious bones, suppressing the entire mountain range. Otherwise, during this fierce battle, even if they did not bring the entire sky down, a difficult-to-deal-with disaster would be imminent. On the far reaches of the mountain range's border, those experts endured this soul-crushing fear. They staggered as they fled for their lives. This area was too frightening, and it was difficult to imagine just what kind of creature those were. Even the light they emitted made their knees weak, and their hearts were in a constant state of fear. At this very moment, they wished that they could escape into another country and avoid this calamity. In Stone Village, the towering willow stood there with its single swaying branch. Although the villagers were palpitating, they weren't like those experts from the outside world whose souls were trembling. Evidently, they were receiving some protection. A large battle is occurring in the middle of the mountains. We truly have no way of knowing just what kind of divine creatures are causing such an intense battle. I've always felt that there was a mysterious power locking the mountain valleys in place. Otherwise, everything within a range of 50,000 li might have encountered disaster a long time ago. Shi Feijiao and Shi Linghu were muttering. The two became anxious and frightened at the thought of how long this terrifying battle would continue for. Suddenly, a loud bird cry echoed through the sky, and a large vicious bird covered in dense green scales appeared, and its silver-polished wings were dyed in different hues. Yeah, its ant-green scaled eagle, its appearance changed. Its green wings became silver wings. The little gazed into the sky in surprise. Juju, Depeng, Shaoqing, Ziyun were all very excited. They flapped their wings and rushed toward the village entrance towards the cry in the sky. The green-scaled eagle transformed. Silver light flickered along its metallic pair of wings as a holy aura flowed along it. It devoured the meat of a swan and eye and underwent this transformation. One could clearly feel that its aura became even more fearsome, and its power greatly exceeded before to a whole level. Hoo! A violent gale whistled past and the green-scaled eagle descended. It withdrew its pair of huge wings and those three hatchlings pounced towards it immediately before continuously rubbing their heads against its body. Right now, this vicious bird was very uneasy. It escaped from the mountain ranges because the battle within the heart of the mountains was too terrifying. Even though it sealed itself away, its soul was still trembling. Anti-Green, don't go out again. Stay in this village for a while. The little guy walked forward. The villagers all came up as well. They were quite familiar with this archaic devil bird's descendant now, and as they all experienced trials of life and death together, they did not want it to leave any more. The green-scaled eagle nodded, since its original intention was to avoid disaster. The desperate battle continued. Within the heart of the mountains, if it wasn't a tsunami like beast cry that engulfed the 9 heavens and trembled everything between heaven and earth, then it was an astonishing bird cry that sounded like the soul-crushing voice of a deity. This battle unexpectedly went on for several days with no sign of stopping. All the clans finally escaped back from whence they came, but their hearts were still beating incessantly. Even though a distance of over 10,000 li separated them, a dark mood loomed over them as they all felt as if an ominous event was about to occur. 3 of their clan heads had perished, and they were all defeated by a single village. This news naturally shocked all the large clans. Moreover, the mountain treasure finally appeared, and it was unimaginably powerful. Supreme existences were fighting over it, and their battle was even more soul-shaking. Point 1. The land is going to go nuts. There's no way to know what's going to happen. A few tribe elders muttered. Hopefully the confusion would stop soon. Many people were praying. In the far reaches of the boundless mountain range, a pure white divine object was being battered between these 4 supreme lifeforms. Their fierce fight never stopped as they sometimes reached out to try and grab the divine object. Hong! Chaotic mist surged up, and that pure white divine object was knocked away, flying into a distant location. It unexpectedly pierced the dense mountain valleys covered with symbols, and those 10 or so precious bones were unable to lock this place down anymore. Hong! A huge beast's foot treaded outwards. It stood in place with mist curled up all around it, and his ghostly eyes swept in all 4 directions as it said, "This divine object is of utmost importance. The fewer the amount of people who know about it, the better. Then kill them all, starting with all the humans. Wipe all these loose-lipped humans and creatures clean," retorted the vicious bird. It also rushed out while covered in a chaotic aura. Its omnipresent wings flapped and covered the entire mountain range below. Its size was unrivaled, and with a pair of eyes like blood moons, its vicious might astonished even the heavens. Dong! An iron rod as large as a mountain ridge stabbed outwards. It was majestically held within a huge hairy hand. This creature was also shrouded within a mist. Each swing of its iron rod contained an unrivaled divine might. A little red sparrow followed, and a blazing light covered the entire sky. For creatures with unimaginable divine might fought and roared as they shook the entire area. The ancient precious bones were struggling to restrict the area. Every soul listened to my commands. Flatten the entire area. In the middle of the mist, a pair of ghastly green eyes increased its ice-cold intensity as the frightening, towering creature ordered. Go! Sweep everything in your path flat. That vicious bird no longer produced a beastly cry and started using human speech. Its voice rumbled as it ordered, and those blood moon eyes were incredibly cold and terrifying. Chaotic air filled the area as that pure white divine object bobbed up and down. It was on the verge of falling into the hands of that creature with the iron rod, and the other 3 terrifying existences all cried out as they charged and chased after it. Within these vast and desolate lands, total disorder erupted between the lofty mountains and vegetation. Ancient beasts roared, and fierce birds struck the skies. This entire area was in complete chaos. Moo! A bull roared, and its voice echoed over a distance of 100 li. Flames rushed into the heavens, and a crimson red blood bull with a height of over 10 meters and a length of roughly 30 meters hacked open an enormous mountain. Wrapped in flaming light, it created a trail of magma as it charged outwards. This was the same flaming devil bull that fought with the golden swan and I and had its scarlet red horn torn off as a result. It had lived for so long within this desolate land that even the elders of Stone Village heard stories about it growing up. Its 4 hooves were engulfed in flames, and its entire body was bathed in a blazing light. With its silky red fur flickering in scarlet light, it quickly rushed into the distance. Behind it was an inexhaustible amount of densely packed vicious beasts. They followed it outside the boundless mountain ranges, and killed everything outside while avoiding the magma and flames. Ah, no! A village with a population of several hundred was in complete dismay. With so many vicious beasts charging forth with a flaming devil bull in the lead who was vastly superior to their own guardian spirit, what could they possibly do? This village's guardian spirit found something was off and immediately decided to give up on the village. It didn't dare to resist and immediately escape. In the end, it even assimilated into the beast flood and became one of its members. This was an utter calamity. The flaming devil bull charged right past it, and let alone their guardian spirit, even the guardian spirits of larger tribes were no match for it. There was simply no way for them to possibly resist its power. Their stone houses, altars and other things were thrown in the air by its big scarlet horn as it ruthlessly knocked away everything in its path. Smoke and dust filled the air as it headed to an even more remote region. Behind it, beasts as far as the eyes could see bore their fangs and sharpened their claws as they pounced right through. These village defended to their last breaths. However, due to the scale of this beast flood, they were insignificant. Poo-pew sounds rang out non-stop. Those big sharp claw and snow-white fangs took one life after another. This was an absolute calamity. A village was wiped out by the beast flood in the blink of an eye, and not a single survivor remained. The same scenario occurred in many other regions as well. In a brief moment, 7 to 8 villages in the outer regions of the boundless mountain range were instantly leveled, and only large pools of blood remained. In the far reaches of the mountain range, those two frightening existences gave the order and none of the beasts or birds dared to disobey. They charged out from the desolate lands and shed bloodbath to the entire area. In reality, a portion of these vicious birds and fierce beasts had been hindered. The little scarlet sparrow and that creature armed with the iron rod forced them to stop. Otherwise, there'd been even more casualties. Within little lonely mountain town, a lion with glossy fur and an entire body doused in multicolored golden light rushed in. It unexpectedly stood on its hind legs and was over 20 meters tall. Between its brows was a large horn that flashed with rays of electricity. With a pair of blood-red eyes, it rushed into the town. Heavens! That old golden lion actually came. The townsfolk began to dread. This was an ancient beast, and many old men heard legends of it in this desolate land, but they never would have thought that it would actually come here. Quickly run! No one could defend against this extremely terrifying descendant. With a single wave of its palm after entering the town, over 7 to 8 people were smashed rotten into badly mangled pieces of flesh. A claw followed and several stone houses collapsed and over 10 people were crushed to death by the huge rocks. Chaos brewed in little lonely mountain town as people fled in all directions. However, they soon discovered that the little town was surrounded in every direction by vicious beasts. They had nowhere left to run to after their town was submerged in the beast flood. "Why must the heavens punish us like so?" bellowed the elders towards the skies in rage. "Father, save me!" Children wept in terror. Little lonely mountain town sank into a state of panic. Doomsday approached, and many people wanted to flee for their lives. However, they soon discovered that there was nowhere to go, and so they angrily gave up all hope. "Old golden-furred lion, fight to the death with me!" The strongest middle-aged man in the town who held a broadsword measuring half a person's body in length charged towards the shining beast. Pooh! Unfortunately, he was far from being this descendant's opponent. With just a single claw, it cut both him and his sword in half, and his blood gushed high into the air. Dong! In the center of the town, that short rock mountain shook intensely. A huge glistening rock rushed out from within. Covered in dense symbols, it rapidly collided with everything in its path. Dang! The golden-furred lion waved its large claw and smashed the ground. Suddenly, sparks flew in every direction and huge boulders tumbled out. Oh! The beast flood drowned little lonely mountain town and a group of beasts ripped at the huge rock covered in symbols. With kung-chong sounds, fragments of rock flew off. The huge rock shone with light, and a boundless strength jolted out. It continuously smashed about, and with pew-pew sounds, it instantly turned the groups of beasts into meat paste and fresh blood. The golden-furred lion released a huge roar that shook the entire town. The horn on top of its head released a bright light. A streak of lightning struck forth towards that huge rock. With a kacha sound, a few streaks of cracks appeared on its body. Being this savage and massacring the entire land, are you not afraid of punishment? I am the descendant of the mountain deity. The huge rock shone, and divine power spread out. Say these things to those existences within the mountain. The golden-furred lion also released its divine powers. It opened its big bloody mouth and spouted out even more dazzling electricity before throwing itself towards the huge rock. Kacha! Although little lonely mountain town's guardian spirit resisted intensely as its symbols interweaved, it was still smashed to pieces by that golden-furred lion. Glittering blood splashed outwards as the vicious beast swallowed it whole. A brief moment later, little lonely mountain town fell into ruin, and the area was filled with bloodstains and broken rubble. Everyone died and was eaten by the fierce beasts without even a trace of a bone remaining. There were vicious beasts as far as the eyes could see. Doomsday struck the outer regions of the desolate lands. Under the guidance of a few powerful descendants, the beast flood massacred everywhere as they rushed toward the ends of the earth. In Stone Village, the willow tree was soundless. That tender branch shrouded the entire village in halos of gentle light. Even though the beast flood surged outwards, they stayed far away from this place. Perhaps this was the only place that narrowly avoided the calamity. Humanity is in a terrible situation. I can only imagine how many people passed away in this disaster. I fear that the nearby villages are no longer in existence. A few elders were sighing, and sorrow hung from their faces. Struggling in this desolate land together, they sympathized with everyone in this coming disaster. They couldn't possibly have imagined that this disaster was actually several times more severe than they had thought. The chaos was no longer restricted to the area surrounding the mountain ranges, and also radiated out into the boundless earth. This day, the fresh blood of many tribes spilt over the earth. Vicious birds and fierce beasts ran amok as they engulfed the region in disaster. In the vast mountain range, chaotic auras filled the air. Divine light rushed forth from time to time as the four supreme and powerful existences engaged in a fierce battle over the divine object. Divine fire burned half the sky and the huge bird swept the 9 heavens. The fierce beast ripped apart the sky and the iron rod pierced into the heavens. The huge battle became increasingly intense. The owner of the pure white divine object was constantly changing. The 4 creatures all had their hands on it at least once, but none of them could truly possess it as this intense battle continued. The 10 or so primitive precious bones of the archaic descendants could no longer protect this mountain range together. The decisive battle of these 4 utmost powerful creatures caused Rubbed to fly into the sky, collapsing one mountain after another into ruins. They constantly moved towards the distance as they battled. Their battles spread into the vast lands, but their power wasn't something that several thousand li of the boundless mountain range could handle. In Stone Village, the scorched black willow tree suddenly shook. The tender branch shone magnificently, causing people's heart to shake. Gorgeous, multicolored rays of light spread outwards, covering the entire village. Yeah, what happened? The little guy who was playing with the 3 hatchlings beneath the tree lifted up his head and exposed a shocked expression. Everyone inside the village trembled as if they were confronting a deity. The medical cauldron they inherited from their ancestors began to shine and resonate as the pictures of the first natives above the cauldron became more distinct. Wang! The green light of the willow tree broke into the heavens and the divine chains orderly interweaved, making people unable to open their eyes. Afterwards, it enveloped the village and suddenly disappeared from the world. Nothing else remained in this place. Its entire body was scorched black and it suffered from devastating damages. When disaster approached, it could only protect itself and could not fight against those terrifying creatures. In the far reaches of the endless mountains, a pair of ghastly green eyes within a thick mist gazed towards here. It was extremely sensitive and had a feeling as it muttered it escaped. With this speed, who knows how many days it'll take to massacre this entire place, too slow. The vicious black bird that looked like black clouds streaked across the sky, and its blood moon eyes emitted a ruthless strength that overflowed the heavens. I loathe the humans. Their reproduction rate is astonishing. Let's do it ourselves and finish this job faster, roared the vicious beast. Its dark green eyes were filled with killing intent. It shot out two thick streaks of light as it struck towards where Stone Village was originally. Hong! The mountain range collapsed, the earth split, and smoke rushed into the heavens. A deep crater appeared where Stone Village was originally. It became a huge, deep and bottomless pitch-black dark hole. There was a deity who perished here, no wonder it took root here. What a pity that I let it get away. The creature with flashing dark green eyes roared as its killing intent reached the heavens. The pure white divine object bobbed up and down as light flowed out from it. The four great creatures continued to battle with their precious techniques. The entire endless mountain range was destroyed as there were broken mountains everywhere. Their battle extended outwards several thousand li into the vast earth. Your murderous nature is so heavy. Are you not afraid that someday that you'll receive retribution? Who can stop me? The creature with the pair of terrifying dark green eyes roared. After it roared, all the black clouds within the sky dispersed. That vicious bird was even more straightforward. Shaking both its wings, it covered the sky. Black fog sealed the heavens, and its entire body was even larger than the black cloud. This time, it grabbed the pure white divine object with its claws and flew outwards several tens of thousands li. The other three creatures naturally pursued closely behind and activated their most powerful attacks. I loathe the humans. I'll massacre them for you guys to see. That vicious bird released a long cry. It flapped both its wings and swept across the endless earth in an instant, and the mountains behind it disappeared in an instant very quickly. It reached the aristocratic land of the Lightning Clan whose population reached 10 million. It threw down the divine object and directly massacred this entire region. Oh, it was clearly a vicious bird, but it let of the cry of a beast. It opened its beak and a terrifying stream of black light shot out, covering the entire population of 10 million within this aristocratic land. The Lightning Clan was vast, and one huge city was laid after the other. Its population was numerous and they were very prosperous. However, today, they experienced a genocide of its people. Like an avalanche flowing backwards and the vast ocean striking the sky, after this aristocratic land was enveloped in this black light, the entire population rushed into sky towards the huge open beak. This was a dreadful scenery. It was impossible to prevent, as after these 10 million people were enveloped by this black light, their lives were already forfeited. If they struggled even the slightest within this black light, they would exploded into blood. Heaven-devouring sparrow. It's a mythical heaven-devouring sparrow. Heavens! How did my clan mess up to provoke this legendary devil bird into punishing us? Cries echoed throughout the Lightning Clan. Everyone was stunned because they simply had no way of resisting. Resistance was futile because there was no one to save them. The black light was omnipresent as it shrouded the entire region. The only thing they could see were people being swallowed into the bird beak. This was a hideous scenery. A huge vicious sparrow with a pair of eyes like bloody moons was curled up in black fog. It covered the entire sky, and as it opened its huge mouth, over 10 million people were swallowed within. Pooh! Pooh! After these people entered its mouth, they all exploded into blood as they entered its stomach. So much blood essence. I can be a little satisfied with this. With a huge nourishment of blood essence, this heaven-devouring sparrow seemed revitalized as its weary expression disappeared. An iron rod swept past, smashing the heavens, and headed towards the skull of the devil bird, whose size was even greater than an ancient mountain, with the intent of splitting it open. Unfortunately, this vicious bird was too powerful. With a flap of its wings, it ripped the sky apart and ran far away in the blink of an eye. Although its body was incredibly large, it was extremely nimble and possessed lightning-like speed. Why are you so savage? Aren't you afraid of heavenly consequences? A sound transmitted out from within the mist as the iron rod swept across again. Why does the heavens matter? God can't do anything to me. The huge body of the vicious bird filled the entire sky. It fiercely flapped its wings with the desire of shaking the world into pieces. A violent gale erupted, shrouding the entire world in darkness. This huge vicious bird was using its unrivaled demonic precious technique. Ghastly sounds echoed through the air as if it originated from the nine hells. Thick black feathers filled with innumerably dense, terrifying symbols shot out and whistled through the air. And as if they wanted to destroy the world, they charged towards the creature holding the iron rod. Another intense battle began. That iron rod pierced the heaven and earth, striking against the infinite numbers of black feathers. The brilliance of its precious technique blossomed. It flipped the world upside down, making it unstable and illusory. Chi! The black light flourished as the entire sky was filled with dense black feathers. Suddenly, they all transformed into a black furnace that was larger than thousands of mountains combined. Its aura was intimidating yet majestic as it stood between the heavens and the earth. This was a great heavenly earth furnace. The heaven-devouring sparrow's demonic feathers weaved, and the symbols condensed into a terrifying demonic furnace. A light wang sounded and it started absorbing that creature holding the iron rod. Wang! That huge creature exhaled hot air like a bull as it brandished its iron rod, and a vertical eye appeared in between its brows at the same time. Golden light flourished, and symbols filled the sky as it transformed into an immortal sword before chopping towards the furnace. This was a battle of life and death, and they finally began to use their true strength. On the other side, the scarlet sparrow was engaged in a fierce fight with that huge vicious beast with everything on the line. Flames collided against that huge claw, and the clanking sounds of the battle resonated with the heavens and the earth. They fought this great battle along the way, covering the skies and passing over the endless mountain range. Their battlefield gradually became larger and larger. On the great lands, a huge calamity befell the prosperous Lightning Clan, and they became a thing of the past. Huge cities were deserted as the tens of millions of people were swallowed by that heaven-devouring sparrow. The four great creatures went further and further. Wherever they brushed past, cities and walls collapsed instantly into rubble. They once controlled a great deal of territory, yet the most rich and powerful Lightning Clan was now history, and no longer ceased to exist. Within a circumference of 100,000 li, not another life form would exist again. Only dyed in blood could the mountains and rivers be considered beautiful. That vicious beast shrouded in the dense mist stood between the sky and the heaven and earth. Its ghostly green eyes reflected its terrifying killing intent. It had commanded over 10,000 beasts, but now it also began to act by itself. It broke away from the little red sparrow and rushed into the distance towards the end of the horizon. Heavens! What kind of divine object is this? Within the territory of another aristocratic land, the entire Purple Mountain clan were shocked. They were looking at that boundless mist, and as those lake-sized green pupils closed in, they were oppressed to the point of suffocation. Shoo! A little red sparrow chased from behind with its mouth wide open. It spouted out multicolored light that formed into a divine heavenly fire. From within the fire emerged an immortal scarlet sword, which hacked towards that vicious beast. Unfortunately, it couldn't prevent it in time. This indomitable creature's body was in the clouds as it opened up its huge mouth. It swallowed the entire region as if it was an ocean of blood. Heavens! No! What kind of vicious beast is this? How can it be so strong? The Purple Mountain clan was horrified. The entire capital city, along with its black mountain ridge-like walls, were ripped off of the ground. Many structures, including the palace, cracked apart, and the entire population of the clan entered within that huge bloody mouth. The little red sparrow wanted to prevent this from happening, but the humans were just too weak. Just a tiny bit of force would cause their human bodies to burst and transform into a bloody mist. This was due to the fact that everyone was within the range of this vicious beast's precious technique. A demonic light rushed into the far ends of the open earth as it engulfed every living being in its path. The tens of millions of people within the Purple Mountain clan all flooded into the creature's bloody mouth and swallowed into its stomach. Even that powerful guardian spirit lacked the strength to retaliate. It exploded into bloody mist in the air as it floated into that huge beast's mouth. A genuine disaster for mankind. Purple Mountain clan was exterminated. Apart from Zishanho, who was in an unknown land, not a single person survived. The little red sparrow was angry. It tried to do its best to prevent harm to these innocent people. However, this vicious and violent creature was not so scrupulous. It swallowed over 10 million people whole. A wind blew past, and an air of chaos permeated into every direction. Every city in this place collapsed into rubble. Within a circumference of 100,000 li, whether it's humans or other creatures, as long as they formed a tribe or clan, not a single one will remain. I'll purge them all. The four utmost powerful creatures were struggling for supremacy. Two of them were crazy, ordering the beasts to flatten the earth and turning the territories into dust. Over 10 archaic descendants lead the way as they ran amok in this land. They attacked the shelters of one tribe after another and eliminated them all, turning this entire place into a river of blood. Oh! A thunderous roar echoed from within this ancient tribe. A single-armed demonic ape with tyrannical eyes and a body enshrouded in black mist appeared, and it was as if a demonic spirit came from the underworld. Both of its wings flapped, and like a streak of black lightning, it cut across the horizon as it dove downwards. Heavens! Archaic descendants are invading. This tribe wasn't considered small, and their population reached 200,000 to 300,000. There wasn't a lack of experts among them. A few experts who studied the strength of the bone texts rushed out to help. However, before they even barely met face to face, their heads were instantly smashed open by the demonic ape. It suddenly inhaled with its mouth, and their brains were cleanly sucked into its mouth. There was no way of stopping such a powerful archaic descendant. Not even 200,000 to 300,000 people combined was enough to be its opponent. It wasn't something numbers could make up for. This tribe's guardian spirit, a silver crocodile, appeared. But after only a few exchanges, it was ripped apart by this single-armed demonic ape into two pieces. Silver blood bubbled outwards as it met a violent death. Not far away, a beast flood appeared and rapidly drowned this entire region. A 200,000 to 300,000 population tribe became a thing of the past. The ground was stained with blood as everyone became buried inside the stomachs of these beasts. The beast flood became larger and larger because as they rushed into the ends of the earth, more and more vicious birds and fierce beasts joined in. This was a magnificent sight that caused everyone to feel numb. Vicious birds and fierce beasts rebelled as they obeyed these new orders, massacring in every direction. Let's dye this entire earth in scarlet blood. I'll bring the most excellent one among you onto my divine mountain and allow you to cultivate there, roared one of the supreme creatures. With this said, there wasn't a single beast among the flood who wasn't excited. If they were allowed to follow alongside this kind of existence and cultivate where it lived, they would eventually obtain great benefits. This earth was completely filled with violent actions. The sound of roars boiled and beasts surged out like a flood as they slaughtered everything along their path. A long bird cry sounded, and a huge vicious bird flapped its wings before disappearing into the clouds. The vicious bird brought with it a densely packed group of vicious birds, and they rushed a tribe with a population of over 100,000. Release the arrows, the tribe leader shouted, and all the warriors arced their bows toward the sky. Iron arrows ascended into skies and shot down many vicious birds. However, most of them were unaffected because the bird in charge was a terrifying archaic descent. It opened its mouth and symbols began to interweave into a splendid flame that covered the earth. Blood-curdling screeches occurred again and again within the tribe. Entire groups of people were buried within the sea of fire. Unable to resist the flames, they were cooked into ashes. 2 hours later, a tribe with a population of 100,000 turned into dust. Vicious birds flew over the sky and scattered broken pieces of feather on top of these ruins, indicating their pain and death. Why are the heavens punishing my tribe? Some people were shouting loudly as during this day, many tribes were attacked without any chance to resist. Once their guardian spirit was killed and their strongest experts perish in battle, their entire tribe was inevitably going to perish as well. Mankind already has enough difficulty surviving. We struggle day after day in this desolate land. Why would such an extreme disaster fall upon us? Ordinarily, fierce beasts walked all over the great earth, and vicious birds streaked across the sky. This was what humanity faced against in order to survive. They needed to struggle, they needed to fight, and there were no other ways to survive. Now, even if they struggled and fought for their lives, their tribes were still doomed to be extinguished. This was an apocalypse engulfing the great earth. Under the guidance of that heaven-devouring sparrow and that indomitable vicious beast, the rivers and mountains were dyed red as entire tribes were wiped out. Destruction was eternally easier than creation. Even though the little red sparrow and that creature with the iron rod was considerate enough to prevent some of this disaster, their results weren't good. If they got a bit careless while fiercely battling against the heaven-devouring sparrow and the vicious beast, mountains would collapse and cause an even greater disaster. The mountains and rivers were scarlet red as blood flowed through them. The Golden Wolf tribe and Great Floating Pool eventually met their destruction as well. Their entire clans were left without a single survivor. As of now, the 4 strongest clans in this huge region were already completely extinguished, and their resting places became bloody ruins. Many other tribes followed in their footsteps and weren't able to avert the disaster, eventually resulting in the same fate. On this day, the heavens and the earth were sobbing as countless humans died under the vicious birds and fierce beasts' sharp claws and snow-white teeth. Apart from the humans, the winged races, tree races, as well as several other large groups also suffered from the terrifying attacks. They were wiped completely clean from this land. All the large tribes were exterminated, and the calamity rippled to an even greater distance. It was precisely as the heaven-devouring sparrow and that other utmost powerful creature said. Everything would be extinguished within a range of 100,000 li. The mountain valleys would be dyed with blood, and people cried during this doomsday. The once prosperous cities turned into ruins. Vast lands suitable for living turned lifeless as bones covered the land and blood flowed through them. No one could have avoided the current disaster because this great calamity affected the heavens and the earth. The people wailed in anguish as blood and disaster spread across the entire world. Hong! The life and death battle of the 4 utmost powerful creatures concluded after several days. Then, a curtain of silence draped over the heaven and earth. Gazing from afar, if the lofty mountain weren't collapsed, they were broke. The great land was split apart, and life could no longer be supported. The blood-stained area became a graveyard. This was the current situation, and the environment was vile and nasty. Beasts flooded the land, birds covered the sky, and poisonous bugs hid within the forests. For the sake of survival, they had to continuously resist and struggle. Today's terrible tragedy played out in every region. As the silver moon rose into the night sky, the mountains were quiet as a deathly air loomed over them. The night wind whistled mournfully across the great earth. This was a strange space glittering with hazy white light, and it was similar to the marble white color of the dawn sky that the common people would see from the east. Waves of mist curled and lingered around this area. What kind of place was this? No one from Stone Village knew as they all stared blankly. How could they have suddenly left those desolate lands and from that mountain range? The little guy looked left and right within the hazy mists, and what seemed like a chaotic world loomed outside of Stone Village. There was a desolate yet ancient aura colliding against him as he walked forward. It was quite easy for a person to get lost. The thick willow tree was ingrained at the entrance of the village. The scorched black bark of the old willow was split open, and its single branch no longer seemed tender and alluring. It only emitted a dim light. What the villagers saw in front of them made them frightened. A beast flood ran through the endless mountain ranges, and they suddenly detached themselves from the mountain grounds. Where did they end up? Everyone stood in front of the willow tree and piously prayed. Willow deity used its supreme technique to help us avoid disaster, Chief Shi Yunfeng said. With such major events unfolding, He was naturally alarmed and came out in advance. Where they were wasn't important. The most important thing was that they were all alive. Don't get flustered. We prepared enough jerky, nuts, grain, and enough dried vegetables to last several months. A village elder said, "That's right. As long as we wait patiently under the protection of the willow deity, we won't face any problems." Shi Linghu added. After several authoritative members of the village spoke, everyone began to calm down and no longer worried. Everyone started to handle their own affairs, such as grinding dried vegetables and taking the dried jerky off of the rooftops. In a flash, 2 months passed by and the little guy became 4 years old. His soft hair reached his shoulders and his divine black jewel-like eyes shone even brighter and lovelier. Although he looked like a little white baby, he had extraordinary strength. He became the #1 expert of Stone Village, and he was able to leap 30 to 40 meters away instantly. "Little guy, why are you lost in thought again? Were you drinking milk again? Quick, come here. There's a bowl here." He held both his knees as he sat below the willow tree. The little guy who was in a daze heard what was said and quickly stood up. His large eyes swiveled as he shouted, "Where? Where? Haha. You actually were thinking about milk. We can't leave right now, so without the taste of milk in your mouth, you're being smothered now, right?" A group of larger kids all started laughing. The little guy was greatly embarrassed as he explained, "What? I'm just asking around a bit." The group of kids broke out into a huge laughter. The nasally kid had a rotten idea and whispered, "A little child was just born into Uncle Linghu's family. Little guy, if you truly want it, go away." The little guy hastily stopped him in the middle of his sentence as he stared at the nasally kid. The nasally kid was just a few months older than he was, yet had so many evil tricks up his sleeves. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. The nasally kid wiped off his mucus and quickly backed off. Gotcha! Suddenly, the sky split open and a ray of sunlight shone upon them, dispersing the ashen mist around them. The entire space instantly brightened up. "Yeah, it's daylight again." A group of kids shouted loudly and all of them let out a pleasantly surprised expression. The adults were alarmed as well, and they all stood up while gazing towards the sky in excitement. They were trapped for over 2 months, and their bodies were beginning to get rusty. Gotcha! Like a jade vase cracking apart, the area violently shook. Then, with unceasing flickering and a final wang sound, the hazy ashen mist completely dissipated. The chaotic world was no longer visible as sunlight finally shined down. The sun was suspended in the sky. Although it was rather glaring, everyone was still very excited. They kept gazing towards it as they cheered. They finally escaped from that prison and arrived on the great earth again. A group of children were unable to wait any longer. They loudly cried as they rushed out of the village. They greedily breathed in the smell of plants and fresh air as they jumped up and down. Something's wrong. This isn't the forest outside of our village." Ermeng was stunned. What was in front of him right now was completely different from what he had experienced as a child. A river flowed past the front of the village and large fish leapt out from within. Their golden fish scales flickered splendidly as they stirred up ripples in the river. Not far from their location was a clear and dark blue lake. A few beautiful bright-winged birds were leisurely pacing back and forth. Each of them were over 2 meters long as multicolored light surrounded them. Lastly, there was a group of unicorns flickering in silver while drinking from the side of the lake. What a beautiful scenery! The group of children were shocked as they stared in amazement. The adults were all dumbstruck as well. When they broke out from within the strange space, what was in front of their eyes wasn't the forest they were familiar with for over 10 years, but a completely different one. They were surprised that they arrived at such a beautiful place. Zhuzhou, Ziyun, Depeng and Shaoqing rushed out in excitement. They were salivating at the sight of the big fish in the river. Currently, their body lengths were 3.5 meters long. For the past 2 to 3 months, their growth rate had finally slowed down. The green-scaled eagle appeared and flapped its enormous silver wings. Waves crashed against the shore and 7 to 8 big golden-scaled fish flopped up and down on the shore. Each of them weighed over 10 gene, but what was most mystical about them was that at the side of their mouths were two sparkling dragon whiskers, and they emitted a sweet smell. The three hatchlings cheerfully rushed up to enjoy their delicious food. Shi Yunfeng was shocked and quickly followed. He held a big fish and turned it over and around several times and alarming said, "It's actually a genuine dragon-whiskered fish? A really high-quality one at that. This certainly is valuable stuff. They contain plenty of spiritual essence, so if we eat them for a long time, our strength will increase and our bones and muscles will grow strong as well. It will greatly benefit our children." A group of children heard everything and immediately shouted as they charged towards the river shore. Fish that contained such abundant spiritual essence was quite rare and very costly in the outside world. Now, there were enough of them within this lake to sustain the village for a long time. "Chief, look, isn't that flock of large birds beside the lake made of 5-colored chickens?" Meng's father was a bit emotional as he pointed ahead. He once met one from very far away in mountains, but he wasn't able to catch it. "Looks like it actually is." Shi Yunfeng stared with his eyes wide open, and he also became emotional as soon as he saw them. 5-colored chickens had very gorgeous feathers. Their appearances were close to a luan. Luan is a type of phoenix, and were all over 2 meters long. They could be made into a type of rare bone-repairing medicine. The 5-colored chicken was a divine medicine. If one fell and broke their bones or injured their muscles and ate a cauldron full of 5-colored chicken as well as drank its soup afterwards, their broken bones would be repaired. Shi Yunfeng turned around and carefully warned, "There are a lot of them living here. Don't rush out indiscriminately and kill them as you wish. I'll support you guys if we need its medicine. We can't startle them, as we need them to stay by this lake all year round." A group of able-bodied men all nodded in agreement because their gazes were not on the 5-colored chickens. Their state of mind weren't clear, and they were actually all staring toward the unicorns on the other side. Those precious silvery mounts made their hearts beat in excitement. After living for such a long time in the middle of the mountains, all the strong males wanted a mount that could run 10,000 li a day. This was the males' dreams and wishes. Unicorns were mutated from scaled horses. They were extremely rare, yet there was an entire herd of them present. There wasn't any less than 50 to 60 of them, and it naturally made a bunch of old men's eyes turn red. They all knew, however, that these were hard to deal with vicious beasts as well. "Slowly, we will catch a few sooner or later. Don't startle them. So long as they live year-round in this beautiful land, they will eventually be ours," Shi Feijiao whispered. The scenery outside the village changed greatly. After their initial shock, none of the villagers were frustrated anymore because this place was just too wonderful. They were surrounded by many rare and intelligent creatures in this beautiful and precious land. The little guy was stupidly lost in his thoughts. After seeing the golden-scaled dragon-whiskered fish in the middle of the lake and those unicorns on the shore, he became distracted as well. He muttered to himself, "I've seen this place before. A large lake, and birds more beautiful and larger than these little luan being hunted by an aristocratic tribe." Seeing him like this, Chief Shi Yunfeng's wrinkled face trembled. Even Shi Linghu, Shi Feijiao and the others' expressions changed as they looked away from those unicorns. "Father, mother, I miss you," the little guy said in a saddened voice as he sat by the lake despondently while embracing his knees. Shi Linghu, Shi Feijiao and the others looked at each other without saying much. "Grandpa Chief, are they still on this earth or not?" "I miss them." The little guy suddenly raised his head with a watery mist in his eyes as he carefully asked. This was the first time that he was this direct. Shi Yunfeng remembered all kinds of things about the past and his heart suddenly became complex. He squatted down and rubbed the little guy's head with affection, but he did not know what to say. Suddenly, a splendid scarlet electricity streaked across the sky. It immediately dyed the entire sky red like the sunset glow. A sparkling blazing red sparrow, bright, red and alluring and only the size of a palm, fell from the sky in front of the willow tree at the village entrance. "Yeah, little red." The little guy immediately stood up and rushed over. This sparrow's entire body was scarlet red, but after falling down, all of its divine light had dimmed. Its scarlet feathers darkened and a terrifying wound cut across its chest, practically splitting it in half. Furthermore, there were a few claw marks on top of its head that practically penetrated into its skull. This scarlet sparrow looked miserable, and its injuries were incredibly severe. Terrifying symbols flickered by its wounds, and they were still destroying its life force. The little guy didn't dare act prudently because after this red sparrow dropped from the sky, it immediately burned the entire ground like a frighteningly high-temperature furnace. "Little Red, what happened to you?" the little guy quietly asked. The only part of the sparrow that weren't red was its two eyes as it laid on the ground, and they were distinctly black and white. They were like gems, and they blinked at the little guy with superiority. The extreme bitterness and anger it showed made the little guy scratch his head in embarrassment. "Little Red, are you hurt?" After holding back for a while, the little guy could only muster up these words. The sparrow, who was scarlet red from head to toe, widened its eyes and angrily stared at him. It seemed as if it left all of the whites of its eyes for him, and seemed to have taken great offense. The red sparrow who fell from the sky left all the children stunned. Could it be that this was what was always on the little guy's mind? Was this creature the little bird that the little guy chased after until he left the village back then? However, the people who truly understood this situation, such as the chief and some other elders, became stiff all over. Shi Linghu, Shi Feijiao and the others' hairs stood straight up and did not dare to make any movements in fear of angering the little red sparrow. They once saw from far away that a little red bird was engaged in a great battle in the endless mountain ranges, and they saw that it was able to burn up half the sky. That scene was too terrifying, and they wouldn't be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. Now, this scarlet red bird fell from the sky, and it even dyed the horizons into a deep red, as if it was a scattering sunset. Even without thinking too much, they all felt their scalps go numb. It most likely was that supreme creature. "Child, come here," said Shi Yunfeng gently. He feared that the little red sparrow would feel provoked, and so he called for the little guy to return. "Grandpa, there's no problem. I know Little Red is powerful, but I can't feel any killing intent from it. It does not have any animosity towards our stone village," explained the little guy as he blinked his big round eyes. The scarlet red sparrow leaned against the ground as it widened its eyes. It opened its mouth as it spouted out a streak of weak, multicolored light in front of a huge piece of rock. With a pu sound, a strand of weak smoke began to burn, and the entire huge rock melted into magma. Everyone was frightened. This was merely just a tiny strand of multicolored light, and it wasn't a real flame, yet it already reached such a terrifying temperature. When one associated it with the scene from back then where the entire skies were filled with inextinguishable flames that burned for half a month, exactly what kind of divine might was this? Everyone was sweating because of the little guy. Shi Feijiao and the others carefully walked forward and wanted to drag him back. "Little Red, don't be angry. Look, even your head is smoking. Be careful to not burn away all your pretty scarlet feathers. Otherwise, that would be too unfortunate," said the little guy. A bunch of scarlet feathers on top of Little Red's head straightened and began to flicker with multicolored light. Evidently, it was very angry, but after a while it calmed down. It began to continuously glare at the little guy with a bizarre gaze. "Grandpa, look. Little Red is very kind and is no longer angry." The little guy happily laughed sweetly and purely. He wanted to hold up this little red bird so much. The little red sparrow flapped its wings and stood up with great difficulty. Symbols flickered near the injury by its chest and continuously ate away at its life force. "You were looking for the willow deity, right? Last time you came, you landed right in front of the tree trunk. You wanted to help you heal this time, right?" asked the little guy. "Hang!" After having its thoughts read by a mere child, the little red sparrow appeared to be extremely dissatisfied. It released a snort and no longer paid attention to him. It instead raised its head and gazed towards that willow tree. The thick and scorched willow tree was quiet and soundless. That dim and carefree branch swayed back and forth. However, right now it soundlessly reached down and emitted multicolored green light. The little scarlet-red bird began to cry out softly as it walked forward with great difficulty to face the tender green branch. It exposed its injuries and held back the last bit of its flames. A drop of sparkling jade-like liquid that emitted multicolored splendor appeared on the willow branch. Waves of fragrance spread out and made everyone inside Stone Village feel refreshed. The willow branch draped down and the tender bud touched the blazing red sparrow. The sparkling liquid rolled off the branch and onto that terrifying wound. Immediately, flames began to burn splendidly and symbols flickered non-stop. The little red bird cried out lightly and began to shudder all as it had great difficulty bearing this pain. The willow branch lightly swayed and several more drops of liquid appeared before rolling down the tender bud. Each drop sparkled all over like pearls with splendid colors, and lights flowed through them as they emitted waves of sweet fragrance. When the drops of liquid trickled down, the symbols gradually disappeared. The injury that cut across its chest completely closed, and the little red sparrow's pain seemed to have been alleviated instantly. Soon after, the green tender bud touched its head and a sparkling liquid dripped down, causing those claw marks on top of the little red sparrow's head to slowly disappear. All the severe injuries that it had suffered seemed to have completely disappeared. A flaming light began to flicker, and a scarlet light began to dance splendidly all over the little red sparrow's entire body. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes, and the boundless divine light made it appear extremely bright and beautiful, as if it was a completely different creature compared to before. The villagers were shocked. A scarlet sparrow the size of their palms was emitting such powerful divine might. Right now, it seemed as if they were facing an ancient deity. Everyone would have limped onto the ground if not for the willow tree shrouding them with light to counteract this divine power. A little further away, for example the vicinity of the lake, those five-colored birds and those unicorns seemed as if they were on a pilgrimage as they worshipped and kowtowed towards that place. The little red sparrows was extremely cheerful again and began to lively cry out. It bounced up and down where it stood after it retracted all of its divine power. It spoke out towards the willow tree in human language. "I owe a huge favor." The scorched black willow tree did not utter a single sound. The tender green branch swayed as it pointed toward the villagers. The scarlet red sparrow was bursting with life. It swept away all of its distress and was sparkling all over. It had ample divine essence, as its vitality had already been restored. With a chong sound, a scarlet feather was shed from its body, and the multicolored light that it released looked like lightning. It was extremely mystical, and with a chi sound, it inserted itself into a block of stone. "You guys accept this. If somebody were to bother you, show this to them." Its voice was very pleasant and sweet like the sound of jade beads dropping onto the ground. It was obviously giving them a gift. However, after the scarlet feather was inserts into the rock, that place began to melt immediately into magma. Scarlet red rays of light flowed about as liquid began to boil while rapidly spreading outwards. Everyone took a step back in the face of this high temperature. The little red sparrow was startled and stared at everyone. It opened its mouth and began to inhale. The burning splendor on that scarlet red tail feather began to flicker intensely as strands of divine light flew into its mouth. It drew away the divine essence and left behind only the bright scarlet feather. It then nodded towards the willow tree before flying into the heavens. "Little Red, in the future, come back often to play." The little guy stood at the village entrance as he waved towards the sky with all his strength. The scarlet sparrow staggered a bit in midair and almost fell down. It turned its head around and fiercely stared at him. Then multicolored light gushed out all over its body and rushed off into the distance without even turning around. "Put away this tail feather carefully," Chief Shi Yunfeng solemnly said. The little scarlet feather meant a lot, and no one would treat it as an ordinary feather. This place finally calmed down after a long while. The villagers began to familiarize themselves with their new environment. A group of children were shouting loudly as they ran around the beautiful lake that was surrounded by green meadows. They discussed ways to catch those dragon-whiskered fish, and since they already had strong muscles, they thirsted for even more strength. The feathers of the little Luans were bright-colored, and their body lengths reached over 2 meters long. They leisurely swam towards the middle of the lake and did not fear the group of children at all. As for the unicorns, They were only a bit wary of the adult males of the village and did not care for the children at all. After everything calmed down again, the little guy sat on the shore by himself and held both his knees before losing himself in his thoughts again. For a long time, his large eyes looked towards the dark blue lake, and he didn't move an inch. "Child, what are you thinking about?" Shi Yunfeng walked over and sat on the green grass by the shore as well. "Grandpa, it's about time you tell me." Shi Hao turned his head around and showed his clear expression. "Very well, I'll tell you everything I know." The chief nodded. Shi Hao was smart enough a long time ago, and it was no longer fitting to treat him as an ignorant baby. A cool breeze blew past, bringing about the refreshing fragrance of earth and grass into the air. Large golden fish leapt out from within the lake from time to time, creating a seemingly calm and peaceful atmosphere. My stone village came from an astonishingly grand origin. However, even we began to quickly forget who we were, and only a few phrases of words passed on by our ancestors remain, muttered Shi Yunfeng. Stone clan was ancient. According to the tribe elders, it could be traced back to the ancient eras. Only, after endless years, everything became blurry, and not even the villagers themselves believed those rumors anymore. So ancient. Shi Hao was amazed. The chief lightly sighed and said, "There were so many things that even I forgot them all, and the traditions had broken off a long time ago. Only when a young couple who was searching for this place arrived and mentioned these things again one day did we understand that what the ancestors spoke of might actually be true." Little Shi Hao widened his large eyes. He knew that couple could have been his parents. "What do they look like?" The villagers were very nice to them, but all the other children had parents while he was the only orphan. Although he was very carefree and optimistic, within the depths of his heart, he was still fragile and was full of incomparable longing. The woman was extremely beautiful. The man was also very handsome, but had a sickly look, said the chief truthfully. The little guy clenched his fists, and from his brightened eyes, it was clear that he was feeling a bit happy. He had a look of anticipation as he looked up with his little face. "Grandpa, quickly continue." They came from an ancient country, and they said that Stone Village was their ancestral land. Although they were extremely prosperous, they had lost track of their ancestral land a long time ago. This tribe was powerful beyond imagination. However, due to their ancestral training, they could not return to the ancestral land whenever they wanted to. They wanted to avoid drawing their enemies here. Therefore, after many, many years, they eventually lost track of how to return. Their actions were for the sake of leaving behind a stick of incense, to continuously maintain their bloodline. Just in case their glorious tribe was extinguished, this place could continue to live on in this pure land. The bloodline they left behind was incredibly powerful, however. Due to mishaps here and there, Stone Village gradually declined. Now, the cultivation methods had already been lost for a long time. The couple during that time accidentally found the path that returned them to their ancestral land, so they arrived here. That couple was incredibly powerful. They crossed the great desolate land and treaded past endless territories until they had finally arrived. However, they were disappointed because Stone Village was far from the powerful and prosperous place they had imagined it was, and it had already lost all the might it had from the ancient times. That time they carried you here. You were very feeble when you arrived and seemed to have been only a few months old. However, they said you were already 1 year old. The little guy widened his eyes and listened carefully. At this time, a group of children ran up and sat on the floor without muttering a word as they listened earnestly. The condition of your body was extremely bad, and you were suffering from a serious illness. They asked us to raise you as if you were only a few months old, and if you truly couldn't survive, then they wouldn't blame us. The chief sighed and patted the little guy's head. Not even he could have thought that a child this feeble could live. Moreover, becoming the heavenly gifted genius he was today. The little guy had a distracted expression on his face. A cloudy mist appeared within his mind. A child that young shouldn't have been able to recollect what happened when he was 1 year old. But this memory was deeply ingrained into his unconscious mind, and it left its mark. They, relatives, to help my older brother, While he was distracted, the little guy appeared to have seen something, and he couldn't help but weep in sorrow. His tears slid down his cheeks. Sure saw a vague image, yet he did not feel any warmth from it, only coldness. Although the image was inarticulate, it still made his heart ache. He tried his best to see the ending, but a fog rolled over and he could no longer see anything. At that time he was still too young, and it was impossible to have retained any clear memories from back then. It was only a memory carved deeply into his subconscious mind, and it only appeared when he was truly emotional. Child, don't cry. Everybody within this village is your close relative. This is your family. Shi Yunfeng used his rough hands to wipe away the tears on his little face. Little guy, don't cry. We are all your brothers. Don't think unhappy thoughts, shouted the group of children as they gathered around him. Little Shi wiped away his tears and said, Grandpa, continue talking. Nothing much happened afterwards. Your parents did not say much more. Shi Yunfeng explained what happened during the past. That couple took care of Shi within Stone Village for a couple of months, and after making sure that he would survive, they left. At that time, the feeble Shi was a year and few months old, yet he looked like a child who was only half a year old. They don't want me anymore. Tears dripped from little Shi once again as his big eyes began to tear up again. No! Shi Yunfeng shook his head and said, They didn't want to, but they had to leave. They wanted to permanently stabilize your condition. So they went out to search for the holy medicine. Paiho scratched his head and quietly said, That time, I was still young, but I still have some memories. That uncle was very heroic, but he carried a sickly expression. However, that auntie was the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. My impression was comparatively deeper. The little guy lost his parents when he was half a year old, and they disappeared around that time. Shi Dezhuang nodded. Although a few years had passed, the couple were sad and reluctant to depart. The old chief still remembered clearly and said, You were their only child. If they said anything, they would die. They couldn't bear to see you continue on so feebly. Little Shi's tears endlessly dripped out of his eyes. He called out, Father, Mother, where are you? The chief told him everything that happened that year, and the little guy's heart lightened up a lot. The couple that arrived that year was extremely powerful, but they didn't mention much about the ancient country they came from, because they weren't clear about many of the things. The couple went to find the holy medicine, and naturally, they had to tread into the most dangerous ancient lands. They had to travel to the divine archaic mountain, and there was a high chance that a true Ho was guarding it. If they actually found one, many archaic descendants would be attracted to it, causing them to fight over it. Willow deity, can you help me see clearly what is in my subconscious mind? When he was alone, little Shi quietly said this in front of the tree, and he was extremely hopeful. I am about to sink into deep hibernation. Wait until you grow up a bit when your blood essence becomes more powerful, maybe a year or two later. What was extremely astonishing was that the willow tree actually responded. All right. The little guy widened his eyes. He was filled with hope as he clenched his little fists. He was no longer heartbroken, and he needed to figure out what his body's condition was like back then, as well understand where his parents went. These were his clear goals. The villagers found that this place was very suitable for living. There weren't many beasts that were too vile and vicious, and the forests in the distance had many prey. Although many vicious birds and fierce beasts lived there, they weren't that tough to deal with. Within the lake lived all the types of fish one could think of. The dragon-whiskered fish, in particular, could create truly precious medicine, and the villagers couldn't help but laugh in amazement. In the old days, even the Purple Mountain Clan, Lightning Clan, and the Golden Wolf Tribe could not enjoy such precious strength-boosting fish luxuriously like they did on a daily basis. We should go to the outer world to find out exactly what kind of place this is. We need to see just how far away this place is from that boundless mountain range, as well as exactly what happened to our original living area. Shirling said, Uncle, let me go. I'll follow Aunt Green-Scaled Eagle for a careful look. In the envious eyes of a group of children, the little guy climbed onto the back of the green-scaled eagle. With a flap of its wings, wind whistled and they skyrocketed into the clouds. Vicious birds were extremely sensitive of their directions. It spiraled in the air and very quickly found a direction to fly towards. Like a streak of silver lightning, its speed was extremely fast. Yeah. What happened? How did these mountains collapse? Little Xianxia was shocked. After flying out for several hundred li, he discovered the strange events that occurred on the Great Earth. The earth cracked, and death filled the air. Mountains and rivers had completely collapsed, and they were no longer fit to sustain life. Following deeper, he saw broken walls and ruins. Huge cities were destroyed one after another, becoming ruins. Blood stained everything, however no skeletons were found. After a few thousand li, they did not discover a single trace of humanity, only blood. Many huge tribes were destroyed, and these boundless territories transformed into a graveyard. There's a giant footprint. They were high up in the clouds as they gazed down towards the great earth. Yet he could clearly see that there was a huge footprint. It left its mark on a mountain range and smashed apart many mountain peaks. The little guy trembled at the thought of how huge that creature must have been. After flying a bit further, a few deep dark holes appeared on the ground. They were incredibly huge, but after careful observation, they could see that they were actually claw prints dug out by a vicious bird's claws. This vicious bird. Little Xianxia was dazed. The green-scaled eagle only trembled within the depth of its soul, and it had a feeling of reverence towards the supreme creature. They were both birds, but the gap in power was extremely large. Traveling a bit farther, Scarlet Land covered 1,000 li of the desolate land. Entire mountains had been melted and burned flat. Could this be the result of what Little Red was forced to do? The little guy muttered to himself. The green-scaled eagle was very intelligent, and it spiraled for a long time above this battlefield. It understood the details of the battle between the supreme creatures, and it gained many insights. Moreover, the scars of the battle were left by bird creatures, so it was very beneficial for it. Ant Green, after Ziyun, Depong and the others learned to fly. I'll accompany them here to have them comprehend this as well, the little guy said. The green-scaled eagle responded with a long cry to show its appreciation for the little guy's intelligence and benevolence. Traveling a bit further, the endless mountain range collapsed. Many of them were swept flat by various creatures. This was an extremely terrifying scene of over 1,000 broken lofty peaks. After half a day's time, they traveled quite a distance along their route. The green-scaled eagle turned back to avoid any accidents, as the remains of a battle could be hiding some huge, unexpected dangers. They returned when the sun set. They traveled for a long distance, and the green-scaled eagle flew for an entire day. Although it was the descendant of the archaic devil bird, it was still a bit exhausted. "Oh, Aunt Green-Scaled Eagle returned," clamored a group of children. "Child, what did you find out? What is this place? How far is it from the boundless mountain range?" asked Shifeijiao. A huge group of people, including a few village elders, surrounded him. All the villagers were very concerned about this matter. "I know how far this is from our original place. I think it would be at least 50,000 li. The entire earth was beaten up and the mountain collapsed." The little guy explained everything he had seen along the way, and everyone who was present was overwhelmed with shock. It was a calamity. No wonder the willow deity brought our stone village away. The chief sighed. He knew that if it were not for the willow tree, Stone Village would be razed to the ground, and not a single person would remain. The bitter scenery of the great earth completely explained everything. During the following month, the little guy would head out with the green-scaled eagle sometimes. They sometimes disappeared for many days, and they finally understood the entire situation. Grandpa Chief, over 1,000 li of the boundless mountain range were completely broken. "I can't even find our original home." The little guy brought some news that stunned everyone. A circumference of 100,000 li, and not a single trace of life remained. Even those fierce beasts and omnipresent vicious birds disappeared without a trace. Perhaps they were also devoured by those supreme creatures. 100,000 li of territory became a graveyard without a single form of life remaining. They were all exterminated. What a disaster! The Lightning Clan, Purple Mountain, Great Floating Pool, Golden Wolf Tribe were all huge tribes. Their aristocratic lands contained over 10 million people. How could they just disappear? A few village elders couldn't help but sigh. Although they were once enemies and disheartening things happened between them, in face of such a calamity, those grudges didn't mean much. All those huge tribes put together had hundreds of millions of people, yet they all died. This was a loss that terrified the heavens. Get stronger. We need to get stronger. Only then can we protect our home. A group of children shouted out. This kind of tragedy shook them to the core, but it also evoked their inner fighting spirit. All of them shouted out that they wanted to become stronger. Right, we need to start now and earnestly cultivate the bone text. Recently, a circumference of 100,000 li became barren. Perhaps we can make it our own country, a few older children stated. Their dreams aren't small, but it's too difficult. The reason those ancient countries were able to pass on their inheritance until now was due to their ancient deities still being alive, as well as the fact that they were rather powerful themselves. Any random family from those ancient countries could exterminate clans like the Golden Wolf tribe or the Great Floating Pool. From the ancient era until now, the everlasting ancient countries were simply incomprehensible in power. The chief sighed. Don't fear, we have the Willow deity. When we're older, we will all be stronger. The little guy right now is a genius comparable to an archaic true hoe. How can it be that we can't make a large country in the future? The group of children were unconvinced, and they all clenched their fists. Good. I'll wait for you guys to create your own brilliant country. According to the words of the elders, during the ancient era, our tribe was extremely powerful. We had an ancient deity once that was on par with a genuine archaic descendant. I hope as well that you guys can one day restore us to our former glory and make our so-called ancestral land able to shake the entire earth, said Shi Yunfeng as he patted the heads of this group of children as encouragement. For a boy to strive for self-improvement, they needed a big dream. During the following month, the children of Stone Village were all vigorously striving to improve themselves. They bitterly studied the bone text and trained their blood essence. Every one of them was as strong as a vicious beast. This living area was rich with resources. Apart from the dragon-whiskered fish, the villagers also discovered dragon-tendon snakes. Although it was an extremely vicious snake, they were still able to hunt it. Its tendons could be used as an extremely precious medicine that upon consumption, one could significantly improve their physique. Not only were the children growing up really fast, even the adults gained incredible benefits. They were strong up to the point that they could never exhaust their energy. Time passed by quickly, and in an instant a year went by. If one were to use his original age, then the little guy was a bit past 5 years old, but in reality, if the lost time of several months counted, he was 6 years old. I am 6 years old now, and I can lift a 30,000 gene rock now. Willow deity, when will you wake up? The little guy lightly spoke in front of the large willow tree. He grew a lot taller, and his eyes were flashing with intelligence. He grew even prettier and appeared even more handsome now. Jujo. Bird cries echoed in the sky. Ziyun, Depeng and Xiaoqing did not grow very fast. Their bodies were about 4 meters long now. However, they could already spread their wings into the skies and break into the clouds extremely quickly. Hold on. I'm coming to help you guys study the battlefield. Shi waved his hand and then fiercely stamped his feet on the ground before jumping into the sky and stably landing on Ziyun's back. Woo! A violent wind whistled past, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon towards that lifeless earth in the distance. These were collapsed valleys, cracked earths, and toppled mountains. It was an incredibly desolate and quiet atmosphere. This time, we should change our direction towards the west. After they entered the battlefield, Shi pointed towards a collapsed mountain in the west. The sound of wind whistled past as they traveled quickly. Soon after, they arrived in this toppled mountain range, and they carefully looked for the remnants of the battle. Juju! Xiaoqing cried out and rushed towards a huge depression in the ground. Its stripes shined brightly because after eating the swan and eye meat, he transformed along with Depeng. It's not a depression. This is a huge lake. Only that during that world-shaking battle, it dried up. The little Shi was amazed. Suddenly, Ziyun also cried out and indicated that there was life below. Depeng, who had dim golden rays of light flowing about it, dove down a huge distance and spiraled about the dried lake. What kind of creature is that? The little guy was astonished. At the bottom of the dried-up lake, there was a creature who laid inside. Its entire body was covered in soil and it remained motionless. It seemed like it had been gathering dust for many years. If not for its shining eyes, it would have truly made people doubt whether or not it was alive. Yeah, it's a monkey who is only a foot long. Why does it have 3 heads and 6 arms? Xianxia was amazed. Its entire body was covered in soil, and although it was only a foot long, it had 3 heads and 6 arms. It looked like a monkey, but at the same time it seemed like it wasn't. What kind of creature was this? The little guy began to be doubtful and apprehensive. No creature within a circumference of 100,000 li survived. So how could this kind of strange creature have survived? It definitely wasn't simple. The huge lake was dried up, and even the mud at the bottom had solidified into rocks. This creature had a leg buried underneath the mud. It seemed like it was sealed within the rock and was unable to pull it out. The surrounding mountains were all broken, as if someone used a huge tool to flatten the area. All the mountains were destroyed to the point that only half the mountains remained. This large lake also dried up due to the violent transformations of these mountains, becoming lifeless. It could never again contain waves that reached the sky or be the vast body of water it had once been. The 3 young birds spiraled. Sometimes they would rush into the clouds, and sometimes they would hover near the bottom of the empty lake. The little guy sat on Ziyun's back and stared downwards. Then he grabbed some food from his beast skin bag and threw it downwards. This creature looked like it was starving. It picked up the dried meat by its side and ravenously devoured it in a few bites. Then, it expressed that it wanted more by raising its head towards the sky. This creature doesn't seem dangerous, but it is a bit strange. Ziyun, descend a bit further so I can have a better look, said little Xianxia. Ziyun dove down and spiraled within the dried lake. The little guy's arms shined and symbols appeared. He drizzled down a large rain of light onto that creature. The figure that looked like a foot-long monkey widened its eyes. It was a bit nervous and puzzled. The rain of light poured over, making its body sparkling and translucent. This was a technique that used the bone text to probe its opponent's status. The little guy let out a surprising cry on the spot and said, "It's suffering from a great injury. There are complicated symbols within its body that are almost gone. I can't see the rest properly since it is being blocked by a mysterious power." After he ascertained that there were no dangers, little Xianxia leapt down and landed on the ground. The 3 young birds gently cried and spiraled in midair. Their entire bodies lit up and they waited on the side as they were prepared to fight at any time. This lake has been dry for over a year. Could it have been trapped here without anything to eat or drink? The little guy was astonished. The bottom of the lake was as hard as a mountain rock. This foot-long creature had silkworm-like skin, and there were portions of it that had just been shed off in front of it. Could it be that it underwent some type of transformation and only finished just now? After being covered up in mud, it must have been sealed for at least a year of 2. Xianxia said with a surprised expression. "Ji." The 3-headed, 6-armed creature lightly howled. Its 6 arms waved together towards Xianxia, hinting that it wanted something to eat. The little guy opened his bag and handed over some more dried meat before asking, "What kind of creature are you, and why are you trapped here?" The little foot-long monster stared with its perfectly round eyes. It wolfed the food down as it pondered, and in the end it revealed a blank expression. While pondering, it realized that it actually forgot to eat, and began to rub its head with all of its strength. It seemed to be extremely angry, as if it was extremely unsatisfied with itself. "Yeah, you're actually transforming. Another chunk of your old skin just fell off." This creature's old skin stuck to the hard and dry mud. After some of the old skin shed off from its arms, it unexpectedly exposed new and shining fur. The fur was brilliant and splendid like golden silk, and it was much more pleasing to the eye than the muddy old fur it previously had. It was extremely weak, and after coming to, it didn't even have the strength to free its sealed leg. In addition, It was grabbing its ears and scratching its cheeks while trying hard to recall something. The little guy was curious. His palms shone, and a rain of light once again drizzled out onto its body. Gigi. It immediately began to scream out, and it seemed to be terrified. Its whole body became sparkling and translucent, and the complex broken symbols inside it flickered. The symbols wrapped itself around the creature, and it was no longer possible to examine it. Could it be that you suffered a serious injury, and in order to survive, you had to undergo a transformation? Sure how watched and felt that this creature was seriously injured. Kacha. This monkey-shaped creature suddenly shined brilliantly all over. Its entire body cracked and the sound of snapping echoed through. All of its old skin fell off, exposing its real body. Furthermore, during the process, its 3 heads and 6 arms became indistinct, and rapidly transformed into an ordinary appearance with 1 head and 2 arms. Yeah, a transformation. Could that just have been a precious technique? The little guy was amazed. After shaking off the old skin and retracting the precious technique, its entire body glittered. It struggled and freed that sealed leg. It shrieked incessantly and it became even smaller. It was now only 3 inches tall. This was too shocking. How could there be such a huge change? It looked like a completely different creature took its place. It was plump like a golden fist, and could be rolled around like a golden ball. It still looked like a monkey, but it became golden, round, and fist-sized. It had a pair of spirited large eyes that were as large as Sherhouse, and each time it blinked, sparkling rays of light would shine. So cute! The little guy cupped it in the palm of his hands right away. He pinched and rubbed it, making golden light flow out. Zhi. The golden ball tried to struggle free. It widened its large eyes and shrieked non-stop. Ji-woo! The little guy directly stuffed a piece of dry meat into its mouth and it immediately stopped shrieking. It looked like a reincarnated demon that was starving. It held the food in its palms and rolled around as it nibbled quickly. Sure how grabbed the monkey's tail, but this ball of gold seemed unaffected. It allowed its body to be suspended there while holding and nibbling on its food, completely ignoring him. The little guy immediately smiled. He was extremely happy, and he was having the time of his life as he fiddled and rolled it around back and forth. Finally, the ball of gold became angry, however. It wasn't because it was being played around with, but rather because it ate all its food. He found that the little guy wasn't paying attention and didn't continue feeding it. Ha ha ha! The little guy happily laughed and handed over another piece of dry meat. The result was that the ball of gold didn't care about anything else again. Whether he lifted it up and rubbed it around, or swung it by the tail, it didn't care at all. It simply allowed itself to be played with, and used its pair of claws to hold the food while engrossing itself in nibbling. Ziyun, Depeng and Shaoqing were all stunned. They descended and stared at that ball of gold and showed an expression of surprise. Just a moment ago, this creature had the appearance of 3 heads and 6 arms due to the effects of a legendary precious technique. Although this made them very nervous, right now this ball of gold was acting like nothing else mattered as long as it had food. After finding this creature, they naturally couldn't go and obtain insights from the battlefield now. The little guy grabbed the golden ball's tail, sat on Ziyun's back, and charged towards Stone Village. Oh, strong winds surged. The 3 young birds descended onto the grass by the lakeside. A group of children surrounded them with a look of surprise on their faces. What is this? A newborn monkey? Why does it look like it was forged out of gold with such shiny and dazzling fur? It's so round. If you put it on the ground, it would probably roll. Wow! Can eat so much. Even if you pull its tail, it wouldn't get angry. It only knows how to immerse itself in nibbling. The beautiful lake was a clear dark blue, and green grass decorated the shore like cushions. In the distance, a few big, beautiful, and brightly colored feathered birds paced back and forth. Sometimes incredible beasts would appear. A group of children formed a circle on the grass and stared at the creature, laughing from time to time. Its mouth never stopped, and finally, the golden ball directly dug into the little guy's beast-skinned bag. Unexpectedly, it ate an entire bag of dried meat, and only at this moment did the children feel that something was strange. Heavens, it's only the size of a fist. How can it eat such a large bag of food? How can its belly fit all of that? What kind of monkey is this? These alarming cries drew the attention of the adults, causing Shi Feijiao and the other adults to walk over. It's not a monkey. It underwent some transformation. When I found it at first, it had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it shed its skin like a golden cicada, explained the little guy. What? 3 heads and 6 arms? That's a supreme precious technique only heard of in legends. Shi Feijiao was shocked. During these past few years of cultivating with the chief, he learned many mysterious things. What a pity. It almost died and the symbols within its body broke. The technique can no longer be researched. The little guy was regretful. At this moment, several older clan elders were startled. The words 3 heads and 6 arms made the elders distracted. Chief Shi Yunfeng also came over, and he crouched down while he carefully observed. Jiji. The ball of gold was angry and never stopped shrieking because it ran out of food. With a pa sound, a child threw down a red fruit from its hands, and then the creature became obedient again. It held up its butt and immersed itself in nibbling, allowing everyone do whatever they wanted to it. This thing isn't simple. The chief took a quick look and jumped back in fear, showing a serious expression. Chief, what kind of monkey is this? Some children asked. This isn't an ordinary monkey, Shi Yunfeng explained as he lifted up its 2 small legs and carefully observed. Everyone else followed in observing and were surprised to find that both its feet were scarlet-colored like burning charcoal. If one didn't look carefully, it would have been hidden beneath its golden fur. One could only find that its feet were extremely bright red like the color of fire if they lifted up its golden fur. Is it actually something from legends? The chief trembled with shock like he was face to face with a peerless terror. Grandpa Chief, what is it? Asked little Shi Hao. In an ancient legend, there was a peerless, vicious beast named Zhuyan. It was shaped like a monkey with scarlet feet and a white head. Its appearance foretold which place would end in chaos. Everyone jumped in fear and couldn't help but take a step back. How could this golden monkey be so fearsome? It's an archaic, vicious beast? Everyone's hearts were thumping violently. This was a bit scary. Unless a deity came, who could handle an archaic, vicious beast? Wrong. Its head isn't white, the nasally kid said. Naturally, it can't be an archaic, vicious beast. It should be a descendant, and its blood perhaps isn't pure. We don't know why it suffered such a serious injury, the chief said. With this, everyone became fearful. Even without the purest of blood, as long as it could be called an archaic descendant, it could still rampage through the desolate lands like a terrifying creature. The only thing that relieved the people was the fact that this golden ball seemed harmless. It was just a food whore without much dangers to it. In addition, it also suffered a heavy injury that shattered the symbols within its body. It's a pity that the supreme legendary precious technique was broken as well. After calming down, the group of people all felt very regretful. There's a horn on its head. The little guy rubbed its head. Not only did he not find any white hair, he actually found a pair of little protrusions inside its golden fur. He only found it after careful examination. A pair of little protrusions stuck out of its fur as they radiated and flickered. They only found out it was a pair of horns after close examination. Goddamn monkey! Stay still for this old woman. A big burly woman chased a fist-sized ball of gold holding 100 gene beast leg within the village. It escaped in a way that seemed like it was rolling on the ground while also rapidly nibbling at the food during its escape. What made this unbelievable was that it was only 3 inches tall. However, by the time it escaped to the village entrance, that 100 gene of smoked meat all went into its stomach with only a bone remaining. Damn monkey! Can't you go to another family? This is the 6th time in half a month. The middle-aged woman shouted like a lion, took the half-meter-long bone and directly whacked its head. Dang! Sparks flew everywhere like iron striking against a rock. A look of innocence loomed over this golden ball's face. Its eyes were wide open, and it wasn't retaliating, nor responding. Aunt who? It's not a monkey, it's a Zhuyan. the little guy corrected, and then he picked up the golden ball and carried it backwards by the tail. That's right. It's also very annoying. I hate it more than pigs. The middle-aged woman was still angry. She used the big bone to whack its head again, but it was as useless as trying to hit metal. Little Zhu, for the past half-month, you stole from the entire village. Is your little stomach still not full? Sure Hao pulled its ears several times. Zhi! Zhi! The golden ball protested in dissatisfaction to the nickname. Not Tree Pig's Zhu, it's Zhuyan's Zhu. If you don't like it, I'll call you Hairy Ball. Little Sure Hao laughed as he let it roll around his palm. The golden Zhuyan was extremely angry. What kind of nicknames were these? It was very displeased since it was either a pig or a ball. Sure Hao pinched and rubbed it all over. In the middle of the Zhuyan's protest, they arrived by the lake and prepared to cultivate. A group of children had gathered here in a circle on the grass a long time ago. They were all very serious in bitterly cultivating the bone text. After a huge battle, everything within a circumference of 100,000 li was extinguished. This stirred the children's fighting spirits and made them strive to become stronger. Hairy Ball got into trouble again, right? I just heard Linghu family's aunt who roaring like a lion. Haha, when does it not get into trouble? It's really puzzling how it can eat so much. Its stomach is like a bottomless pit. The group of children got up and smiled as they circled over. They pinched the spherical body of the Zhuyan since it was very comforting to touch. This past half-month, it must have stolen smoked meat in the weight of a dragon-horned elephant already, right? The little guy heard and nodded. It could just be really hungry. It was sealed under the lake for over a year without anything to eat or drink. It must be recovering its energy right now. The Jade Lake was crystal clear and sometimes a big golden fish would leap out of the water. The group of children sat in a circle by the lake again and continued cultivating. For the past year, Sure Hao's strength advanced leaps and bounds like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. Just by using his flesh, he could already lift a huge 30,000 gene rock. He was only a 6-year-old child when he did it, and the entire village was amazed. Furthermore, he was still cultivating in the essence of the bone text and had already gained extremely profound knowledge of it. With this speed of growth, it's hard to imagine what kind of stage he will reach. Actual cultivation didn't just include refining the human body. It also involved understanding the primitive symbols to tap into the strength of heaven and earth. Otherwise, no matter how strong one's body is, it's hard to step onto the peak. Actual divine beings didn't differentiate between the flesh and the bone text. While they were refining their corporeal body, they could create traces of mysterious power to break them down to be absorbed by their body. This was done by transforming the bone text into divine light to nourish blood and body and refine it like a furnace when practicing. Then humans began to become aware of this. As soon as they started, they tried to combine as much of the bone text and the corporeal body as possible and cultivated both as a whole. Naturally, this road was very challenging. In a village of several hundred people or even a town of several thousand, it was tough to find even one person who can walk the path of cultivation. The realm of blood transformation is the genuine first stage of the path of cultivation. Under normal circumstances, one person out of 10,000 people who achieved this in a tribe would already be lucky considering the difficulty of walking this path. This realm required circulating all the blood essence within one's body, roiling it like thunder, refining the bone text, and emitting divine light from one's own blood to achieve the refinement of heavenly and earthly fortunes to nourish the body. Simply put, the realm of blood transformation is combining blood and symbols and transforming them into divine light to nourish the corporeal body, to seize the fortunes of heaven and earth in order to strengthen the body and achieving the goal of cultivation. The initial stages of blood transformation already had an astonishing destructive capability. One could easily suppress Shi Linghu, Shi Feijiao or other people who had 5,000 to 6,000 gene of godly strength with a wave of their arms. If one really wanted to measure this with numbers, the initial stages of the blood transformation realm had a destructive force of at least 8,000 gene. The little guy also absorbed symbols into his flesh and blood to create divine light. Only after attaining an eternally burning furnace constantly supplying him with the divine essence of heaven and earth did he truly step into the realm of blood transformation. People as strong as Shi Linghu or Shi Feijiao were not in this realm either because it was truly too difficult. If one person within a tribe with 10,000 people could pass this threshold, it was really good already. Mid-stage of the blood transformation realm had a destructive power of 20,000 gene, and the late stage was even more shocking, able to explode with 50,000 gene of divine strength. This strength allowed people to push and shove their way through a group of huge beasts. Even if a tribe had several tens of thousands of people, and a few were able to step into the blood transformation realm, in the end it would be extremely difficult for them to reach the late stages to able to utilize such shocking strength. The little guy was only 6, but with only the strength of his flesh, he could already lift 30,000 gene. If one added the mysterious force of the symbols to his flesh and blood, he would be even more amazing, practically be considered at the apex of the blood transformation realm. In the past 2 years, Hao advanced at lightning-fast speed. Hao had already read all the bone books that the chief had gathered, and his comprehension was incredibly profound. He already reached the extreme limit of his refinement, and was at a point where he was ready to break into the next realm. However, Shi Yunfeng did not let him to do so because the little guy's cultivation speed was too fast. It was unbelievable that at such a young age, he already reached a point where many people couldn't for their entire lives. He felt that he needed to let Hao establish a better foundation first, and that it was better to wait for the recovery of the Willow deity and listen to its suggestion. During these past few days, the little guy had flipped the pages of the bone book rotten, and he had completely mastered all the symbols within. He didn't have much to study anymore, and the only thing he could do was to experiment around and research slowly. Additionally, he was also researching precious techniques. One of them was the primitive symbols of the archaic devil bird, and the other was the swan knee's divine powers. Both of them were able to make a tribe with a population of 10 million eyes red with envy. When the sun was about to set and the sunset glow dyed the horizon red, the lake appeared even more gorgeous. A group of birds frolicked on the water until they were suddenly thrown into chaos. All of the huge birds flapped their wings and cried out incessantly. Within the water, an egg that was the size of a human head rolled at an incredible speed. One could see it was being dragged by a hairy golden ball from far away. A group of children looked dumbstruck. The golden Zhu Yen stole an egg of the vicious birds. Those several-meter-long scarlet-feathered cranes, which were fiery red-colored all over, were angrily crying out non-stop. Hairy ball, although this type of egg is very sweet after cooking, it's not considered a good medicine. Go and take some of those little Luan's eggs from their nest. Those are the good stuff. The nasally kid instigated. Although he wasn't very big, he was pretty naughty. Gee! Hairy ball cried out. It became a streak of golden light and suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. Its speed was too quick. By some grass at the lakeside, a group of little Luan were angrily chirping soon afterwards. They fluttered their wings and splashed out big ripples of water to relieve their rage within their hearts. The efficiency of the fist-sized ball was extremely high. In a short amount of time, it stole over 20 eggs. If Hao didn't restrain it, it would have continued. So sweet! The children raised a fire and cooked the bird eggs by the lakeside to enjoy the delicious food with hairy ball. Although there weren't that many eggs, they were very fresh cultivation medicine. They ate to their heart's content, but were worried all over. The golden hairy ball was not hogging all the food as well and happily shared. However, its large eyes kept rolling around and had already started pondering which of these children's family it would visit next. Couldn't just steal eggs for them for nothing, right? The night descended and the willow tree at the village entrance suddenly emitted a shroud of light that enveloped Stone Village like it did in the endless mountain ranges every night. The hibernation that it was in for the past year had only ended just now. Willow deity recovered! The villagers cried out in alarm. At this moment, all the golden hair on the Zhu Yan's body were erect, and it stared nervously yet tenaciously at the lustering green branch of the scorched black willow tree with its perfectly round eyes. So, it suddenly scuttled towards the willow tree and wanted to nibble on its tender bud. It sensed the abundant divine essence and the incredible life force it contained. Hairy ball, don't! Hao cried out in alarm. The lustering green willow branch dropped down and immediately constrained Hairy Ball in mid-air. If someone didn't examine it too intently, they would have thought it was suspending there by itself. This unforeseen event caused both its eyes to widen with amazement as it tried its hardest to struggle free. The little guy hastily explained, "Willow deity, don't bother with it. Although it's an archaic descendant, the symbols in its body already shattered, and it might have lost all its memories. The willow deity only let go after a long while. Obviously, it was very mindful of this golden Juyen, but it didn't say much about it. After Harry Ball broke free, it shrieked and tumbled down onto House's shoulder right away and hid behind his hair. Both of its big eyes stared at the willow tree and didn't dare to mess with it again. Everybody from Stone Village came over and piously prayed to the willow tree to express the reverence in their heart. Finally, the chief with an daring attitude recounted the little guy's cultivation results and asked how he should proceed. No one thought that the willow tree would actually answer, but instead, its divine message was, during the ancient era, the descendants of the strongest vicious beasts such as the genuine Ho or the golden winged Pung could lift 100,000 gene of divine metal when they are young. Ah! Everyone was shocked because this was too mind-blowing. What kind of existence was the willow deity? It would never speak any lies and was much more reliable than any legends they had heard before. It was only because this information was too astonishing. That strength came purely from the power of their flesh, without any of their species' special supreme precious techniques. The willow deity added, "Golden-winged Pung, genuine Ho, these archaic vicious beasts could step into the heavens without even thinking. Their precious techniques would be absolutely unrivaled and unparalleled." All the villagers were stupefied and speechless. Therefore, you don't need to be anxious in making a breakthrough. It would be most beneficial if you strive to break through the barrier of having a corporeal strength of 100,000 gene in the shortest amount of time possible, warned the willow tree. The villagers stared blankly. Clearly, the willow deity treated the little guy favorably and spoke more things than it had in the last 10 years because of him. "I will do my best." The little guy blinked his large eyes and clenched his little fists. Then afterwards, he timidly asked, "Willow deity, can you help me look into my subconscious? I want to know what happened in my past." He was very nervous and was afraid about learning the cruel truth, but he truly wanted to know what exactly had happened during his past. "I can." The willow tree succinctly responded with these two words. The scorched black willow tree trunk emitted a hazy mist that proliferated outwards. As if everything fell into primal chaos, the entire world became quiet just like the days before the creation of the world. Everyone was fearful. There was only a single branch that emitted light in the past, but now that broken trunk also underwent an unexpected transformation and produced such an astonishing scene that they could not help but take a step back. Gigi. The fist-sized fur ball scurried away with a chi sound as screeching sounds endlessly came out of his mouth. It nearly tripped and fell into the lake as it stared from the distance with its perfectly big and round eyes. The villagers all kept their distance as well. The only person remained near the village entrance was the little guy. As he was slowly enveloped by that hazy mist, it became difficult to see everything clearly. Little Hao remained motionless as if he was standing at the edge of the world. Chaotic air filled the atmosphere. He once saw this, but he was too young to remember any of it. The memories hidden within his subconsciousness were now being recreated right in front of his eyes. Eternally respected, the first to arrive. Stolen powers, relationships spread far and wide. Moving the 5 virtues, bearing the burden of life. A massive, serene, and solemn voice resounded between the sky and the earth. This scene seemed straight out of a legend. A huge, ancient, and simple altar reached into the clouds. It released an aura that was able to change the world, and it appeared to have existed for millions and millions of years. There were many ancient images engraved on it, such as the sun, moon, stars, archaic descendants, first natives, and even a deity. It was entirely awe-inspiring. The altar was grand and imposing, and its size was without boundary. It reached above the mountains and was surrounded by clouds. The carcass of an archaic descendant laid upon it, and its blood trickled onto the diagrams. In addition, there were strange divine treasures and rarely seen precious medicine. This was the sacrifices an entire country made to the heavens. A golden sun emitted an utmost powerful aura. This glare was so powerful that people couldn't open their eyes. A terrifying silhouette stood in the middle, illuminating the entire sky. The silhouette looked like a god of heaven who disdainfully looked down from the heavens above. Its golden blood essence naturally proliferated outwards as it created this appearance. This was the emperor of an ancient country that controlled millions and millions of leagues worth of mountains and rivers. Today, he was personally making sacrifices to the heavens while being incomparably solemn. Behind him were the strongest experts of the imperial family that all had a terrifying amount of influence. When they opened and closed their eyes, it seemed as if rays of electricity appeared. Even further behind stood the lords and their endless court subjects. The people alone numbered in the tens of thousands, and many of them came from different lands. All of them were terrifying experts within their regions, and the aura they emitted trembled even the heavens and earth. Behind them was an endless army that never ended. It was impossible to know just how many people there were as they filled up the entire visible earth. Even while standing on the altar, it was impossible to see the end of them. Even a feudal prince commanded an innumerable amount of men, and none of these individuals were simple. With so many feudal officials and aristocrats assembled, even if each of them only a few of their men, the total was still an astonishing amount. The entire country offered sacrifices to the heavens. This was a seemingly unbelievable event straight from the legends. There were some wives and children of important characters on the side who also participated in this sacrificial ceremony while bathing in that vast ocean of divine splendor. One of the young women held a baby in the early stages of his infancy. The baby laughed happily as he kept his hands outstretched. His eyes were incredibly similar to Xianxia's. Under the willow tree, the little guy stared blankly as if he was lost in thought. The scene of the sacrificial ceremony disappeared and another scene appeared. The huge lake was dark blue and clear, and it was also incomparably beautiful. The spiritual essence within it was dense and did not disperse, making it an extremely suitable place for cultivation. Many precious birds and beasts walked along the shore, and that place did not lack archaic descendants at all. No ordinary people dared to approach this kind of holy lake. In the distance, there were tens of thousands of fiercely mounted soldiers. On top of powerful vicious beasts sat soldiers clad in shining armor. Their divine spears pointed towards the sky, flashing in a cold metallic sheen that had a harsh aura about them. They stood there motionlessly, as they were standing guard. There were aristocrats hunting ahead. On the shore of the holy lake, terrifying descendants roamed about, and holy birds perched everywhere. Ordinary people could not enter this area. Otherwise, they would lose their lives. But at this moment, several hundred people were appreciating the view and fearlessly shooting their arrows. Every one of them had an aura that overflowed the heavens, and they were so powerful that people trembled in their presence. A group of gorgeous bright-winged fierce birds who were perched by the holy lake were disturbed, and they immediately turned angry. Each of the vicious birds were 6 to 7 meters long, and they were covered in feathers that shined like a burning divine flame. In particular, one of the bird kings that was 17 to 18 meters long had a 5-colored divine light flowing about it. The beauty of its wings was astonishing as every type of divine light circled around it. Its power made the tens of thousands of mounted soldiers in the distance tremble with fear. It let out a long cry and produced a divine light that rushed into the heavens. It startled the endless number of mounted soldiers to retreat a step as its power shook the holy lake. Ha! Such a good one. Unexpectedly, it's a powerful descendant that has the blood of archaic divine birds flowing inside of it. It's truly a rare and treasured medicine. Look at how I'm going to shoot it to death. An old man laughed. He drew a huge black bow that was strung with the muscles of a flood dragon. With his entire body emitting a bitter killing intent, he instantly arched his bow like a full moon and shot towards the sky. Chi! This one arrow shot out like a flood dragon, sending out sound waves of wind and thunder as it rose into the sky. At the same time, it emitted rays of flickering light and endless divine splendor that flowed into the heavens as it shot towards the Luan. With a honglong sound, A thread of lightning appeared in the sky. When the arrow collided with the archaic divine bird descendant, endless multicolored red light exploded into an energy storm. An angry bird cry sounded as it was unexpectedly injured. It no longer dared to attack and escaped into the clouds after transforming into a streak of five-colored divine light. "Where are you going?" The old man arched his bow again, and another divine arrow shot forth. The arrow had a terrifying trajectory, and it emitted light beams as it entered the sky. After disappearing within the clouds, a pew sound echoed through, and a rain of blood splashed out as the wand fell from the sky. 15th Elder, I didn't know you had such a divine mastery in archery. With 2 arrows you shot down a powerful wand. Others certainly have to experience this great battle. This method would certainly shake the capital city, praised an old elder. The elder who shot down the archaic descendant burst into laughter. Then with his own hands, he split apart the divine bird's descendant's body with a silver knife. He poured the most precious blood out and collected it into a bowl. Just this bowl alone contained the majority of the bird's essence. He then took large strides towards a young couple. The male was tall and majestic, and the woman was beautiful like flowers and the moon. She held a baby in the early stages of infancy. "Be obedient, my grandson. Try out some of the divine bird's precious blood. Someday, you will certainly surpass your grandfather and your parents." The elder took out a jade chopstick and dipped a few beads of sparkling blood on it as he put it into the infant's mouth. "Dad, Howard is still this small. Can he handle it?" The young couple tried to dissuade him. "It won't hurt." The elder waved his hand and then fed a few big drops of the divine bird's blood to him in succession. That infant wasn't against it at all and instead used his strength to suck them in. His eyes shone brightly as he laughed. All the onlookers clicked their tongues in surprise. "Our king's bloodline is at its peak with this generation. This will be an outstanding and prominent generation. This little guy will perhaps not be too different from the E-child. In the future, perhaps he could suppress the entire land and be feared by all the large tribes out there," said an even older elder. After mentioning the 2 words, E-child, everyone gazed towards the child, and all exposed an affectionate and concerned smile. He was truly unusual. He was born with 2 pupils in each eye, and this was the appearance of a saint from the distant past. This was a child who was around 3 years old. He was standing close by and turned towards them. Although he was young, he was already well built. He had 4 pupils that flowed with divine light, holding a sort of imposing presence that completely did not match his age. In the ancient era, those people that had those double pupils were known as saints or deities. Those people had world-shaking abilities and were unrivaled characters under the heavens. As soon as Shur-E was born, his double pupils were discovered. Naturally, the news riled up a huge shock within the tribe. Everyone had extremely high expectations of him, and in fact, he was indeed very extraordinary. He was a heavenly genius that studied everything so fast that he vastly exceeded a normal person. Although we have a king's bloodline, we are the relatives of the emperor. The blood of the emperor flows within us. According to the rules, we could fight for the position of emperor, said an elder. Everyone once again shifted their gazes towards Shur-E as they had very high expectations for him. "Yeah," that infant cried lightly. His face was flushed red as he charmingly and naively smiled towards everyone. Everyone exposed a smile on their faces. An elder said, "Naturally, our little Hao is very obedient and extraordinary. In the future, he can be his elder brother's right-hand man when he becomes king. The younger generation is quite numerous. There shouldn't be so many of them such that they have to be divided up into the bitter desolate land to become the rulers there instead, right?" Some people joked. They knew that there were some self-bestowed emperors within this great desolate land. They weren't conferred the title from an ancient country, and so the 2 emperors were at completely different levels. A place with a population of 10 million dare to have a king. They abuse the people of the bitter desolate lands and exploit the people. No one cares about them, it's just something that the people who overestimate their abilities call themselves. Any truly powerful king who controls billions of people could easily exterminate a 10 million population tribe by sending out a single family. The stage changed again and the beautiful lake became fuzzy. A grand and imposing imperial city that looked like something that dropped down from heaven towered over the people. It occupied a vast region and had an uncountable population. The imposing city walls that shocked the citizens themselves seemed like an endless mountain range. The 15th elder in the 100-clan battlefield shot dead an archaic descendant. Pai Xiu. We don't know why this even shook the lands and caused such chaos. The news spread and was hotly debated. Accurate information just came in, the one involved was just a cub, but it was much more powerful than a regular archaic descendant. It is suspected that a matured Pai Xiu who possesses extremely pure blood is about to enter the 100-clan battlefield. The imperial city began to tremble. A well-developed construct stood imposingly. Spiritual essence filled the air and splendid lights shone faintly. Large groups gathered around a palace that was like a heavenly imperial watchtower established in the human world, and auspicious animals guarded the front entrance, roaring from a crouched position. Dad killed a young Pai Xiu that had a very pure bloodline. He provoked a huge disaster. A young man with a heroic appearance was terrified as he paced back and forth within the hall, completely restless. Dense fogs of light circulated within a king's mansion, and precious birds cried above the palace skies, sketching out streaks of dazzling radiance across the sky. The lake within the mansion was clean and clear, and water drained out in all four directions. A rocky mountain sat on the side, and beautiful flowers were everywhere within the incredibly huge and elegant garden. This was a heavenly paradise filled with dense divine essence. I hope Father can leave the 100-clan battlefield as soon as possible. A beautiful woman was holding an infant. Her incredibly beautiful eyebrows were locked in a worrisome expression. No matter what you say, it's too late. The news had already spread into the empire. Killing the Pai Xiu youth should have already happened several days ago. The things that should have most likely already happened by now. A young man grasped his hands tightly. His eyebrows stood straight as lightning shot out of his eyes. Rumbling noises began to sound indoors. The infant who was sound asleep opened his large clear eyes as he didn't know what was happening. "Don't scare the child," said the beautiful woman. "These past few days have been torturous, and we even neglected little Hao. How can he keep sleeping like this, and why do I feel the aura of symbols within his body?" The young man turned around. "Yeah, you sensed it too. I thought I felt something wrong. He's so young. How can symbols already appear within his body?" The young woman doubted. Could it be? The heroic suddenly widened both his eyes, and two bristles of lightning shot out towards the window. He scared a bunch of birds into rapidly fleeing. "What did you just remember?" the woman who was as beautiful as the flowers and the moon asked. The truly most powerful experts within mankind are ultimately be born with holy bones, and would be born with their own primitive imprints, gaining their own exclusive precious technique. The young man's voice resounded and then emotionally said, "There are several others who are naturally born with primitive precious bones, such as the golden-winged Peng and the true Ho. The precious technique they are born with could defy the world, such that even calling it a supreme being bone wouldn't be excessive." Having heard that, the woman was shocked and showed an expression of disbelief. She looked towards the infant in her bosoms and was so nervous that her hands were trembling. "Let me have a careful examination." The young man was very decisive and walked over in large strides. The infant was very curious because he didn't know what they wanted to do. He blinked his large eyes and happily extended his little arms to show that he wanted the man to carry him. After examining the infant, the man was so shocked that even his fingers were trembling. The ordinarily calm and collected man's words were barely audible as he said, "Supreme being bones. Naturally born. What did this signify? In the future, this child could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly ranked archaic vicious beasts. He would be engraved into the history of mankind as someone who was able to fight with the pure-blooded, unrivaled golden-winged Peng, or the true Ho who had their own primitive precious techniques that could tremble heaven and earth." The woman held the infant and gently kissed his little red face. Her eyes glittered with radiance and said, "Whether or not he truly has the supreme being bone, he is still our child. He must grow up happily." Several days later, news came from the 100-clan battlefield. Like snapping apart rotten twigs, that adult Pai Xiu violently swept through the vast battlefield while blood-soaked. No one was able to be its opponent. Even though experts surrounded the 15th Elder like clouds, they couldn't stop it either. They were chased for over 100,000 li until their arms were snapped off, and practically all the bones on their bodies were broken. Finally, he obtained the help of others. He arranged many pieces of the archaic descendants' precious bones to activate a divine spell, enabling him to escape in the end. His whereabouts, however, were unknown. His injuries were incredibly severe. Whether or not he would live was uncertain, but he did not return to the capital city. Not good. I have to go look for father. After the young man received the news, he stood up and decided to leave for the southern borders. The tribe already sent out a large amounts of experts. The emperor even spread the news to feudal princes everywhere to aid the search. How much use would it be for you to go? The young woman was scared that his husband would place himself in danger to look for that Pai Xiu. Whether father is alive or not is still unknown. No matter what, I have to try my best to look for him. The man was very decisive and insisted on going. The beautiful woman understood her own husband's temperament. Whenever he had decided to do something, nothing else would change his mind. But as she was truly fearful that he would go look for that terrifying Pai Xiu, she said, "I'll go with you. There are two precious techniques that will only reach its maximum output if we combine our powers." "No, you have to take care of little Hao." The man refused. "I won't feel at ease with you like this." The woman shook her head. With a mild expression, she said, "The tribe has so many people. Could it be they can't take care of little Hao? Unless an archaic vicious beast broke into Empire's capital city? Otherwise, who dares to break into our king's mansion and create chaos?" The man thought about it and felt that it made sense. He had already reported the news of Hao being born with supreme being bones to the too old Lord of Affairs. He thought that they would definitely treat this as a rare and precious baby so that nothing would happen to him. This matter was classified as top secret since this was an extremely important matter. Publicly, one Shi was enough. Since he was born with double pupils, it was easy to see just by looking at his face. However, Hao would not be so easily discovered unless a close relative examined him. Thus, this news would not leak out and would not concern other people and prevented a young death. 11th brother and wife, are you really leaving for a while? You really don't have to. The experts of the tribe were already dispatched. They will certainly bring back 15th elder. Right, you don't need to worry. The heavens will help the worthy. 15th elder will certainly be okay. The tribesman persuaded, but the husband and wife insisted on leaving. 11th brother, don't worry. I'll look after little Hao. Let him spend more time with little E, and when they grow up, these two brothers will flatten the world and conquer 10,000 tribes. A young married woman laughed. Her appearance was outstanding, and she was precisely the mother of Shi. The corner of her mouth bent as she laughed, and her sparkling pearl teeth shined. She was very warm and friendly, and had a heavenly gifted genius for a child. Her position within the tribe was extremely high. Many thanks, sixth sister. It's fine if several tribal elders look after him. It's not good to worry you too much. The couple thanked. Younger sister-in-law, you're too courteous. We're all from the same family. Don't say these type of things, said the young married woman. In the end, the couple began their travels and left the ancient country, heading for the 100-tribe battlefield. Little E, in the future you have to become more familiar with little Hao. His gifts are extraordinary. When he grows up, he will be your right-hand man. Go to the back of our palace crowd. The young married woman warned the double-eyed child. The 3-year-old child was unflustered. His actions far surpassed that of his age. The tribesmen all helped look after Hao together along with many servants. Naturally, there weren't any problems. The first few days were rather noisy because he missed his parents, but he was very easy to take care of afterwards. After many days, the young married woman took Hao to her own residence. Looking at her own child who stared at that infant with a glint of divine light within his eyes without blinking, she asked in confusing, "Little E, Why are you always staring at your younger brother? He's very complicated. There's an unfathomably mysterious bone in his body that has a complicated symbol, Shuri calmly said. The young married woman was shocked. She knew her child was extraordinary and had the dual pupils that were of the same origin as ancient divine saints, and was able to clearly see the source of things. Suddenly, she was frightened and suddenly thought of something. She urgently asked, "You said that there's a bone in his body densely covered in primitive symbols?" "Yes," replied the young child calmly. "Naturally born. Supreme being bone." The young married woman trembled on the spot. She thought back to that ancient legend and couldn't control her heartbeat. After a long while, she had a shady expression as she stared at that naive and pure infant. Her eyes contained a flash of evil, and then turned towards her child and said, "Don't tell this to anyone." The child nodded and didn't say anything. Instantly, several months passed and little Sure How grew cuter as he aged. In the blink of an eye, he was 8 to 9 months old. He was able to walk by himself a long time ago, and was now even able to talk. His eyes were lively and his skin was pretty like porcelain. Anyone who saw him couldn't help but pinch his little face. During this time, the young married woman took care of little Sure How meticulously, as if he was her own. In the end, she simply brought him to her own residence and cared for him along with Shuri. "Aunt, I want to go to the garden to watch the scarlet-feathered cranes." Sister Mang said that they were very pretty. Their entire bodies are like scarlet and their sounds are very pleasant to listen to. The little guy blinked his large eyes and spoke while his long eyelashes lightly shook. His voice was very infantile and had a lovable and soft milky sound to it. Ordinarily, a child this young could not talk this freely and even walking was difficult, but for him it was simple. "Sister Mang? That's a girl from a servant family. Don't listen to her nonsense. Aunt will take you to see Ilwan and the 5-colored peacock king," said the young married woman. "Sister Mang is a good older sister. She's very kind-hearted and pretty. She tells me stories quite often." Little Sure How blinked his large eyes and sincerely said, "Okay, after dinner, we'll go see the scarlet-feathered crane, and then after that, I'll bring you to see the Ilwan and the 5-colored peacock king." The young married woman smiled. "Aunt is the best." The little guy raised his head. His 2 hands clasped together and his eyes shined like stars, full of hope and desires. After that, he turned around and said, "Brother, let's go to the backyard and play. There are many children there." "I'm not going." Shuri declined and sat cross-legged on the ground. At a very young age, he was already steady like a boulder, silently cultivating the bone text. Then I'm going to play." The little guy ran to the backyard on his toes to find a bunch of servant children to play with. There he happily laughed and played. The little guy was pretty and adorable, and he was very kind-hearted. He never bullied the servant children, and often played with them. Therefore, everyone in the mansion liked him. After a few days, the young married woman took Shuri and the little guy to visit the king's mansion together. She took a chariot to another manor to look at the Ilwan, 5-colored peacocks, and other descendants of the archaic devil bird. "Aunt, where is the Ilwan?" the little guy curiously asked. At the same time, he was a bit puzzled. After arriving at the manor, they went directly into an underground palace. "We'll see them soon," the young married woman expressionlessly said after arriving at a private room. The young married woman's fingers flashed with a string strange of symbols, and she pressed against the little guy's body. However, the precious bones within his body directly appeared and shined. Even after that, he still didn't faint. Worthy of being a supreme being bone, the young married woman's eyes grew even fiercer. She knew that the precious bone just started to grow. She clapped her hands and a figure soundlessly and breathlessly approached like a ghost from not far away. He grabbed the little guy and pressed him down on the ice-cold bed. "Aunt, what's happening?" he bewilderedly asked. This was an 8 to 9-month-old child. Other children were still confused and ignorant, but he was innocent and kind-hearted. A gorgeous silver knife flowing with a fascinating luster flashed past. It sliced open the little guy's chest and fresh blood suddenly spilled out. At the same time, a lump of hazy divine splendor circulating with heavenly mysteries containing uncountable symbols flashed there non-stop. "It hurts," the little guy painfully cried. His eyes were full of surprise. He never could have thought that he would be treated like this. He was still 8 to 9 months old. What could he have known? Unexpectedly, he didn't pass out. So troublesome. The young woman indifferently said. At the other side, there was another child, Shuri. He calmly looked on in silence. It was really questionable whether or not he was actually 4 years old. Fresh blood flowed and the little guy's face paled. His big eyes were expressionless and he continually cried out in pain as his blood continued to spill out. Let there be no accidents. I researched the ancient bone books and remembered that this method will be successful. My child was born with double pupils. He will certainly be honored in the heavens and earths. The young woman nervously shouted out. Aunt! The little guy lifted up his little face filled with tears. He extended both his hands and wished that he could alleviate the pain. However, the young woman was indifferent. Her face was ice cold. She only warned that ghostly figure to be careful and not let the supreme being bone lose its life force. It's done. In the end, that figure produced a muffled voice that sounded like a wild animal after cutting open a lump of light from the little guy's chest. There was a hard-to-describe mystical power around it, and as soon as it started growing, it became soul-shaking. It emitted endless divine radiance as it illuminated the entire room. Little E, it's your turn. You must hold on. The young woman nervously warned the child at her side. The child nodded without saying a word. He laid on a jade bed. With a streak of the silver knife, his chest split open and blood began to spill. Be careful. Don't make any mistakes. The young woman's eyes were vicious and loved her child very dearly. On top of that ice-cold bed by the side, the little guy was withering in pain. His large eyes were full of tears. Every time his long eyelashes moved, sparkling tears rolled down. He extended his little hand with great difficulty, and he seemingly wanted to reach out to even a bit of warmth. He implored in a trembling voice, Aunt. The young woman coldly gave him a glance and then ignored him. She turned her head towards the other bed. With an affectionate expression and a gentle voice, she quietly asked, Little E, you must hold on. In the future, this entire land will be yours because you're the natural-born supreme being. At the side, the little guy who lost his supreme being bone laid on the ice-cold bed by himself. His snow-white face was full of tears. He slowly lost consciousness and muttered, Mother. At his most painful moments, he called out his true relatives in a sorrowful manner. Mother, muttered the little guy. As he began to lose consciousness, he weakly called out. Only his mother was the best and the most gentle. Only she wouldn't harm him. When his mother left, he was only several months old and only had a fuzzy impression of her. Now, however, her warmth was what he longed for the most, and he wanted to fall asleep within her bosom. Tears endlessly rolled down from his small pale face, and his entire body was curled up. He was shivering and trembling as he huddled towards the corner of the ice-cold bed. A muffled groan came from the jade bed on the other side. Although Shuri was young, he didn't have any fear. His double pupils concealed a divine light, and he bit into a piece of soft wood. His body was drenched in cold sweat as he persevered through the pain. Good child, you will certainly be able to bear it. After today, you will soar into the heavens and no one will be able to stop your rise to the top. You will be the most prominent heavenly genius in this entire land. The young woman nervously held the child's hand to help him feel some warmth and resist some of the pain. That lump of light had an uncountable number of densely packed symbols, and those symbols circulated with complicated and heavenly mysteries. Anyone who saw this scene would immediately feel their hearts palpitating, and would immediately feel a need to worship it. The young woman's eyes were crazy, and she was becoming more and more certain that what she was doing was worth it. Even if she ended up being exposed, it was fine as long as the supreme being bone was implanted within little E. This supreme being bone had just begun its growth, yet it already had such power. If it were to grow in the future, it would certainly be outstanding. The archaic golden-winged Peng and the true Ho were supreme beings that dared to massacre the gods. Yet naturally born supreme beings were able to fight with them. In the future, who would dare oppose him? Soon it will be finished. Little E, hold on. She continuously encouraged. Her face was gentle as she helped Shi relax, guiding him through this difficulty. Brilliant light radiated everywhere, and it seemed as if a supreme deity lied dormant there. It released divine rings, gorgeously illuminating the entire room. The divine radiance sprinkled everywhere, and made it appear like the world of gods. Shi's chest was fully filled with the dazzling source of light. His struggles became even more intense. He yelled out like a wild beast in unimaginable pain as his entire body was drenched with sweat. You be careful. Don't hurt my little E. The young woman's face appeared evil as she shouted at the shadow. She was even more nervous and afraid of failure now. Although the records are detailed, this is after all a supreme being bone. The transplant procedures are extremely dangerous. Even a little mistake will cause it to explode, and you and I might be buried here alive. The ghostly shadow said in a deep voice. I don't care. I just need this to succeed. Since the bone book has records of this must have been done before. There's no reason that we can't succeed. The young woman lightly shouted, and her pretty face turned a bit ugly. She held Shi's hands and said, We all belong to the Stone family bloodline, so we came from a common origin. The success rate must be high. Little E, stay strong. The shadow lightly bellowed, and afterwards, the entire room began to boil. Gorgeous divine radiance began to blossom into every inch of the room. Multicolored flames exploded, thunder descended, and lightning danced around, causing divine rumbling noises. All kinds of strange sights began to emerge. In the end, the light began to weaken and the symbols began to condense into a single supreme being bone after it entered into Shi's chest. The shadow quickly moved, and various symbols rushed forth to heal the wound and staunch the bleeding. It's done. After a deep voice, the room completely quieted down, and the strange sights began to disappear. Good child, you are mother's pride. From now on, no one will be able to stop you. This entire land will tremble under your feet. The young woman was incredibly emotional and held one of Shi's arms. Her face was full of joy and her eyes burned with incredible radiance. She grabbed a soft blanket and very carefully covered Shi, who passed out. Finally, she stood up and couldn't help but let out a loud, crazy, and maniacal laughter. Aunt, I'm cold. Curled up on top of the ice-cold bed, the little guy shivered. He was woken up by the laughter. His chest was in pain and his face was pale as he weakly called out. The young woman suddenly turned and did not get a blanket, but instead stared at him with a cold and merciless gaze. She told that shadow, extract the remaining true blood within his body to nourish the supreme being bone inside of little E. Where the supreme being bone grew, there was the corresponding true blood to nourish that unique and powerful primitive precious bone that had an astonishing divine nature. If we extract it out, this child most likely won't survive past 2. The shadow said. 2? A year and a half is enough. During this time, anything can happen. The young woman coldly said. The shadow heard and no longer said anything. It then took out a jade jar and symbols flickered as it utilized a secret technique to extract the blood. Immediately, a hazy light began to shine and illuminate the room. Use the technique as soon as possible. Use the jar to store the precious blood that will nourish little Yi's body to help him fuse with the supreme being bone as quickly as possible. The young woman urged. It's best to take it one step at a time and proceed slowly. The shadow warned. No harm, little E was born with double pupils, so how can normal children compare to him? Furthermore, the sooner he fuses, the sooner I'll feel at ease. At the very least, even if someone discovers within half a year, they will have no way of transplanting the supreme being bone. Doing that excessively will cause it to wither and die. So cold. The little guy passed out again and even his mouth turned white. His little body constantly shivered as he curled up in the corner of the bed. After everything was finished, the room became quiet again. That black shadow left and the empty underground palace seemed a bit eerie. The young woman paced back and forth by herself. Her brows were furrowed as she pondered about how to explain herself. It was likely that no one within the clan had discovered the secret supreme being bone within his body unless they had a high cultivation and carried him daily. People who met these conditions should only have been his parents, and right now he was already 8 or 9 months old. He had long passed the need for someone to carry him. Little E was naturally born with double pupils and can see through many origin of powers. No one else should have this kind of power, so no one else should be aware of this. The young woman's eyebrows relaxed after thinking about this matter. If that couple die under the Pai Show's claws or perished out there for whatever reason, then everything will be perfect. She lightly spoke to herself and hung a cold expression at the corners of her mouth. Hong! Suddenly, a terrifying noise echoed through, and the underground palace collapsed. The exit was destroyed by a tremendous force. A majestic elder with a full set of white hair and beard rushed in. His entire body was covered in endless arrays of light like a burning divine flame. The young woman was alarmed. The underground palace entrance wasn't something that a normal person could forcefully break through. It was only something that could only be done by the clan's supreme experts. Divine, multicolored light gushed out into 10,000 directions. An old man broke into the secret room like an angry lion. After seeing the scene in front of his eyes sockets practically bursted out. He shouted out in a world-shaking voice, "Slut! You vile and poisonous woman!" This was one of the 2 Lord of Affairs within the clan. His seniority was well respected and his strength was extremely powerful. Usually he wouldn't appear in public and would cultivate his body and mind within an ancient cave to gain enlightenment. Howe's parents entrusted their child to him and one other person. Only they knew about the supreme being bone within his body, as this was considered classified information. Originally, it was him and another elder who were supposed to look after how to ensure he was protected. In the end, they were old as well as being males, so they didn't really know how to take care of a child. After that, they agreed to let the younger generation look after him. The tribe was always peaceful. The wives of their grandson all tried their best these past few months to healthily raise little pretty how to relieve them of their worries. Never did they think that such a disaster would have happened today. This elder was always careful and dispatched experts to follow the little guy. Today, this young woman spent too long taking 2 children to look at the archaic divine bird's descendants. The experts who followed rushed back in confusion and reported that a few people entered the underground palace. After finding out they couldn't open the door, they rushed back shocked. "You vile women! I'll kill you!" The old man's hair and beard were all shining and a golden lion. Instantly he pounced forth. Like squeezing a little chick, he grabbed her neck and lifted her up with one hand. Although the young woman's position was very high and had exceptional strength, compared to this elder, she was absolutely nothing. Her face paled on this spot, and all the symbols on her body were going to explode. "Fourth grandfather, don't kill my mother." E was woken up by the roar. He took that silver knife by the bedhead and pressed it against his own neck until a bloody scar appeared. "You little bastard!" The elder was angry. "Fourth brother, let her go first." Another elder walked in and his entire body bursted with scarlet light like an old phoenix. Although he was old, he had eyes like golden lamps and appeared spry and nimble. "Fifth elder, what do you mean? This is one of your younger generations, so you want to selfishly forgive her?" The old man with the appearance of a golden lion shouted. "Fourth grandfather, please don't kill my mother." On the other side, the double-pupiled E spoke once again. The silver knife was soaked in blood against his cut neck. "Do you see? We lost a supreme being. Could it be that you want to look on helplessly as another double-pupiled child dies? In the ancient era, this is a saint, a god. Let her go first and argue later." The elder with the appearance of a phoenix said. "Hong!" The golden lion elder viciously tossed the young woman against the opposite wall. A huge sound was produced as the trembling caused many stones to fall. She couldn't stand up for a long time. "Xiling, I've let you 2 down. I couldn't take of little Hao and let him suffer a gargantuan amount of grievance and torment." The elder snarled towards the sky. Fourth, Grandpa. I'm cold. It hurts. The little guy who curled up by the corner of the bed feebly opened his mouth. Good child, it's all my fault. The elder took him into his chest and his tears almost fell down. He activated the mysterious powers of the precious symbols and wrapped him in the multicolored light that he emitted. Where's the supreme being bone? His body was scarlet red. His divine splendor surged as Blood Phoenix Elder asked. The young woman's face was pale. She stood up without a word. Grandfather, it's inside my body. Shuri threw down the silver knife and calmly said. The Blood Phoenix Elder heard this and an unusual light flashed in his eyes. He did not speak for a long time. The elder who held the little guy became even angrier having hearing that. He said in a trembling voice, My stone tribe has ancestral rules. We cannot cause internal strife and must unite against the foreign powers. Otherwise, how can we walk out of our ancestral land and conquer this vast territory? How could we control millions and millions of people with an emperor on the throne and countless number of kings? You woman, too vile. This tribe cannot tolerate you. This affair has gotten complex and now involves a supreme being bone. This is the highest level of classified information within the tribe that cannot be leaked out. This isn't a place for talking. Let's go back first then talk. The elder on the side said. Fifth elder. You think we can't hide this anymore? The Golden Lion Elder shouted. No matter what, we can't let the naturally born supreme being disappear. Let's return to the mansion then talk. The elder who emitted scarlet light said. Although I'm not taking any actions now. When Xiling returns, he won't let this slide. With his temperament, if he doesn't destroy your family, he will wipe out a majority of it. If you treat him unfairly, he is not the type of person that will let it go. The Golden Lion Elder spoke with bold and powerful words. The mansion was grand and magnificent, and majestic palace halls decorated the interior. Its grandeur was boundless, and it was just like a heavenly temple situated in the human world. It was dyed under the golden radiance of the sunset, solemn and serene. It gave people a spiritual mood, making them want to bow down and worship it. However, under this blessed atmosphere, a dark wave was billowing within this building. Great waves of darkness rushed forth, and killing intent permeated the huge palace hall. Within one of the palace halls, the atmosphere was extremely tense, and 10 or so elders were sitting upright. Symbols flickered about, and they could erupt at any time. The little guy was on the verge of death. His supreme being bone was taken out, and this matter shook the higher officials. These elders who all had high positions were dragged out, as this matter could not be concealed from them. These tens of people were ordinarily in isolation, and did not partake in any worldly affairs to the point where some of these elders had not appeared in front of the tribe for over 20 years. However, they were all disturbed from their isolation, and were asked to come out from seclusion. A natural-born supreme being was unexpected injured by the tribe. Did the sky turn upside down? Kill this woman by death of 1,000 cuts right away. An elder was absolutely furious. Her grandfather and clansmen aren't simple people. They are quite strong. If we kill without saying a word, it will be rather troublesome. The inner members of the capital were already discussing this matter. Words will spread like wind. If we explain about this matter, the news of the supreme being bone will inevitably be exposed to the world. Another elder gently said. Even if the emperor did this, he would still have to explain it to everyone under the sky, let alone her family. You want to hide this matter, so you place emotion over reason and bend the law to help your own, cried out an elder on the side. His eyes contained the sun, moon and stars, and the aura he gave off even twisted the tables. The palace hall was covered in terrifying dense symbols. Electricity interwove, and the smell of conflict was dense to the extreme. The little guy was at his last breath, and was carried within an individual's chest. He was currently protected by a divine light that was as vigorous as the ocean, nourishing his life force and preventing his weak essence from dying out. She will naturally be dealt with, so we can talk about it later. Right now, the important matter is not losing the supreme being bone. A supreme being that belongs to our stone tribe cannot simply disappear because of this," spoke an elder with a penetrating gaze. His scarlet body seemed like it was bathed in a heavenly flame, and he was calm and steady. "Fifth elder, what do you mean?" The elder that looked like a golden lion shouted as he stood up. "We have to take it out and put it inside. Sure, how to let him continue growing it. This belongs to him. No one else should think about taking it. If it's taken out, it'll be difficult for it to continue growing right away. Just because little E is part of your family, you have to protect him until the end. The supreme being bone should belongs to whom it rightfully belongs to." Divine light flashed between these two people and the palace hall rumbled like mountains. The entire holy palace hall was shaking. "Fourth brother, it's not because I gave in to bribes." The elder who looked like a blood phoenix stood up and pointed towards the little guy and said, "You guys look, this child is so weak and feeble. Even though he is being fed precious medicine daily, it's still hard for him to recover. How can he nourish the supreme being bone?" With these words, the quarreling sounds suddenly lessened. Many people stopped talking because this was the truth. Whether or not the little guy could still live was hard to say. "In my opinion, I'd rather not want the supreme being bone than break tribe rules. Behead that mother and child," an elder with a fiery temper said. After saying this, everyone jumped a bit in fear. Not only would the tribe lose a supreme being, the double pupil child will have to perish as well. "Second brother, calm down. Little E is still an ignorant child. This matter is unrelated to him. He is like the ancient saints and possess a deity's potential. In the future, he will eventually disdain 10,000 tribes. Don't involve this with him." A few people reconciled. "Ignorant child? How does he even resemble one?" After he came back, he was desperate and put a knife to his throat and said if his mother dies, he would die with her. "This kind of crime, how can we let that vile woman go and make everything go her way?" said the elder coldly. His entire body was covered in a brilliant splendor like a river of stars, and it circulated with frightening power. "We can push back the topic on how to handle that vile woman until later. Right now, we need to first talk about the supreme being bone." Many people were silent within the palace hall. No matter what, they couldn't bear to see both children being wasted. The strongest bloodlines must continue. The supreme being bone is already implanted within little Yi's body. How are the results? Right at this moment, the one with the highest seniority, an old man who hasn't left his private dwelling for 30 years suddenly opened his eyes like the emergence of two golden suns. Splendid rays of light burst forth, causing rumbling sounds that terrified others to an extreme. Everyone suddenly calmed down and no longer quarreled. It already fused together with little E and gained the nourishment of his flesh and blood. You already can't tell that it once belonged to another person. The results were astonishing. "It was like it was born naturally within his body," said the fifth elder. Everyone's hearts trembled and felt emotional. It actually succeeded. Double pupil in addition to the supreme being bone. How high will he reach in the future? That kind of accomplishment was simply inconceivable. "We'll talk about this in a few days. Let's end this today for now," said another elder. His position was incredibly ancient, and he also had not shown his face for 20 to 30 years. Everyone nodded. The fourth elder, who seemed like a golden lion, and that elder with the fiery temperament were speechless. They knew that the tribe would not allow the supreme being bone and the dual pupils perish. Several days later, news came through. The supreme being bone was unaffected within Shi Yi's body. It was bound by a powerful life force and was practically fused into his body. "Spiteful!" the fourth elder lightly bellowed. He knew that he lacked the power to reverse this desperate situation, and what this signified was obvious. He held the feeble little guy with an unpleasant emotion. The little guy's aura was weak. His eyes were dim without expression. Although he was nourished by the spiritual essence of the tribe's experts, it was still difficult for him to make a recovery. Everyone sighed within their hearts. The clansmen found many spiritual medicines, but they were all useless. It was hard for him to recover. His little face was pale and he was continuously coughing, and would often shiver with coldness all over. After half a month, his state worsened. His large eyes did not contain a trace of brilliance and looked even sicklier, as if he could die at any time. Moreover, at midnight, the little guy's bones would creak and his entire body would decrease in size. His entire body lost its spiritual essence, and it severely degenerated. He was clearly 8 to 9 months old, but because of his critical injuries, he seemed like he became several months younger. His body worsened by the day. "Are you my fourth grandpa?" The little guy laid on his bed and opened his emotionless and expressionless eyes as he feebly asked. He continued to degenerate. It was as if there was a bottomless pit within his body eating away at his blood, essence, and bones. He seemed like he was only a few months old and did not seem as intelligent as he was before, practically unable to recognize the people beside him. The elder was heartbroken and unceasingly lightly patted him and coaxed him to sleep. "Why am I almost forgetting the people beside me? It's becoming more and more fuzzy." The little guy tried his best to recollect his memory, but his eyes became increasingly bewildered. He was clearly an intelligent and lively child, but now he became like this. It made the servants sad, and it was difficult for them to watch this. After several days, even talking became a strenuous task. His eyes lost all traces of light. He looked at the little girl who stood beside his bed and asked in confusion, "Sister, who are you?" The pretty little girl wiped away her tears and light replied, "I'm Sister Mang, young master. How could you not remember me?" Sister Mang, so familiar. How can I not remember? The little guy tried his best to think back. He stared at the ceiling with his large expressionless eyes that had lost the liveliness it had in the past. The little girl wept. Fearing others would hear, she covered her mouth. Tears streamed out of her large eyes as she finally lightly said, "I heard Fourth Elder's words. You are a supreme being. No one could compare to you, but you were harmed." "I'm a supreme being," the little guy muttered. "Right, you're a supreme being. A natural-born supreme being. Little guy, you will certainly get better." The little girl wept. "I will, I'm a supreme being. I'll get better." The little guy lightly spoke. "Yeah, I remember. Your sister Mang. You told me many stories and told me that you'll take me to look at scarlet-feathered cranes. You are so nice to me." The little guy suddenly remembered who this little girl was. Young master, you have to remember. You're a supreme being, and don't forget that I'm Sister Mang. Everything will get better." The little girl wept continuously. The little guy made great effort and nodded, and it seemed as if he remembered something else. He said, "I seem to have some memories now. How come several other brothers and sisters did not come? The other servants' children did not come. Young Master Bing. They went to cultivate." The little girl smiled with great difficulty. These few days, the other children within the tribe came less and less to the point that they disappeared. Even the other uncles and aunts of the tribe were practically unseen either and no longer came to look after him. The little guy grew weaker by the day, and he was no longer the intelligent and dazzling child who was destined to become a supreme expert. No one within the tribe said much. They weren't that superficial. They came less and less and became more detached than ever, however. A child that young couldn't understand these facts. Eventually, the little guy became weaker and degenerated into a critical state. Even Sister Mang and the Fourth Elder could no longer recognize him. "Young master, you have to remember. You are a supreme being. Don't forget me either. I'm Sister Mang." The pretty young girl stood by the bed weeping with her large swollen red eyes. But the little guy could no longer speak and didn't know how to open his mouth to do so. After a month later, Xianxia returned. He did not find the 13th elder, and after entering his mansion he immediately felt something was wrong since the mood was strange. "Where's little Hao?" he shouted. When the couple saw the little guy, they were shocked to the point that they shivered. Was this a child that was around 10 months old? How come he's this weak and small? His eyes did not have any shine to it. Where did the intelligence and spirited light he once had go? When the feeble little guy saw the couple, he subconsciously extended his hands and simple-mindedly laughed like he felt an affection and warmth coming from they. He wanted them to carry him. "Little Hao!" Xianxia yelled. His eyes almost bled. His father disappeared and his child was sabotaged. He was about to go mad. "My child, what happened to you?" The little guy's mother was practically about to faint. She held him tightly within her bosoms right away. "Xiling, I've let you couple down. I didn't take care of little How well. I shouldn't have let others raise him. You guys should punish this old man," the elder that seemed like a golden lion painfully said. What exactly happened? When Xiling learned the truth, he went mad. All the black hair on his hair stood upright. With a golden spear within his hand and symbols surrounding his entire body, his fighting spirit boiled. With a rumbling sound, a spear directly uprooted a portion of the palace as he fought his way towards the direction where Yi's bloodline lived. 11th Elder, calm down. If you have something to say it nicely. We'll give you a good explanation. When a group of people heard the commotion, they rapidly rushed over. The so-called ranked 11th wasn't because he was the 11th relative, but it was because he was the 11th most powerful within the tribe. For the sake of appearing close, the tribe amalgamated and established this ranking. "Go away!" Xiling's eyes stood upright. With the divine golden spear in his hand and symbols overflowing into the heavens like the ocean surging violently, his rage struck the heavens. With a honglong sound, the group of people all rapidly fled. Every one of them was spitting out blood as none of them could block. All the mysterious patterns protecting their bodies exploded. Like a golden god of war, Xiling doused in a golden divine flame that overflowed into the heavens as he advanced in large stride with a golden spear in his hands. Divine radiance shot forth from within his eyes, and with his incredibly cold voice, he said, "Whoever dares to block my way, I'll kill them no matter who it is or where they came from." 11th Elder, don't act so impulsively, a young man said while blocking the way. Impulsively? Ha ha ha. Xiling laughed madly, with ice-cold eyes and yelled, "You are little Yi's own uncle, right? The one responsible for bullying the people of our family? Get lost." The golden spear within his hands stabbed forth. An incredibly heavy divine light filled with uncountable symbols constructed battle spears made of light one after another. They emitted a foggy light that overflowed into the heavens as they flew forward. Pooh! The youth across from him also began to act, but he was simply unable to defend. His weapon snapped and his precious artifact broke. Then he was pierced by a divine golden spear and flew into the distance. Boom! He was pierced onto one of the doors within the palace upstairs. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Shock filled his eyes as their difference in power was too great. "Xiling, don't create such a mess. You can handle that vile woman. But little E is still a child. You can't kill him." A group of elders appeared. "All of you go away. When my son was suffering, where were all of you? She broke one of my son's bones. I'll break 100 of her son's bones." Xiling shouted with rage, with tears flowing within his eyes. When he returned to the tribe, seeing his adorable and intelligent child that he was before put into such a state, it made his heart twitch and bleed. Hong! Xiling swept with the golden battle spear within his hands. His heavenly shocking precious technique activated. Like all the gods in heaven chanting together, ear-splitting cries began to erupt. The few elders who blocked his way all flew away from the shock. They spat blood violently from within their mouths with incomparable horror. When Xiling thought of his own child, it felt as if a knife was twisted within his heart. The little guy was too pitiful. He was originally a supreme being, but his supreme being bone was taken away. As his tears flew, he released his murderous aura. Scarlet clouds blossomed. An elder took out a string of bone beads the size of goose eggs, and each of the beads sparkled with a precious light. They looked like stars flying in the sky, and power fluctuated terrifyingly. They constructed a diagram of the stars and expanded outwards like a net, as if a river of stars were flowing. It contained a boundless aura and immediately enshrouded Xiling below. "Let me through!" Xiling shouted loudly, and his full head of black hair went crazy. With a wave of his spear, golden light overflowed the skies and trembled the heavens. Even the corners of his eyes were split apart as he cried tears of blood. For his child to suffer such a disastrous tragedy, it made his heart drip blood. Right now, he would kill whoever stood in his way. The precious technique shocked the heavens. With a rumbling sound, he hollered out the incantations, and as if he was renouncing all deities through this chant, endless divine radiance scattered about, enshrouding this area. That diagram of stars was immediately broke apart. "Break!" Xianxia shouted loudly. He raised the spear in his hand, and the primitive symbols began to take shape as he rushed forward. Golden rays of light submerged everything in front of him. With Kacha sounds, the strings connecting the snow-white bone beads were broke one after another. The powerful strength of the symbols dissipated into a vast body of divine light as it began to disperse in all four directions. Many palaces abruptly flew into the air as if they were dead leaves. Under this berserk attack, they were all insignificant. Immediately after, they shattered in the air, turning into dust. This string of bone beads was a rare and powerful precious artifact. Yet it was broken so easily by the battle spear and dissipated into heaven and earth divine essence. It made all the tribe elders' hearts soar. Stone Clan's members were all relatives of the emperor. However, even though they were bestowed the status of kings and were quite formidable, they still couldn't casually waste rare precious artifacts. The corners of this elder's mouth was bleeding, and his body was violently trembling. Many of his bones were broken, and he flew across the air before smashing into another palace. It was smashed apart, causing smoke and dust to rise. "Xiling, stop. We're all family. Don't make such a big fuss and hurt family." A group of elders walked out from within the dust. They were covered in dust and had bloodstains all over. There was a look of anger and astonishment on their faces. This nephew was too powerful, and he was chasing right in his father's footsteps. Injuring family? The supreme being bone within my son's body was taken away. His life's in danger, but that vile woman's family is still living well. Doesn't that already break our relationships? Xianxia was seething with anger. The golden light over his body was flourishing even more now, brightly illuminating the sky and the earth like a burning divine flame. His voice was cold and reprimanded loudly. "Although we have the same grandparents, none of you are my opponents. Apart from that vile woman's bloodline, all of you get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and massacring you all." "You?" Angry looks appeared on some of the people's faces. "Xiling, if you have something to say it properly. What is there that we can't sit down and talk about?" An elder advised. "What's there to talk about? You already made the decision to protect that vile woman and leaving the casualty of this to lick his wounds all by himself? Whether my son can even survive right now is tough to say, and you guys are telling me to sit. Very well. Chop that vile woman and Shuri apart for me. Impudence. This is the decision made by over 10 elders and you want to oppose it?" An elder shouted loudly with a feathered fan that was wrapped in thunder and wind in his hand. He waved the fan with all his strength, and divine thunder descended onto earth, creating endless purple rays on the spot. "You're Shuri's granduncle?" Xianxia's footsteps basically never stopped. He was charging forward from start to finish. A long whistle sounded, and endless burning rays of electricity shot forth from his eyes like golden lightning. "Kacha!" Suddenly, deafening rolls of thunder packed the heaven and earth with bristles of electricity, creating a huge, violent explosion. The fan within that elder's hands bursted open. When the lightning withdrew, that entire person was burnt black and his head was smoking. Whether he was dead or alive was unknown. Afterwards, he was once again sent flying by a beam of golden light that was released from Xianxia's eyes. He collided into a palace and never stood up again. Everyone breathed in a breath of cold air. Xianxia was too powerful, and he was worthy of being called the genius of the generation. With these methods and the heroic appearance of a god of war, he eclipsed those of the older generation as they were simply incapable of being his match. 15th Elder truly gave birth to a good child. A few people muttered. The 15th Elder's prowess were rather renowned within the empire. With only 2 arrows, he shot down an archaic descendant, Alwan. Who else could accomplish this? His cultivation was world-shaking. It was truly because of this that he dared to kill an extremely pure-blooded Pai Xiu youth in the 100-clan battlefield. Many elders of the older generation all guessed the 15th elder's intentions. He wanted to baptize his grandson's body with the true blood of a genuine Pai Xiu. Right now, his son was just as emphatic and decisive. His power shocked the capital city, and none of the elders of the older generation were his opponent. Like a golden god of war, he trembled the hearts of others. It could be said that if not for the fact that another family gave birth to Shi, who was naturally born with divine gifts and the dual pupils possessed by ancient saints, Shi Xiling would inevitably be the one bearing the flag of the tribe in the future. In actuality, even if there was a Shi Xiling's family would inevitably rise in power. No one could cover up the radiance because his son was born with a supreme being bone. Unfortunately, things ended up like this in the end, and it made people want to wring their own wrists while deeply sighing. Hong Long. Shi Xiling walked forward in large strides. With each step, huge cracks would be left in the ground below. It was as if a giant golden giant was moving, and nothing could stop him. Bind! An elder shouted loudly. He held a vine in his hand, and that vine was a precious artifact created from a powerful botanical creature. It was entirely black, but currently, it was shining with luscious light. With a Hong sound, the floor of this palace was penetrated by one spirit vine after another, each of them emitting precious light. Like flood dragons, they crazily charged towards Shi Xiling to bind him. Such despicable creatures. The people of your bloodlines. Blocking me means death. Shi Xiling shouted loudly. He traveled like a dragon and took steps like a tiger. His might overflowed the heavens. All the hair on his head instantly rose up violently, and every strand of hair was sparkling. Afterwards, they emitted golden rays of light like a sun god, making his entire person seem incomparably resplendent. Hong! This thick golden hair poured down like a waterfall, charging towards the spirit vines. As if they were breaking and pulling dried up and rotten weeds. He twisted all the spirit vines into pieces and then struck towards the precious artifact in that old expert's hands. With a pu sound, that precious vine exploded on the spot and burned into ashes. This powerful technique shocked and stunned the onlookers, sending chills and shivers down their spines. Fuck off! Shi Xiling shouted. He brandished the long spear in his hand, and with a pu sound, fresh flood splashed outwards, directly tossing up that elder right into a man-made mountain. It broke apart, and the elder spat out blood from his mouth. Xiling, you're turning into a demon. Stop immediately, a group of elders shouted loudly. If doing this for the sake of my child makes me a demon, then today I might as well degenerate into a devil. Shi Xiling roared. His hair madly danced as he was bathed within a burning golden light. With large steps, he rushed forward and no one was able to fight him. He brandished his golden spear, and fresh blood spilt 10 inches into the air from time to time. No one dared to stop him since they would just be killed. This made everyone involuntarily fall back and turn pale. Lay out the symbols to lock this area and suppress him. At this moment, he had already entered the place where Shi Yi's family lived. Everyone in that family became nervous as they arranged the precious bones into a killing formation to suppress Shi Xiling. I'll see who can stop me. Shi Xiling was like an unrivaled demon king. Right now the killing aura around his body reached the heavens. The light within his eyes shocked a group of elders into trembling and retreating. He looked towards them, and unexpectedly, no one looked back at him. Shi Xiling grasped his battle spear and with one step, he advanced 10 feet. He fought as he advanced, and the palace his target's family lived was collapsing. Subdue and kill. The precious bones shined, and one patch of symbols after another interweaved on the ground, densely covering the air. They formed an inescapable net and suppressing Shi Xiling within. Ho! Shi Xiling was crazy. He madly rushed into the air. Like a burning divine flame, his entire body exploded with unmeasurable amounts of light, as if he was forged in gold. With his indomitable spirit, he waved the battle spear within his hands with all his might. Immediately, The chants of heavenly deities were heard once again. Endless amount of power surged forth violently. With a precious technique that shook the heavens, he was like a divine golden deity as he swept across in every direction. Hong! A gigantic and violent explosion occurred where he stood, and rubble flew into the clouds. Divine light was released outwards like a boundless ocean. Xianxia's battle intent rose into the heavens. His battle spear danced and the entire area collapsed, and all the precious bones exploded. All of you, die for me! He brandished the golden battle spear within his hands. All those who were a part of the formation flew outwards like scarecrows before toppling over. Their blood splattered everywhere. No one was able to stop him as he pressed forward with large steps. Xianxia's wife carried their child. Sparkling radiance circulated her entire body as she followed closely behind the entire way. The little guy was very bewildered, looking at the figure that seemed like a heavenly deity in front of him. He kept extending his little hands and stretched towards it as he felt an intimacy towards it. He tried to shout "Ya" from his mouth, but he was unable to speak a single word. His mother's nose was aching, and teardrops gathered within her beautiful eyes. The once spirited and intelligent child she once had now degenerated into this state. It made her feel so sad that her heart was bleeding. "Stop him!" Many people shouted out in horror. Xianxia became a demon, and he became completely insane. It made them fear that he was going to completely exterminate all of them. "Kill him for me? Kill him!" As a king, he naturally had many servants and even more scapegoats. This family feared that Xianxia would come and settle his debts with them, and naturally made many preparations. A group of densely packed people rushed forth. They were all experts that had no fear of death, and like ants with the will to bite an elephant to death, they wanted to completely tire out Xianxia while he was alive before killing him. Cowards! Xianxia did not show any fear. He stuck his battle spear onto the floor and activated his most powerful precious technique. At that moment, he was like a deity they offered sacrifices to. His aura was as powerful as a saint. A heavenly shocking sound was produced. Endless divine light bursted forth as if he stood in the center of the world. The sun, moon and stars revolved around him, and a huge vicious beast appeared, sweeping in all four directions. "Ow!" A deafening beast cry sounded out. This was a world-shocking precious technique. This fuzzy, archaic, vicious beast frantically wreaked havoc, and nothing could hinder its rampage. With a single drop of its claws, over 10 people fell victim to the bloodbath. This area became a scene of slaughter. That huge body was powerful and unrivaled. As it soared, over 100 experts were quickly killed, and everyone was terrified. This terrifying technique made people's hair stand up. With just one person, he was shockingly confronting an entire family of experts. Hong! Ultimately, Xianxia himself also began to move. His entire body began to emit an unfathomable amount of golden light. He swept forward, and the remaining people all flew away as their blood splashed out. In this short moment, the space in front of him was emptied. There was no one left to stop him, as they had all been disposed of. "Xialing, have you killed enough and released some steam?" A group of people appeared in front of him. The one speaking was indeed the fifth elder. Scarlet clouds surged from his body like a noble blood phoenix from Nirvana, and his golden eyes were like two golden lamps. At his side was an extraordinarily gifted child with natural-born double pupils. Although he was young, his presence and calmness put even adults to shame. After Xianxia obtained the supreme being bone, he became even more extraordinary. When he blinked, divine light circulated around his eyes. With every movement, he unexpectedly exerted a frightening and imposing aura. He was still young, yet he already possessed such an exceptionally terrifying aura, as if he was destined to rule over every living being. He was like a deity who had just descended down into the world, looking down on everyone. "Not enough," Xianxia responded coldly. He looked back towards the little guy who had expressionless eyes. He was full of worry since the little guy was on his last breaths. With his battle spear in hand, he pointed forward and said, "Unless you restore my son, A debt in blood must be repaid with blood. You people committed such malicious actions, even heaven cannot tolerate this. Since you broke my son's supreme being bone, pay it back with 100 of yours. Xiling, no one wished for this to happen. How can this matter be compensated? Do not hesitate to ask, however, you can't destroy my clan's right hand, the elder calmly said. Fifth elder, what are you saying? Xiling's eyes widened with his golden battle spear vertical on the floor. He stared towards the group of experts across from him and said, seizing my son's supreme being bone and causing him to degenerate nearly to death, moreover allowing that disastrous piece of shit become the clan's right-hand man. How ironic that these words are coming out of your mouth. Fifth elder meant that he was ranked fifth in his generation. His name was Ming Yuan and was a generation older than Xiling's father. He was a clan elder within the tribe and had a powerful and unfathomably deep cultivation. Xiling, whether this complicated matter is right or wrong should be discussed. You don't need to be angry. Let's sit down and talk it over slowly. We would certainly compensate you to your satisfaction. Yuan blinked his eyes. Divine light circulated around him and his aura was terrifying. Save it! How could Xiling not be aware that the tribe had already made a decision a long time ago? How can it be taken back? He coldly said, let's not talk about other things. Hand over little house supreme being bone. The expressions of the group of people across him all changed. They were all experts from Yuan's family and they numbered over 10 people. This request was impossible to fulfill. They couldn't hand over the supreme being bone no matter what. Xiling, if the supreme being bone is taken out again, it will be hard for it to continue working. Use something else as compensation. Xiling gently told him. Whether or not it will continue working, you don't have to worry about it. What belonged to Little How cannot be owned by anyone else. Xiling shouted. There was a melancholic feeling within his heart. The precious bone that originally belonged to his child was taken just like that by someone else. No! Yuan shook his head resolutely and said, for our tribe's prosperity, this type of thing cannot happen. The natural-born supreme being cannot disappear. You refuse. Xiling's imposing manner was like a rainbow. His eyes accumulated thunder and lightning. With his battle spear in hand, he began to take large steps. He looked forward and said, then I'll take it myself. He stared at Yi and pointed the golden battle spear at his chest from afar. Multicolored light began to surge, and cymbals rumbled like thunder as he began to take action. At Yuan's sides, many experts held their weapons. A furious look gathered in their eyes as they prepared to take action. They were not going to allow a natural-born dual-pupiled saint to die young. They wanted to fight right then and there. Good, good, good. Xiling said the word good 3 times consecutively. His rage began to surge violently, and the golden light within his pupils flourished even more. Xiling, any other request is fine. You just can't hurt little E. Yuan walked out with a calm and steady gait. Scarlet light surged around his body and his shocking might fluctuated up and down like an ocean. He was an absolutely top-level expert. Let alone within the tribe, his name was even reputed within the entire empire. Xiling raised his spear. What else was there to be said? The only choice now was to fight. Around his golden battle spear, divine symbol appeared one after another, and they looked like they were forged from metal. There was a cold feeling about them as they surrounded his battle spear, and they were emitting incomparable divine might. Kill! Xiling charged forward. With a shake of his battle spear, the entire sky began to shake. Those symbols, seemingly lifelike, emitted divine splendor and pressured downwards. With a honglong sound, the 10 or so experts across from him involuntarily backed off. Like the weight of 10,000 mountains crushing down, it made all of their hearts quiver, and their bodies knelt down. This was the difference between them. Xiling was a genius even recognized by the emperor, and his name was known everywhere. His strength was something that far surpassed what they could handle, and only clan leaders stood a chance against him. Only Yuan remained on the battlefield. All the others staggered away without the strength to stand on their feet. Otherwise, Their flesh and bones would have been crushed under the pressure of his aura. Rumbling sounds echoed as Shi Yuan's arms shook. Like a blood phoenix taking off into the skies, the scarlet light around him flowed into the heavens. His imposing aura suddenly increased by tenfold in power, blocking the incoming might of the golden battle spear. Hong! The battle spear was like a rainbow as its might pressed forward. It gathered up all the golden symbols within the air, trembling the heavens and the earth. Symbols densely covered Shi Yuan's right hand and transformed it into a divine wing as he struck forward. Splendid and dazzling scarlet phoenix feathers curled around him as the world-shocking cries of a phoenix were released. The divine phoenix wing collided with the golden battle spear. Like two active volcanoes, magma flowed into the sky and flames covered the air. This entire area was glaring, and nothing else could be seen. Both sides violently clashed. In the blink of an eye, they had over 10 exchanges. One person was wrapped in golden light like a god of war, and the other was bathed in scarlet clouds like an archaic devil bird, the blood phoenix. Both their speeds were extremely fast, and they unceasingly collided with each other, each time releasing an intense light that reached the skies. The spectators were all shocked. Shi Xiling was too powerful. He was able to force such a powerful clan elder to fight for his life. None of them could believe it, as the difference in the amount of time they had spent cultivating differed by an extremely large margin. And shrill phoenix cry sounded, cracking open all the metal and rock in that area. Palace halls collapsed one after another, and it startled all the experts. They immediately used their symbols to protect their bodies, otherwise they would have inevitably received injuries. Shi Yuan's hair and beard extended. Lightning accumulated within his eyes, and his entire body shined. An archaic devil bird rushed forth from within his body, and it was scarlet red all over with pretty and colorful tail feathers. It expanded its wings, took to the sky, and aimed to kill Shi Xiling. He utilized his most powerful precious technique. Killing intent surged, frightening the onlookers into a state of incomparable shock. The clan elder was forced into using this method. Oh! A dull roar sounded from where Shi Xiling stood. His entire body blossomed with golden light, and a huge vicious beast emerged as it squeezed between the heavens and the earth. Its head was held high as it roared, and it was as if a sovereign king who was served by over 10,000 creatures appeared as it overlooked the boundless earth. The figure of this beast was fuzzy, but no matter who it was, they knew this was one of the most powerful vicious beasts. Otherwise, there was no way it could possess such a tyrannical presence. With a rumble, the huge vicious beast's claws descended, covering the palace halls below. Its vicious aura shook everything within 10 squared meters, and everyone couldn't help but tremble and kneel down. The archaic devil bird released a long cry. It swept with its colorful wings toward that beast's claws, and the two clashed violently. This was a battle of precious techniques, a battle of life and death between two experts who stood at the very peak. Boundless divine light swept in all four directions, terrifying everyone. Grandfather hit his left rib. At this moment, Shi suddenly opened his mouth. His eyes held two pupils flowing with divine splendor. At a very young age, he already possessed a terrifying presence. His eyes were able to see through many things in this world, and he saw an opening in Shi Xiling, directly yelling out to remind his own grandfather to attack that weakness. Hong! Electricity shot out from Shi Yuan's eyes. He directed his precious technique, and that archaic devil bird immediately dove downwards towards the left rib of Shi Xiling to target his weakness. Ho! Unfortunately, that huge archaic vicious beast released a cry that shook the mountains and rivers while instantly blocking that terrifying phoenix-like vicious bird. The heavens and earths trembled with a strike of its claws. Grandfather, attack the left armpit of that vicious beast, said Shi once again. His eyes were incredibly profound and emitted strands of divine radiance. Incomparably frightening divine powers circulated. With a honglong sound, the archaic vicious bird attacked once again. Both its wings were spread out and its beak was wide open. It sprayed out endless amounts multicolored light, and a single one of those strands of light was able to devastate a group of experts. Pong! The vicious beast lifted its huge claws and directly slapped the archaic vicious bird's beaks to block all the multicolored light, not allowing it to attack. "Strike its stomach!" shouted Shuri once again. His eyes were now like two burning divine lamps. The aura that circulated around him could make many people palpitate in fear. With another honglong sound, the archaic vicious bird rapidly and viciously flung its tail feathers towards the chest of the vicious beast. Unfortunately, it failed once again and was almost countered by that huge beast claw, leaving it no choice but to rapidly retreat. "Not good. His speed is too fast." Sweat dripped from Shuri's forehead. He kept pointing out the weaknesses. However, Xianxia was incredibly calm and incomparably indifferent. His actions were like lightning, and his control over his precious technique was nimble and masterful without any points to exploit. Shuri had dual pupils and was able to see the origin of many things. He saw the weaknesses, but the speed at which he pointed them out was fundamentally unable to compete with Xianxia's speed. "Fifth Elder, you're not enough," Xianxia said. Even more splendid light exploded forth from within his body. That figure of the huge beast rapidly expanded and then exploded into the symbols of the archaic vicious beast. They rushed in and fused with his body. His radiance was magnificent as he walked forward with his battle spear in hand. With every step he shook the earth. He rapidly thrusted forward with the battle spear, and golden light penetrated that archaic vicious bird, killing it immediately. Hong! The tip of the golden spear changed direction and struck forward once again. Xianxia exposed his fearful face, but it was already too late. Symbols wrapped around the spear tip and penetrated his shoulders. Xianxia released a huge scream. He exhausted all the strength within his body and concentrated all the symbols toward his shoulder. It was incredibly dazzling and magnificent. He flew backwards and interweaved his mysterious symbols to stop the sound from expanding. A shining and bloody hole appeared through the front and back where the spear penetrated. If it was anyone else, their entire body would certainly have split apart before exploding. Even if they were more powerful, that arm would most likely be completely smashed apart. However, Xianxia had a shocking precious technique that could freeze his wounds. Although it was half crippled, at least his arm wasn't smashed apart. Even so, he had already lost his fighting strength. His entire body seemed like it had aged roughly 10 years. He had abruptly fallen into the realm of ordinary men, as it was tough for him to fight ever again. Their clan elder lost the fight. In Xianxia's family, no one was a match for Xianxia. This was simply too mind-blowing. How old was he? He was only 20 or so this year, yet he already thoroughly suppressed the strongest people within the tribe. The scene was completely silent. Xianxia's family was dreadful. Xianxia walked forward one step at a time. The golden battle spear in his hand was pointed forward as he stared at Shuri and said, "My dear nephew, it was you that told your mother that little Hao had a supreme being bone within his body, right? How considerate of you." Shuri didn't say anything and stood where he was. The divine light within his eyes dimmed. "The tribe has to punish you, mother. You're threatening suicide so she doesn't get killed, right? I'm curious as to whether or not you really would slit a knife through your own throat if I kill her today." Xianxia calmly said. "Clan elders, why are you still not doing anything?" A few people shouted. Xianxia didn't turn around at all. He knew that the instant he made his move, the clan elder had already appeared and sealed off the entire palace with the precious bones of archaic descendants, preventing the sounds of shouting and battling to transmit outside. "Xiling, 1,000 mistakes, 10,000 mistakes. It's all our mistakes. This vicious woman is here. It's up to you how you want to deal with her. However, you can't touch little E." At this moment, several clan elders appeared together. Each of them had shockingly powerful abilities. They were all old senior elders who had lived in seclusion for many years, and they were several generations older than Xianxia. Their eyes were all splendid like little suns as they were the true experts of the tribe. In front of them, there was a woman who was bound together and was currently being escorted forward. "Sister-in-law, is your heart red or is it actually black?" Xianxia clenched his teeth and then shouted loudly, able to be so cruel and unscrupulous. Not far away, Shuri had an indifferent expression. His double pupils were shining and emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. There was unexpectedly a bone-chilling wind that made everyone shiver. Xianxia continued and said, I told you already. You break one of my son's bones. I'll break 100 of your son's bones. Today, not even the sovereign from heaven will be able to stop me. The young woman raised her head and held an ice-cold expression on her face. She said nothing, but her heart was indeed full of fear and regret. Their family had obviously already sent out many of their most powerful experts to kill this couple. How could they have still be alive? I'll let your own eyes bear witness. Xianxia shouted and then abruptly turned around to face Shuri. He raised his golden battle spear, and as if it was a metal rod, he prepared to throw it. You dare! Some of the clan elders were furious. Xiling, stay your hand. You can't hurt little E. Anything else can be discussed. Other clan elders also shouted. Xiling, are you rebelling? The clan elders who were more partial towards Yuan were shouting even louder. All these people blocked him at the same time and immediately used their heaven-shocking precious techniques, illuminating the entire sky. So what if I rebel? What I say goes. No one will stop me. Xianxia shouted loudly. He continued to swing the golden battle spear in his hand without changing directions, directly smashing towards where Shuri was. However, the group of tribe elders stood in his way with all kinds of precious techniques were activated. Symbols sealed the direction where the spear descended. Xianxia shook his arm, and incomparably complicated symbols began to interweave and descend along with the golden battle spear, emitting a strange power. Not good. All the clan elders were gobsmacked. They felt a hidden force penetrate straight through their precious techniques, heading straight for Shuri. Although the power continuously weakened as it passed through them, it was still very frightening. What is this precious technique? They were fearful since the tribe had no records on it. It was extremely strange, and unexpectedly passed through their bodies and precious techniques as it traveled forward. Even if they wanted to stop it, it was too late. Ah! Shuri released a blood-curdling scream. His entire body flew across horizontally into a rock garden. Blood was all over his body, and the bones within his body began to crack and pop. Over 100 of his bones were broken instantly. Little Lee, the young woman was dreadful and shouted out in fear. Then, she suddenly lifted her head and released a vicious aura while staring at Xianxia. She coldly said, My father and the others won't let you go. Chi! Golden rays of light flickered and Xianxia indifferently tossed out the golden battle spear in his hand. With a pu sound, it penetrated her body and sent her flying. She traveled over 10 feet away, and her body was nailed onto the floor.